wait, or you want to get closer to the action, just raise your hand and we'll accommodate you. We're about to get to the heart of this matter. At this time, I'm going to ask the county attorney to stand and address you, and he's going to read the trial information, the document that charges the defendant the violation of statute.
State of Iowa versus Andrew Christian Menken. Count 1 comes now. Benjamin John Smith, prosecuting attorney of Sac County, Iowa, and in the name and by the authority of the state of Iowa, accuses defendant Andrew Menken of the crime of conspiracy to commit extortion. Committed as follows. On or about March 25, 2013, defendant agreed with Jason Heffelmeier and or Elizabeth Ann Aschinger that one or more of them would commit extortion and or theft or solicit another to commit extortion and or theft or attempt to commit extortion and or theft, and the defendant entered into the agreement with the intent to promote or facilitate extortion and or theft, and the defendant and or Elizabeth Ann Aschinger and or Jason Heffelmeier committed an overt act which was done in Sac County and or began in another county and continued through and or ended in Sac County, and that neither the defendant nor Jason Heffelmeier nor Elizabeth Ann Aschinger were law enforcement agents investigating the criminal charges herein or assisting law enforcement agents in the investigation of the same when the alleged conspiracy began. Count 2 comes now. Benjamin John Smith is prosecuting attorney of the state of Iowa, and in the name and by the authority of the state of Iowa, accuses defendant Andrew Christian Menken of the crime of extortion, committed as follows. On or about between April 8, 2013 and April 13, 2013, the defendant either directly or in the course of knowingly aiding and abetting Jason Heffelmeier and or Elizabeth Aschinger threatened Randy Aschinger, a Sac County, Iowa resident, telling Randy Aschinger he would disclose personal information concerning Randy Aschinger, which would expose Randy Aschinger to hatred, contempt, and or ridicule if disclosed to another, unless Randy Aschinger paid defendant $55,555. The defendant intended to communicate these threats toward Randy Aschinger, and Randy Aschinger received these threats while physically present in Sac County, Iowa. The threats were made for the purpose of obtaining something of value for the defendant or other person. Count 3 comes now. Benjamin John Smith is prosecuting attorney of Sac County, Iowa, and in the name and by the authority of the state of Iowa, accuses defendant Andrew Christian Menken of the crime of theft in the second degree, committed as follows. On or about April 13, 2013, the defendant either directly or in the course of knowingly aiding and abetting Jason Heffelmeier and or Elizabeth Aschinger took control of approximately $3,000 in the possession of or belonging to Randy Aschinger. The defendant did so with the intent to deprive Randy Aschinger of the approximate $3,000, and the $3,000 was in Sac County and belonged to and or was in the possession of Randy Aschinger at the time defendant exercised control over it. A true information. Signed, Benjamin John Smith.
Ladies and gentlemen, to each and every count, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. And as stated previously, is presumed innocent until such time as the state has met its burden of proof, if it can. Having said that, does the state wish to present an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. I want each and every one of you right now to think about the most darkest, most intimate, most personal secret you have, either about yourself or about somebody else. Information or a secret that you would want no one in the world to know. I want you to think about that. In this case, victim, Randy Aschinger, had one of those secrets, had personal information. It's not flattering. Defendant took that information and with the assistance of the victim's daughter-in-law and his best friend, extorted him, threatened Randy Aschinger that he would disclose that information unless Randy paid a certain sum. Stated earlier, $55,555. And you'll hear from Randy Aschinger, the victim in this case, and defendant's former best friend, Jason Heffelmeier, that Randy was behind this, and he was part of this. Randy Aschinger will be the first witness. He's going to testify on April 8th, in the morning of April 8, 2013 of this last year. He got a phone call from a number he did not recognize and did not know, and that caller, a male caller, left a message telling Randy that he had some farmland, identified himself as Bob Wallers, had some farmland that was adjacent to Randy's. Randy's a farmer. And that he would appreciate a call back from Randy. Randy didn't call back. About 12:30 that same day, caller, male caller, same voice, same number, calls Randy's cell phone. Again, this time Randy picks up. And the caller tells Randy something to the effect, "Listen and listen good. I know what you're trying to do with your daughter-in-law. I know all about the text messages you sent." They discuss a dollar figure. They discuss possibly exchanging money. All for the purposes of extorting Randy Aschinger. The threats. If you do not give me this $55,555, I will take these and I will show them to your wife. And it will be embarrassing. What text messages? Ask yourself. Deepest, darkest secret. Victim, Randy Aschinger, had an affair with his daughter-in-law. And he's going to testify to that. He's going to testify that that continued for a number of years. And he's going to testify that his daughter-in-law used that against him, the threat of exposing him, and had been for a while for money. You're going to hear Randy say that when he got this phone call from Bob Wallers, he thought it was possibly something having to do with his daughter-in-law. So he confronts her. And when he confronts her, she says no. It's not me. I don't know anything about it. But when he confronts her in person. And while he confronts her in the same building, defendant was there. In short, the phone records will show, and the evidence will show, that shortly after Randy confronts Elizabeth, the same male caller sends a communication to Randy telling him to not go to Elizabeth, that she'll play dumb. You're going to be able to watch the defendant's interview with law enforcement, and he admits this. He admits he was there. He admitted that he called up his best friend and told his best friend the goings-on between the victim, Randy Aschinger, and his daughter-in-law in that 24-hour fitness facility in Carroll. It's the only way that information could have gotten back to the mail caller and then to the defendant, or excuse me, the victim. And you're going to see a pattern of this. That's putting daughter-in-law, Jason Heffelmeier, who will testify they barely knew one another, and then the go-between, defendant. So the only way this information could have been passed from Jason to the victim, Randy Aschinger. It's the only way. And if that couldn't get any more strange, you're going to hear about what the caller did next. The mail caller, Bob Wallers, Jason Heffelmeier, same person. Defendant's best friend, Jason Heffelmeier. April 13, 2013, Saturday. Victim Randy Aschinger received a text message. Shoot for 7:30, Glidden. They're going to drop money. $55,555. They're going to drop money at a location in Glidden. Randy, at some point, goes to law enforcement, and law enforcement's following him all the way to Glidden. And about the time they get to Glidden, the victim, Randy Aschinger, with money in hand, receives another phone call or text message, communication, that says, change of plans. We're going to meet in Boone. Walmart parking lot, Boone, Iowa. Randy and law enforcement team following him, head to Boone. You're going to hear testimony and evidence is going to be presented that once they got to Boone, the victim got another call or text giving him certain directions within the city of Boone proper of where to drop the money. You're going to hear that Randy Aschinger, the victim in this case, with his own money, drove to the location the caller told him to go to, and he dropped the money. Then you're going to learn that the money got picked up, and somebody started walking off with this. We noticed because there was a GPS tracker in it. Defendant's best friend is going to come here and testify that it was Jason Heffelmeier who was picking up the bag, who was walking with it. And he's going to also tell you that defendant Andy Menken was the getaway driver. That Andy Menken was in Boone at the time this happened. That Andy Menken and him had a conversation about the plan and how it was going to go down that night and how they were going to get the money. He had full knowledge of what was going on that night. And he decided he wanted to be the getaway driver. But when the sheriff subpoenaed the phone records, in this case, and you're gonna see a map. It's gonna definitively put defendant there. Phone records identify that there was communications between the defendant, who we now know to be Jason Heffelmeier, his best friend. Jason Heffelmeier purchased a track phone, used that to call Randy Aschinger. And the sheriff, for a number of different reasons for which you'll hear about, brought Mr. Menken in for questioning. And you're going to get to watch the video. The sheriff asked him, what's going on? Defendant, I got nothing to do with it. Sheriff asks, why did your personal cell phone call Randy's cell phone? Defendant says, I don't even know Randy barely. Why would I have his number in my phone? The sheriff asks Mr. Menken where he was at 9 o'clock, April 13th. Defendant said, I was home, Carol. You're going to watch the sheriff walk out, walk back in with a set of phone records, and demonstrate and prove that the defendant, his personal cell phone was pinging off the towers in Boone. The same time the money was dropped, the GPS tracker had it moving. So what's he tell the sheriff? You're going to witness a complete 180 backtrack, where the defendant then tells the sheriff, well, wait, I do know something about this, but you're going to have to try to believe me on this because here goes. I met my best friend in Ames. We drove separately. I got into his car, and we just started driving to Boone for no reason. Defendant was in Carroll. Defendant was going home that night. But his friend, Jason Heffelmeier, who lives in northeast Iowa, they get in a car about 8:15, and they head to Boone. And defendant's telling the sheriff, right, we were just driving. And I want you to ask yourselves, how many times you've gotten in a car with somebody and not know where you're going or what you're doing? But you're going to hear that as the explanation. They get in the car and they drive towards his house with no plan. And then the defendant tells the sheriff, but when we got to Boone or got around Boone, then my best friend Jason told me, oh, there's this elaborate plan going on that he's been planning for weeks, and detailed track phone. I've been setting Randy up, and defendant told the sheriff that Jason Heffelmeier, the one who reportedly concocted all this, turned and looked at him and said, "Are you in or out?" Then the defendant said, "I'm out." That's what he told the sheriff. The problem is it's physically impossible for him to have been out. According to the defendant, after he said, "I'm out," his best friend drives him back to Ames. And then defendant followed him back to Boone. That's defendant's story. The problem is, the phone records got him in Boone that entire time. It's physically impossible for his version of the story to have happened the way it did. And I'll do even one better. After this, most direct route between Boone and Ames and Carroll, Highway 30. After the money drop goes bad, you're going to hear the best friend Jason Heffelmeier tell you that when he picked up the money and started walking, that he saw a cop car fly by. He dropped the bag and took off running. What they didn't know that night is a deputy wrecked his car, crunched it, crashed it. Best friend is going to tell you that Andy came and picked him up, that he called Andy, and Andy came and picked him up. But that's not the story that he told the sheriff. And the point, one up that I promised you, is that when defendant actually decides to go home that night, he drives not from Ames to Carroll, because after the heist gone wrong, the friend then takes him back to Ames. Defendant drives from around Ames down south and takes 141 all the way back to Carroll. Why would you do that? Well, you get to hear his explanation. You might not like victim in this case. You might not like what he did with his daughter-in-law and what she did as a willing participant. You might not like that. It is not on trial here. That's family business. Family works that out. Your deepest, darkest secret. Purchased for $55,555. You don't have to like the victim in this case. I appreciate your time. And all I can ask from here forward is that you use your common sense and the reasonable intellect that you all said you had during voir dire. I'll put the pieces together for you, and then you can go back and deliberate. And when you do, you may not find that defendant did all the acts, but just like Jack, Jim, and Jeff, he was one of them. And you're going to find that he is, and the law will state that he is just as responsible as the other two. Thank you for your attention.
Schulte?
Thank you, Your Honor. As with all things, I guess, there's another side of the story. No one is going to dispute that this is an ugly, messy situation. Owen, that works on this side of your railing here, is going to tell you that they're glad they're here. We're certainly not. The defendant does not have to testify. No one can make him testify. That's the Fifth Amendment. But at this point in the proceedings, he has told me that he wants to testify because he wants to straighten out some things. And basically, his testimony will be something along these lines. He, at some point, met and became acquainted with this Jason Heffelmeier, whom none of us know. But they did become friends, and they became the kind of friends that even after, they were separated from each other by distance and stuff, they texted or talked daily. He thought Jason was a good, loyal, upright friend. He, at some point, began working out at a gym in Carroll called Anytime Fitness. One of the owners of Anytime Fitness became Elizabeth Aschinger. She was also a personal trainer. Andy went there a lot and worked out. Over a course of time, Elizabeth and Andy developed a friendship, a close friendship. She started relying on him. She started telling him her deepest, darkest secrets. She started telling him when she was upset. He discovered through her telling him that she suffered from anxiety, that she suffered from depression, that she's taking medication, that she's having some horrible problem in her life. Eventually, her horrible problem is that she feels she's being forced to have sex with her father-in-law, with her husband's father. And she's having a hard time dealing with this. Andy does what he can to help her, console her. 3 times he runs her to the emergency room at the hospital when she's having a panic attack, breaking down. And as I said, they become very good friends. Both would tell you it never became a romantic relationship. It never became a physical relationship. They're just good friends. But Andy had another friend, Jason Heffelmeier, again, who none of us know. And Jason Heffelmeier and Andy, this is going to get confusing because we have to be careful about the Randy and the Andy thing. But he set that aside. Andy decides, because he and Jason talk about everything, to tell Jason about the problems that Elizabeth is having. Now, I don't think that's particularly odd that you discuss something of that magnitude with a good friend. Hopefully you can trust your friend to not do anything with that information. But as time goes on, just to sort of shorten things up for you a bit, as time goes on, Jason apparently comes up with this scheme. He doesn't tell Andy anything about it. He has testified he didn't tell Andy anything about it. He's going to use this information he got from Andy. Yeah, he got it from Andy. Innocently, Andy told him about what was going on between Elizabeth and Randy. He's going to use that information. He's going to violate not only a lot of things, but he's going to violate a friend's trust. And he's going to use that information for his own purposes. He comes up with the idea to extort money out of Randy Aschinger. Elizabeth would testify, Andy will testify at some point. Jason wanted to get Randy Aschinger's phone number. And he asked Andy for it. And Jason will tell you, Andy wouldn't give it to me. So he comes up with an idea. Well, I'll call and ask Elizabeth if she will give me the number. Well, she's not going to give me the number. So he pretends he's a seed salesman or a feed salesman or a farmer that's interested in buying land next to her Aschinger's farm. And he calls her up and says, "Hi, this is so-and-so. I would really like to talk to this Randy Aschinger. I noticed your name is Aschinger also. Would you possibly have his phone number? Because I want to do some business with him. I got to sell him some seed. I got to deliver some feed or something." Well, she buys it and gives him the phone number. He calls and he threatens. And I think the evidence will show that this is the first time that happens. And she gets a call from Randy. He's not really very happy. "What's going on? What are you doing?" She's at the gym. She tells Andy, who is standing right there with her at the gym. He's upset. He goes outside and he does pick up his cell phone. And he calls Jason, says, "Whatever you're doing, knock it off." Or words to that effect. Well, time goes on, and April 13th comes along. Last April 13th, 2013. Andy is divorced. He has children, and he's divorced. During this particular period of time, he and his ex-wife are giving some thought to reconciliation. They're working with each other, especially concerning the kids. They're working with each other. So they plan a family outing. They're going to go to one of those, pizza fun places in Des Moines, where the kids can eat pizza and play games and do all that stuff. It's not Chuck E. Cheese, but it's sort of a thing sort of like that. And off they go. So Andy takes his car, and he and his now ex-wife meet up at the Lowe's parking lot in Ames. It's a good place to meet up. He leaves his car there, gets in with his ex and the kids, and they go down to Des Moines and have this family day. Now, he had also made plans and gotten a call or a text or something from Jason Heffelmeier saying, you know, we're going to go watch games or a fight or something like that after we're done with dinner. And Andy, I think, says to Jason, well, you know, why don't you come and eat with us? Because you haven't seen Rachel and the kids for a while. And he says, that'd be a great idea. I'd love to. So they go to Ames. At that point, he is in his wife's car with his kids. And they go to Ames. They look around for a restaurant. It's crowded in Ames. They finally find a restaurant on the very western side of Ames called Wallabies. And that's where they go and they eat. Now, at some point, remember, Andy thought that he and Jason were going to go someplace else and watch a big screen wrestling match or something. So, wife and kids get in her car and go back home. And Andy gets in Jason's car and leaves his car now at Wallabies. I guess if you're confused, it's because I missed a step where they stop at Lowe's and he picks up his car and then they all meet at this restaurant. So they got Andy's car's there and his wife's car's there. She and the kids go home. He gets in Jason's car and off they go. And I think the evidence up to this point is going to be fairly conclusive that this is really the first time that Andy gets any indication that there is a plot afoot to extort Randy Aschinger that night by Jason Heffelmeier. Because Jason tells Andy, we're going to go to Glidden. Why are we going to Glidden? Well, there's a bar there I like, whatever. But then he says, no, we changed my mind. I'm going to go to Boone. Why are you going to Boone? So Jason says, I got a really cool idea where we can make some money. Andy listens to it, and Jason says, so are you in or are you out? Now remember, this is the very first time he knows about this. And he's in Jason's car. He says, I'm out. Are you nuts? I don't want any part of this. I don't want anything to do with this. At one point in Jason Heffelmeier's interview with the sheriff, he says that. That's what Andy said. Well, Jason pulls into a wooded area in Boone, stops the car, gets out, and wanders off. Andy gets a call related to his work. He takes care of that. I'm not staying around here. This guy's going to have to find me. So he takes the car and he goes off to, I believe, McDonald's and sits in the parking lot. After all of this craziness goes down with the airplane overhead and the GPS and the money bag that either did or didn't have money in it and all this and that, Jason realizes that he's in trouble. Law enforcement knows what's going on. So he scoots back, calls Andy, and I guess the only thing Andy maybe did, which he said, which he should not have done at that point, was say him at the parking lot of McDonald's. Jason came back, said the whole thing blew up, didn't work. Randy gets in the passenger seat now. Jason drives Jason's car back to Ames so Andy can pick up his car. Now, this is a problem. It's been a problem for me, and I've discussed it with Andy the whole time. Now, Andy decides to go home. He has to go home. The evening, as far as he's concerned, is shot. So he gets in his car and starts thinking, I'm going to get involved in this thing. People are going to start connecting me with this. I don't want to be confronted by law enforcement, by sheriffs, by police officers tonight. So I'm going to take another route back to my home in Carroll, other than Highway 30. And that's what he does. And I say, well, that makes you look suspicious. He says, I'm getting connected in this thing. I'm scared to death. I'm a court officer. I can't be involved in something like this. I can't even be connected to it. So he goes home, and later on, everyone gets arrested, and we're here. Listen to both sides. Determine on your own, after listening to everything, what the evidence really proves. Did it prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Andy Menken did what they're accusing him of? Thank you.
I think we're close enough to noon, and I think we're going to break right now. Be back here at 1 o'clock. We'll try and get started right at 1 o'clock, and I think the evidence will come in fairly quickly. And I'll see you then. Remember that admonition, and just go enjoy your evening. Thanks.
Please stand.
Thank you for standing. Please be seated. We're ready for the presentation of evidence. Are you ready to go?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Schulte?
You guys need the bench for this 1 second.
Sure. Okay. Make that offer right now. We'll get into evidence, and if you want to refer to it, we'll start with you. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. This time, the state would move to offer the evidence. State's Exhibit 1, State's Exhibit 2. By stipulation, State's Exhibit 1 being Andy Menken, the defendant's cell phone records from February 1, 2013 through April 16, 2013.
I'm stipulating the receive.
Secondly, the mobility or cell phone for the item that's been identified as a track phone. State would offer that as State's Exhibit 2. It's been stipulated that would be the evidence.
Yes.
Receive. Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would call Randy Aschinger as the witness stand. I'm going to grab him.
Sure. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Take the chair right over there and speak up so we can all.
Mr. Aschinger, I'm going to call you Randy, is that okay?
Yes.
Randy, can you please state your full name and spell it for the court reporter here?
Randy Lee Aschinger, R-A-N-D-Y, L-E-E-A-S-C-H-I-N-G-E-R.
Because we have not yet moved into the 21st century, we don't have microphones set up. So I'm going to ask that your testimony be directed towards the jury and then use your outside voice inside so that they can hear you clearly. Randy, how old are you?
59.
Where do you live?
Rural Lakeview, Iowa.
How long have you lived there?
Since 1981.
You were born and raised?
I was born and raised in Sac County.
And your occupation?
Farmer
And how long have you been doing that?
since 1972.
And, okay, and your family?
I have a wife, Sandy, 3 boys, Tim, Grant, and Stephen,
Okay. And grandchildren?
5 grandchildren.
And the respective wives of each of your sons are who?
Jessica is Tim's wife, Megan is Grant's wife, and Elizabeth is Stephen's wife.
You had an extramarital relationship with Elizabeth, is that right?
Yes.
And about when did that begin?
August of 2007.
And continued from that time forward in what manner?
Sexual.
And that continued from 2007 on and off through when?
Through August 2011.
It's not something you're proud of, is it?
No, it's not.
This is very difficult for you, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Has Elizabeth, prior to April 8, 2013, has she ever tried to extort money from you?
Yes, she has.
And in what manner or capacity did she try to do that?
She asked for $3,000 at one time in exchange for her not showing my wife some text messages that I had sent her.
And the nature of those text messages?
Most of them, not all of them, but some of them were sexual.
And about when was this? You said in March of 2013?
Yes, it was.
And did you pay the $3,000?
Yes, I did.
And was there any other time after that she tried to do this?
Yes, there was.
When was that?
On approximately March 25th or 6th,
Of what year?
2013.
And if you could to explain to the jury how that came about.
Well, on St. Patrick's Day, Stephen and Elizabeth had gone to Des Moines to a St. Patrick's parade,
And Stephen is,
my son.
okay,
And while they were there, Stephen looked at Elizabeth's phone and saw a message. I'm not sure if it was a text message or a Facebook message from Andy Menken that had sexual undertones to it. So there was a fight between those two, and I found out about it. And later approached Elizabeth about it. And basically she said it was none of my business. You know, shut the hell up. You know, leave them alone. I said, okay. And then shortly after that, I get this message or phone call saying that since I messed with their lives, that I should pay them $5,000.
And who'd you receive that from?
Elizabeth.
Okay.
Well, I said, this has got to end, this has got to end. And I said, there's going to be no more threats, no more money. I said, I'm done with this.
Randy, how do you know the defendant? Do you know the defendant?
I have met him once.
And explain to the jury how you came to know him or the nature of your encounter when you met him.
It was at a party at Stephen and Elizabeth's house in Carroll.
You ever given the defendant your phone number?
No.
Have you ever received a phone call from the defendant?
No.
And you testified earlier that you confronted Elizabeth about communications. What exactly did you confront her about again?
I asked her if she was having an affair with Andy Menken, and she said no.
Now, that was the last incident of extortion from Elizabeth that you mentioned that occurred approximately when?
March 25th or 6th.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to April 8 of 2013. Did you receive a phone call from somebody or a message about farmland?
Yes, I did.
Explain to the jury about when you got it and the substance of that phone message.
After between 9 and 9:30 in the morning, there was a message on my phone. Read it, and it was a message said, "This is Bob Wohlers. I have come in contact with some land over in your area, and was looking for someone to farm it." And he said he would get back to me over the noon hour or later in the day. So that's what that.
And you actually heard a voice. This is a voicemail.
Yes.
Okay. And did you know the caller's voice?
No, I didn't.
Describe the caller's voice to the jury.
Well, it was kind of a deep voice. Matter of fact, to the point.
Male, female?
Male.
And did you hear from that same individual again, or did they get a call from that same phone number again?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when was that?
That was over the noon hour, about 12:40.
Describe to the jury the nature of that communication, if you would, please.
Well, when I answered, the guy said, "You listen, and you listen good." I said, "Okay." And he says, "I know what you've been doing or what you're trying to do with your daughter-in-law. I have your phone messages. I can monitor your phone and her phone. And how much do you think it'd be worth to not have those messages seen by your wife?" And I said, "Well," I said, "I really don't have any idea. Why don't you tell me?" So he said, "Well, I like the number 5. And I said, "Well, what's that mean?" He said, "I like 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. So I said, $55,555, is that what you're saying? He said, "Yes." And he says, "I know you can get it out of the bank account, $10,000 a day, without the IRS doing an audit." So I just let him go on, and he said, "I will get in touch with you again, get it, put it in a black duffel bag, I'll get in touch with you again on where and when we will meet. And he says, when we meet, I will have the phone and the messages and the thumb drive or hard drive, whatever he had. After I get the money, he says, I will put that in the bag and return it to the place I picked it up. So, hung up, and that was the end of that conversation.
Randy, what did you understand, the mail caller, what did you understand the messages? He's telling you he has messages, right?
Right.
What did you understand those to be?
The text messages that I had sent Elizabeth.
Okay. After this phone call, what did you do after hearing this?
Well, I called Elizabeth and asked her if she knew this number. I told her the number 319-610-7398. I said, do you recognize that number? And she said no. And she asked why, so I told her what had happened. And she really didn't say anything too much after that. She said, I have no knowledge of it. I don't know anything about it.
In that phone call to Elizabeth, how soon after you received a call from this mail caller who identified himself as Bob Walters, right?
Right.
How soon after did you call Elizabeth?
As pretty much just after I got off the phone with Bob Walters.
And when's the next time you heard from Bob Walters?
Well, that afternoon.
And do you remember whether it was by a voice communication or text communication?
It was a text. Let's see.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Aschinger, I'm showing you what I've identified and marked as State's Exhibit 3. Can you look over that, please? What does that show?
That is the text I got from that number.
Okay. And can you read it out loud to the jury, please?
Yes. Forgot to tell you, tell no one. Lizzie will play dumb anyway. Don't fuck with me, Randy. If $55,555 will go up $5K if you do. Talk to you Wednesday, bud.
And those messages that you just read were sent to you at about what time, do you recall?
Oh, 1:15, 1:30, somewhere in there.
At this time, the state would move to enter State's Exhibit 3 into evidence.
I have no objection. Proceed.
After receiving that communication, I forgot to tell you, tell no one. Then, did you hear from that same phone number, that caller again?
I did later in the afternoon.
Okay, and explain to the jury how that came about.
I think Elizabeth had tried to call me, or we did talk. I was out at the golf course that afternoon with some friends, and Elizabeth had texted me and or called me, and shortly after that, well, it was a while after that, I got another call from that 319 number. And it said, or he said, I see you tried to talk to Elizabeth. And he says, again, don't fuck with me. It'll cost you more, $5,000 more if you do. And let's just keep it at $55,555, okay, bud? That's what he said.
And that was through a voicemail, or that's through a text, or a voice communication?
That was voice communication.
Okay. Then, later in the day, you have further conversation with this guy?
Yes, I did.
Was that in the form of a phone call, voicemail, text communication?
It was a text.
Okay. Any approach, Your Honor?
You don't need to ask.
Thank you, Your Honor. Randy, I'm showing you what the mark is. States Exhibit 4. Could you tell the jury what States Exhibit 4 is?
It's a text message from that 319 number.
And what does that text message say? Can you read it?
Just a little proof to make you a believer out of you. It takes a bit for my phone to update, but I see you tried calling Mark a couple times. Be careful. The stakes now will cost you $5,000. Let's stay at $55,555, okay, bud?
State move to enter States Exhibit 4 in evidence.
You see it.
I'm stipulating to all of the
Okay.
text messages.
The phone call that you had right before this, and I forgot to ask you, did the caller on the other end sound like the same individual?
Yes, it was.
Now, I want to back up just for a second. At some point in time in that day, April 8, 2013, did you go to law enforcement with this?
Yes, I did.
And could you explain to the jury when you went and who you went with?
Yes, at approximately 4 o'clock, I came to the courthouse, and my wife works here at the courthouse, and she was here. I went to her office and explained what was going on to her. And told her what had happened, and she said, well, we're going to go to the sheriff's office, and I said, that's where I'm headed. So she came with me, and we walked down to the sheriff's office, and the sheriff was in. I asked if I could talk to him, and he said, sure. So I went in the room with him and explained what had happened. That I had gotten a phone call earlier in the day, a man trying to extort $55,555 out of me.
And Randy, while you were with the sheriff, did you receive that text communication that you had just identified?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide all these text communications to the sheriff?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
I forwarded them off my phone to his.
So, you meet with the sheriff, you tell him what's going on, what's the plan of action, or what's the sheriff's diagnosis?
Well, that day he says, what do you want me to do? And I said, well, I want to find out who's doing this. So I said, okay, we'll figure something out. And that's kind of where we left it that day,
Okay, and that day being April 8th?
April 8th.
Okay. What happened April 9th then?
On April 9th, I think it was right after lunch, Sheriff McClure called me and asked if I would put a wiring device on and go down and talk to Elizabeth at Anytime Fitness. And I said I would.
And did you?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and explain to the jury, just you leave SAC and ultimately end up at Anytime Fitness in Carroll, right?
That's correct.
What's the significance of Anytime Fitness in Carroll?
Anytime Fitness is was owned by Elizabeth and Stephen
And who else?
and my wife and I.
And did Elizabeth work there?
Elizabeth was running Anytime Fitness.
She was the manager.
She was the manager.
And Anytime Fitness is what?
It is a exercise gym in Carroll.
So you leave SAC with the sheriff, and you go down to Anytime Fitness in Carroll, right?
That's right.
Okay, then what happened?
I went into Elizabeth's office and had my phone, and I said, I let her listen to that voicemail. And I said, you recognize that voice? And she said, no. And I said, well, do you recognize this number? I told her 319-610-7398. And she said, no. And she says, why are you asking me these questions? And I said, well, I don't know. It's just funny that when I talk to you, I get a phone call or a text message from this number saying, has your name in it. I'm just wondering why they're connecting. You know, he's connecting you in these messages.
And how did that conversation then end with Elizabeth?
Well, she got angry with me and got mad and said, get the hell out of my office. So I left.
And then what happened?
Well, I gave the device back to the sheriff and we went home. A few hours, well, an hour later, probably, Elizabeth calls me and said, I need to talk to you again. Can you be down in Carroll in 45 minutes? And I said, yes, I can. We'll meet at McDonald's in 45 minutes. I said, okay. So I called the sheriff and told him that Elizabeth had called and wanted me to come back down to Carroll. So I said, okay, do you want me to wire up again? And he said, yes. I'll meet you in Auburn. So we met at Auburn. They put the device on, and I drove to Carroll. On my way to Carroll, Elizabeth called me and changed her mind about meeting at McDonald's, decided to meet at Anytime Fitness. So that's where I went.
So you physically walk into Anytime Fitness for the second time in the same day, right?
Yes,
And you have another conversation with Elizabeth?
yes.
Explain to the jury what that conversation entailed.
I'm not positive. She wanted to see my phone. She says, I want to see your phone. And I said, well, it's out in the pickup. So I went outside, got my phone, brought it back. She wanted to see the text messages. So I showed them to her. She took my phone and was reading them. And I saw her doing something on the phone. And I said, what are you doing? Nothing, never mind. And I said, give me my phone back. And she said, just wait. So her phone was laying there, so I grabbed her phone and I said, now, give me my phone back or I'm going to look at your phone. And she says, okay, we yelled at each other for a little bit. It got a little heated. And she accused me of trying to set her up. And I said, all I'm trying to do is find a name to that voice and that number. And she got angry with me, and I saw that Andy Menken was in the gym that day, and I said, well, do you want me to just go talk to Andy Menken right now, myself? And she says, oh, you're going to be Mr. Tough Guy now? And I said, no, I'm not trying to be Mr. Tough Guy. I'm just trying to figure this thing out. And she got angry with me and said, get the hell out of my gym. So I left.
So you saw Andy Menken in the gym during the second visit to Anytime Fitness in Carroll?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to back up to the first time that you were at Carroll at Anytime Fitness. What did Elizabeth say, if anything, about Frank?
Well, she just told me that, she says, I think someone just pulling a prank on you.
So after the second time you were kicked out of your gym, Anytime Fitness, by Elizabeth, then what happened? You're still wearing a wire?
Yes.
Okay. Then what do you do?
I met the sheriff and gave the wire back to him.
And all this meeting at Anytime Fitness in Carroll takes place on the 9th.
Yes.
Did you have any communication with Elizabeth following that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and explain to the jury the form and substance of that communication.
It was a phone call,
Okay,
and she had tried to call me several times, and I didn't answer. And finally, I just decided, well, I'll answer and see what she wants. So I answered, and she said, "Why are you trying to pin this on me?" And I said, "I'm not. I'm just trying to find out what's going on." And she said, "I have nothing to do with this." And I said, "Well, then you have nothing to worry about." She says, "Well, if you're so worried about this, why don't you just go to the cops?" And I said, "Well, maybe I already have." And that's basically where that conversation ended.
so turn your attention then to April 10, 2013, which would be Wednesday, right?
Right.
Did you have any communication with this unidentified male caller or Bob Waller that day?
Yes, I did.
And approximately what time and what was the nature of that?
Approximately 8:45 in the morning.
Okay, and
What was it? He told me, text message, let's see.
Your Honor, man,
I can't remember.
I'm going to approach the witness. Randy, I'm showing you what's been identified as State's Exhibit 5. Can you tell the jury what State's Exhibit 5 is, please?
Yes, it's a text message.
Okay, is that the text message that you received on that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and can you read it for the jury, please?
Okay, it says, "We will probably meet Saturday night. Tell you where later. Quit being dumb and just get the money. Don't give your phone to Lizzie again. You haven't talked to cops, so just stop. I just want the $55,555 and I will leave you alone, promise. Don't make me go to Sac City Courthouse and show your wifey what I have." And then I think it's it. There's another part of this yet.
Do you recall what it said?
Talk to you Saturday or even could be Sunday.
I'm showing you what I'll identify as the second page of State's Exhibit 5. Is that what you just described?
Yes.
Okay.
Says, talk to you Saturday probably, may even be Sunday though.
Okay. This time, State would move to admit State's Exhibit 5, pages 1 and 2.
No objection.
You see,
So then, following that Wednesday text message that you just read, when's the next communication you had with Mr. Wallers or that same unidentified male caller?
It would have been Saturday the 13th.
Okay, and that was approximately what time?
I'm not sure. I can't remember.
Was it in the morning, was it in the afternoon?
I'm not sure. I'm sorry, I can't.
That's fine. Showing you what's identified as State's Exhibit 6. Now, you said you got a text message or communication on this day, and you could identify for the jury whether that is it or not.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what does it say?
Shooting for 7:30 or so in Glidden. Don't be late.
Can you circle that portion, please, that you just read off? Let the record reflect defendant circled the portion that you just read off. State would move to enter State's Exhibit 6.
No objections.
Proceed.
What do you do? Saturday morning. Saturday, you receive this text message.
Well, I called, related to the sheriff, and he told me to come up, make a plan on what we're gonna do.
And what was that plan?
Well, he asked if I had any money for the drop, and I said, yes, I had some. He said, would you be willing to put it up to do this? And I said, yes, I would. So, came up here and brought the money up. I took photocopies of it myself at home. Brought the money up, gave it to the sheriff. He put it in a backpack bag along with a GPS receiver, and then placed that in a plastic garbage bag, which I was told to.
Randy, where did you have the money?
Where did I have it?
Yeah, where did you have the money at?
At my home?
And your home's in Sac County?
Yes.
Showing you what's been identified as State's Exhibit 7. Can you tell the jury what State's Exhibit 7 is?
Pictures of $100 bills.
Okay, and where, I mean, is it, did you make that? Did the sheriff make that?
I did those on my copy machine.
So the pictures of the $100 bills that appear in this State's Exhibit 7 are the same monies that are used for the drop?
Yes.
Okay. State would move to enter State's Exhibit 7 into evidence.
No objection.
You got, oh, excuse me.
Receipt.
Okay. You got the money, you got the plan, you're to be to Glen by 7:30, right?
That's right.
Okay, so what did you do then?
Well, they put the wiring device on me again that night. And so we left the courthouse here, sheriff's office, approximately 45 minutes early to get to Glidden. So we drove to Glidden. I pulled into the parking lot of the, there's a church on the north side of the highway. And about the time I got stopped, pulled in there, my phone rang. And it was this same individual again.
And same individual, same mail caller,
Yes,
same phone number?
yes.
And was this a call or a text?
It was a call.
And what did the caller say?
Caller said, plans have changed. He said, we're going to Boone. Do you know where Boone is? And I said, yes. I said, drive to Boone, go to the Walmart parking lot, and wait for instructions. So I called sheriff and told him that I'd gotten that call and was headed to Boone, and he said, stop, don't go. Wait for me, go back to Casey's, get a pop, do something, wait for me to get my guys to Boone. So I went back to Casey's, Deputy Eric met me there, and we sat and waited until the sheriff called him and told us that we could come on ahead and go to Boone. So that's why I went to Boone and went to the parking lot, sat there and waited.
And then what happened? Did you receive another communication from?
Well, yes, but Deputy Eric contacted me and said the wiring device batteries must have run dead. He said, I'm gonna go into Walmart and get some new batteries. Come in there and I'll meet you in the restroom and we'll change the batteries. So, okay, so I went in the restroom, changing the batteries and my phone rang. And it was the same individual telling me, giving me directions on where to drop the money.
Was the individual give you directions?
Yes.
Like what kind of directions?
He told me to go to the four-way stop west of Walmart on Highway 30, turn north on it's the main road there. I don't remember the name of the road. But go north on that road up to the stoplight at Park Avenue. Take a left on Park Avenue. Go to the bottom of the hill, and there will be an S curve sign. And he said, stop there, put the bag beside that sign, get back in your truck, there's your vehicle, go to the corner, ahead, turn around, and go back and leave. Go back to where you came from.
Did you do all this?
Yes, I did.
Randy, I'm showing you what I've marked, States Exhibit 8 and States Exhibit 9, if you could, one at a time. Tell me, if you can, what States Exhibit 8 is.
A picture of the Walmart parking lot, Highway 30. The road going north, that main intersection there, the city of Boone,
So is it an aerial shot of Boone?
aerial shot, yes.
Could you, with this marker here, identify the Walmart parking lot with the WM, make it small, so. And then if you could, mark the route you took to the money drop with that marker.
I can't see the streets on here.
There's a major intersection.
It's right there.
That's fine.
I can't tell which one the intersection is for sure. That map, it's too small.
Record reflect, defendant used a black marker to identify Walmart with the WM, and then his route to what you believe to be is the general location of the drop.
Well, I didn't mark turning left on that street there. I have it going up to the intersection, but I don't have it turning left.
Okay, but the instructions again were to do what?
Turn left at Park Avenue,
Okay, and then
proceed down the hill to a S-curve sign.
showing you the marked States Exhibit 9. Can you tell me what that is?
It's a picture of that S-curve sign.
The actual sign.
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the way that sign looks during the day?
Exactly.
Okay, and if you could, with this magic marker, drop an X as to where you put the money. Say we move to exhibits 8 and 9. So after you drop the money, Randy, then what happened?
I I just went back to, actually the McDonald's parking lot and waited.
And then,
I got a call from the sheriff and said that they had lost the individual that picked up the money. The money had been picked up, but they had lost the individual that had picked it up and ran into the park with it.
did you ever get your money back?
Yes, I did. They did find the money in the park, but later on that night, they told me to go on home, that there was nothing else that they could do. And they went back to the park and they recovered the money. It was out of the bag, but everything was laying on the grass and the money was under the bag.
Randy, after this, did you ever hear again from Bob Wallers or the unidentified mail caller?
No, I did not.
No text, no voice calls from that 319-404-5948 number?
Nothing.
Excuse me, the 319-269-8401 number. Okay. You stated the number earlier. What was the number that called you, Bob Wallers?
319-610-7398.
Showing you what's been entered into evidence in State's Exhibit 2. Is that the same phone number you just described? These records are what have been previously stipulated to.
Yes.
That's the same number?
That is the number.
Okay.
Let me see that.
How's this ordeal been on you?
Been tough. I feel ashamed. It's been hard on my family, my wife. So, we're struggling.
Understandably. I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Mr. Aschinger, I don't think I know you. I don't look familiar to you.
Well, I've seen you before.
Okay. I'm just sort of wondering, because I do know your wife. Obviously, she works here and works in an area that I work in. I know her very well. I know your son, Tina, and Jessica. You live next door quite a while. So I just want you to know that, you know, I have liked and respected members of your family. Found them to be good, honorable people, nice people, really nice people. So I'm not really the enemy here, I'm just trying to get at the truth, okay? Which you had growing with Elizabeth in. You said it ended in 2011, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Who ended it? How did that come?
It was probably pretty much a mutual agreement. Actually, my son and her were going to be married, and we decided it was just not right. It wasn't right to begin with.
Okay. So at the point that you and your son, that Elizabeth and your son Stephen are about to get married, you decide this isn't a good idea.
Right.
And you're stating that it was a mutual decision that both you and Elizabeth made.
Yeah.
After the breakup of the relationship, how much contact did you continue to have with Elizabeth?
I still had contact with her. We would text. You know, it wasn't a ugly breakup. We didn't fight, you know.
Did Elizabeth at any time give you any indication that she was upset by the situation?
After?
Yes.
After the 11th?
Yes.
Yes.
You had a series of text messages and phone calls from Mr. Waller,
Yes.
or a guy calling himself Mr. Waller. Did you ever determine who that was?
I did not. The sheriff did.
Okay. And what did you learn from what the sheriff learned?
The sheriff told me it was Jason Heffelmeier.
Okay. So all these calls are coming from Jason Heffelmeier's phone, the text messages are coming from Jason Heffelmeier's phone. Let's go back to Andy Menken a little bit. You said you met him once at a party at Stephen's house, Stephen and Elizabeth's house,
Yes.
in Carroll.
Yes.
Anything particular happened at that party?
No.
Were you upset that Mr. Menken was there?
I was wondering why he was there.
Okay, now, that wasn't the question.
Was I upset?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why were you upset?
I didn't think he should be there.
Did you think that he and Elizabeth were having some type of a relationship that you particularly didn't like?
At that time?
Yes.
No.
Well, then why were you upset that her friend Mr. Menken was at a party that maybe they had been invited to?
Well, mainly because my son was upset about it.
Okay, so what ended up happening?
I think they just left after a little while. They didn't stay long.
Okay. Now, when you say they left, you know who he left with?
Yes, he left with Jason Heffelmeier.
Okay, was your understanding that they were friends?
Yes.
How much money did you put in the bag that you dropped in movement at the sign?
$2,900.
And you got all of that back?
Yes, I did.
I mean, it was all there.
Yes, it was.
You didn't at any time lose the money and then have to do something to get it back.
I don't understand.
Okay, the sheriff didn't confiscate it and then you had to go get the money back from him, or how did that happen?
Yes, the sheriff retrieved it, brought it back here to the courthouse, and I came back up here and picked it up.
It was all there.
Yes, it was.
So in the end, you're not out any money.
No, I'm not.
And finally, just because I didn't get it, can you tell me what that phone number was that was calling you and texting you? The 319.
319-610-7398.
Okay, I have no questions.
Briefly, Randy, you testified that your sexual relationship with Elizabeth ended in 2011.
Yes.
And when you mean sexual relationship, is that actual sex?
Yes.
Did, at any point after that time, did you send or receive sexually explicit text messages from Elizabeth?
Yes.
And that continued till approximately?
March of 2013.
And when was the party that you just described?
Oh, I really don't know for sure. It was not that long after the kids had moved to Carroll and had purchased the Anytime Fitness. So that was purchased in March of 2012. So
this party that you described a year prior to you ever receiving these calls from?
yes.
I don't know anything further.
Nothing further?
Thank you, sir. You can step down.
time, Your Honor, the state would call Sheriff McClure.
Stand. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Mr. Chair.
Sheriff, could you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Kenneth William McClure, MCCLURE.
Like my last witness, I'm going to ask you to use your outside voice inside because of the fact that you have no microphone. It just doesn't carry all that well, and then direct your answers to the jury. You're the sheriff of Sac County,
Yes, I am.
and how long have you been the sheriff of Sac County?
10 years.
And before that,
Before that, I was a deputy sheriff for Sac County for about 14 months. Prior to that employment, I worked for the city of Storm Lake as a police officer and police detective. And before that, I worked for the city of Sac City as a police officer.
so right now your job responsibilities and duties as the elected county sheriff are what?
Managing a staff of 22 people, running a jail and a communications center, on top of overseeing criminal investigations and the day-to-day workload that comes with the sheriff's office.
And well, let's get right to it. On April 8, 2013, did you have occasion to meet a Randy Aschinger?
Yes, I did.
How'd you come to meet him?
Randy came into my office at late afternoon, 4:20, 4:25 that afternoon.
What did Randy tell you?
Randy told me that he was being extorted and wanted us to help him with this.
Did he send you messages?
As the week goes on, Randy forwarded me messages that he was receiving via his cell phone.
And move back up here for a second. You know Defendant?
Yes.
How do you know the Defendant?
I worked with Andy for a couple of years when he was a juvenile court officer.
Hey, friend.
Yes.
Back to April 8th meeting with Randy. How did you leave that with him?
Pretty much left it to keep us informed on what's going on, and Randy thought from the very beginning that Andy Menken was involved, so we told him to keep in contact with us, send us what you have, and we started subpoenaing cell phone records.
Did Randy come in by himself or with who?
Randy first came in, when he first showed up, he was with his wife Sandy, and then I asked Sandy to leave, and Randy and I talked after that privately.
Did Randy tell you about the affair?
Yes, he did.
So, following Monday the 8th, April 8, 2013, when was your next communication with Randy?
It would have been following day, the 9th. We called Randy and asked Randy if he would be willing to wear a wire or a recording device and go to Anytime Fitness and talk with Elizabeth, his daughter-in-law.
Did he, why Elizabeth, I guess? How did that come about?
It just kind of seemed that during the interview with Randy, he told us that Elizabeth was trying to get money out of him and that she had asked for $3,000 and then asked for $5,000. And I think he kind of I think he hoped that she wasn't involved, but we wanted to make sure she was or wasn't.
So what was the next course of action for you?
We met with Randy Aschinger at our office. We secured him with a recording device. We then met him at Walmart in Carroll and then made sure everything was working, and then we followed him to Anytime Fitness.
Approximately how long is the drive between your office here to Carroll Anytime Fitness?
Probably 30 minutes.
So you followed Randy to Carroll Anytime Fitness and he's wearing a wire. Did you, what were you able to observe either visually or with your ears during that encounter?
The encounter when he went to Anytime Fitness?
Yes.
We followed him. We parked in the parking lot. When I say we, Brian Eric, who's the deputy sheriff, was also with me. We watched Randy go into Anytime Fitness, and then we could hear the conversation between Randy and Elizabeth. And it went, he asked her about what was going on. He played the voice message from the Bob Wallers. She goes, I don't know anything about it. Don't worry about it. You're being pranked. He pushes it a little bit more about you wanted $3,000 and then you wanted $5,000. I wouldn't give it to you. And then at that point, she became very mad and told him to get out of the place.
Randy leave then?
Yes.
Okay. Then what happened?
We came back to Sac City. A short time later, we had left Anytime Fitness, recovered our property back, our recording devices from Randy. We went our way, he went his way. We get back to the office. I'm going to say sometime 2 or 2:30 in the afternoon, he calls me and says that Elizabeth had just called him and wanted to meet with him in 45 minutes at McDonald's in Carroll. We said, fine, we'll meet you in Auburn. So we met him at Sparky's in Auburn, and then we rehooked the wiring system back up. While we're between Auburn and Carroll, she calls him and says, meet me at Anytime Fitness. So that's ultimately where we ended up the second time.
And Randy again was wearing a wire?
Yes.
Okay. And he goes in, were you able to hear any of the conversation he had with Elizabeth?
Yes, again, it was a short conversation. She wanted to know if he had his phone. He said, yes, it's on his truck. And then we saw him exit or come out of the building, get into his truck, and walk back into the building. Then she's looking at his phone. You can hear her say, give me your phone. And then he grabs her phone, and they're arguing back and forth about, give me my phone, give me this, give me that. And then she makes some comment about something to the effect that for a guy who's being extorted, you don't seem too upset about it. And then she says, get out, and again, he left.
And you left, then what?
We left, and then the following day, been Wednesday, the 10th, he forwards me an email or a text message, something to the effect of, don't give Lizzie your phone, don't screw this up, something to that effect. So we decided that we would, if this extortion plot went through, there was a message about maybe meeting Saturday or Sunday, that we would set up a sting operation and follow this through and see what we can come up with.
And when's the next communication after that you had with Randy?
You come back into my office that Wednesday, and we talked briefly again about the whole case and what was going on. I wanted to make sure, honestly, that Randy wasn't involved, and that this just wasn't a plot, because initially it sounded like that maybe there was some text messages between Andy and Elizabeth that he found that was upset, and we wanted to make sure that, maybe he wasn't setting her up, because she had said, you're setting me up. So we wanted to be sure before we went any further that we weren't wasting our time.
And then after that?
After that, we didn't have any conversation until I believe it was that Saturday.
And what was the nature of that Saturday conversation?
That Saturday, he calls me late morning, I'm going to say 10:30 in the morning, and says, I got a text message, they want to meet tonight in Glidden at 7:30. In the meantime, between the Wednesday and the Saturday, we had set up surveillance teams in case that were to happen, so that we'd be ready to go. I asked Randy to be at our office. I think it was like 6 o'clock that night. We had our surveillance teams here ready to go. And Randy shows up. He provided us with $2,900 and $100 bills as bait money. We had acquired a GPS tracker during the week, and we decided to put the money in a GPS tracker in a bag and seal it in a black garbage bag, just like the extortionist had said to do. And again, we had our teams in place and we started towards Glidden.
After you get to Glidden, then what happened?
We were in Glidden, and then he gets either a text message or a phone call, I don't remember which one, saying, make it to Boone, Walmart and Boone.
So, Sheriff, let me back up for a second. From Sac City to Glidden is approximately how long does it take to get there?
I'm gonna say 30 minutes.
Okay. And you got to Glidden right around what time?
I'm gonna say somewhere around 7 p.m.
Okay. And after you guys arrived in Glidden, then what happened?
We're just, we had our surveillance team set up in different parts of the town because we really didn't know where this was gonna happen at. And he gets a message, I don't know if it was, I think it was a phone call saying meet me at Walmart and Boone. We then pulled our team in, and we had surveillance teams from different law enforcement agencies, so I wanted to make sure that they were able to go to Boone, so we met at the cemetery, and everybody said, yep, we're in. So I left and headed to Boone and meet up with the Boone police to bring them up to speed. And then once we made contact with them, then Randy left for Boone.
Okay. And after you guys arrived in Boone, do you recall approximately what time you arrived in Boone?
Not without looking at something, I don't. It would have been sometime around 8 o'clock, I'm gonna say.
Okay. And where at in Boone? Wow, it's a horrible question. Where were you set up in Boone once you arrived?
I set up on, there was like a country inn buffet or something. I was up there meeting with Boone Police and Boone County Sheriff's Office. Deputy Garrett was assigned to Randy Aschinger, and they were sitting in the Walmart parking lot.
Okay. And what happened next?
At some point, there's some phone conversations between Brian Aaron and I. He says the battery's going dead on the bug. He was having a hard time hearing what Randy was saying, so they go into Walmart to get some new batteries, and I think Randy had to use the facilities. And while they were in there, he gets a call giving him directions on where to go.
Now back up to the GPS. Explain to the jury, those that don't know, but what is a GPS tracker? How does that work?
We have access to a GPS, a global positioning system, and the system we were using, we have in-car computers in our cars, so we can monitor it, and you can set it up to do real-time tracking, or give you an update every 5 minutes, or every 10 minutes, or all sorts of things. So we had this system set up on real-time tracking so that we could look at our computer screen and see exactly where our GPS tracker was at. And it brings up a map of where you're at. So, you know, when you were looking at it, you knew you're at Highway 30 and Story Street and you were headed north. So we were able to track it that way.
And on that day that you used this, since April 13th, was the GPS device in good working order?
Yes, it was.
Okay. At what point do you activate, turn that on?
I believe we turned it on before we even left Sac City.
Okay. And if I missed it, could you explain again where you put that GPS tracker?
A GPS tracker was put in like a blue backpack, and then that blue backpack was tied into a black garbage bag.
And is that the same setup in which the money was put in?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so you're in Glidden, or excuse me, you're in Boone parking lot, Randy's in the parking lot. And what's the next course of action, or what happens next?
Once we figured out where the directions where he was supposed to go, we tried to get our resources put into place. Randy had left, and I was tracking him on the tracker. You could see him go up to Park Street, down to Park Street. He stopped for just a very short period of time, and then all of a sudden the GPS tracker shows it going down into this park. It was actually Herman Park is what we later found out it was. And you could see it moving down through the park. We were having communications issues, imagine that, but we were having communications issues communicating with the Boone Police on our radio frequencies. So we all converged on the park. We had 2 canine dogs that were trying to do a track. We probably had a half dozen cops in this park. We found the bag, we found the tractor, we found the money, but we didn't find any suspects.
Sheriff, I'm showing you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 10. Can you review that and tell me what it is? Excuse me, tell the jury what it is.
State's Exhibit 10 is the live tracker report. It gives the date and the time that the unit was activated, and it gives it the addresses, and it gives the latitude and longitude. There's several pages of that, and then on the back of this there are a couple maps that have circles with arrows, and that's the actual direction that the GPS tracker and the actual route it took.
And the several pages that you described at the very beginning, what does that show? I'm looking at an Excel spreadsheet that has a number of different columns and rows. What does each row show?
Well, the first row is a device, and that's the Iowa DPS new micro, and that's the name of they named this GPS tracker. We got the tracker through the Iowa Department of Public Safety. The other, next column is the date and time, which is going to show the date and the time that it's moving. Speed, it shows the speed. So when you're driving down the road, you can see how fast Randy was driving. The heading, which is the direction north, south, east, or west. The amount of time you were stopped, it has park time, that's how long you were idle. And then it gives you estimated addresses, closest addresses to where you're actually at. And then the final 2 columns are the latitude and longitude.
And all the items and information contained in State's Exhibit 10 were produced from software used in conjunction with the GPS tracker?
Yes.
Okay, and having reviewed these fairly and accurately depict the movements of the GPS tracker on April 13, 2013?
Yes.
State would move to offer State's Exhibit 10.
No objection.
Proceed.
So, Sheriff, at some point in time, Randy makes the drop. Approximately what time was that?
Sometime after 9 p.m. I mean, without looking at exact time, it was right around 9 p.m.
Okay, and then you observed the GPS tracker then doing what at around that time?
It's just a red dot. When it's stopped, when it's moving, it's green, and then when it's stopped, it's red, and there was just a red dot. Kind of reminds you like an octagon from a stop sign.
And you observed this red dot moving in what direction?
It was headed south. Well, the green arrows were moving south through Herman Park, and then when it stopped, it was red.
And this is after Randy had dropped the money?
Yes.
Okay. And then you indicated that it stopped?
Yes.
Well, what did law enforcement do then after it stopped?
We converged in the park to try to locate it.
And when you say converge, what do you mean converge?
Well, all the law enforcement units that were involved in the surveillance all went into the park,
Were you able to find, excuse me, go ahead, sorry.
and we searched the area.
Were you able to find the bag, the tracker?
Yes,
And where was that located?
underneath a tree.
Approximately how far in feet or yards from where the money was dropped?
It was about halfway through the park. It was dark. We didn't measure the distance from the road to where we found it.
Sure. But it had moved.
Right.
Do you recall how long it was on the move?
Just a very short time, a matter of minutes.
Okay. So you find the bag, you find the money, do you find that the person that was carrying it?
No,
And then in the course of converging, were there any incidents involving accidents with law? Okay, go ahead and explain that.
we had one of the Boone County Sheriff's Office, their canine car lost control and went down into a ravine and hit a tree, responding to this.
And was the deputy okay?
Yes,
Do you also have help via airplane?
yes, we had aerial surveillance as well.
Tell me what happens then after the unsuccessful attempt to capture the individual.
We left Boone, we returned back to Sac City. Believe 2 days later, been a Monday, I met with Randy Aschinger again, gave him his money back, we'd recovered his money. And then we started again subpoenaing more cell phone records.
And specifically, do you recall whose phone records you subpoenaed?
The cell phone number that Randy was getting these messages from, during the first subpoena, we determined that was an AT&T prepaid phone that had no subscriber information. We also subpoenaed Andy Menken's phone records. And then again, we extended our subpoena on those records.
Showing you what I identified as State's Exhibit 1. Can you tell the jury what that?
These are cell phone records of Andy Menken from February 1st, 2013, and they end on April 16th, 2013.
And what's that phone number?
319-404-5948.
Now, did you have that number?
Yes,
You had that in your personal phone?
Yes.
Why did you have it in your personal phone?
because Andy was a friend and we worked together, and sometimes we need to converse back and forth about work-related things.
Handing you State's Exhibit 2, already entered into evidence. Can you tell the jury what that is, please?
Number 2 is the subpoena records from the track phone, that 319-610-7398 phone.
Okay, when you say track phone, what do you mean by track phone?
It was the AT&T prepaid phone.
Okay, and I believe you said that there was no subscriber info connected to that.
That is correct.
What's the significance of that?
The significance of that is you can go to Walmart, Target, or any place and buy these and not have a record of who it belongs to.
The records contained in State's Exhibit 2 are those for the phone number that had been calling Randy
Yes,
as Bob Walters.
yes.
Following this Saturday, you continued your investigation. At what level, what happened next?
We, once we got the updated cell phone records, I really was interested in the cell phone usage for the night of the 13th. We received those records from Andy Menken's phone and from this AT&T phone. Once we got those records, we were able to generate a cell tower report, which shows exactly what cell tower the phones were being used at any given time.
And what did those records indicate?
For the night of the 13th, we could show that Andy Menken's phone was in Des Moines, Urbandale, up to Ames, and that it was used in Boone from 9 o'clock to 9:37 that night. And then the next record of his cell phone is like 2 hours later, and it's clear down on 141. And then we track it all the way across 141 all the way to Coon Rapids and ended somewhere around midnight. The AT&T phone we put in Ames at about 7:15 that night, and we also put that in Boone at about 8:43 that night.
And Sheriff, when you say you put it in there, what do you mean by you put it in there?
Cell phone records show the tower placement, that phone was using the tower in Boone and using a tower in Ames at that given time.
And in your experience in dealing with phone records and investigations, dumbing it down as best you can, how does the cell phone tower work? In other words, I'll rephrase that. You're saying that these records are hitting off towers in Boone, right?
Yes.
How do we know that they're not hitting off towers in Missouri?
Because when you use your cell phone, it hits the closest tower.
Okay.
And then that record, the cell phone companies maintain that record.
Oh, yes.
Sheriff, I'm showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 11. And State's Exhibit 12. Can you tell me what those two things are and identify specifically which is which?
State's Exhibit 11 is the cell phone tower report for the AT&T phone, and it shows that at 8:48 it was using a tower in Boone on April 13th. Prior to that, it was using a tower in Ames on April 13th at 7:17 p.m. State's Exhibit 12 is the cell phone tower placement report for Andy Menken's phone. And it starts at about 6:13 that night down in West Des Moines, and it puts him in Boone. I'm sorry, let me back up. Goes up through Ames at like 5 minutes to 7 that night. There's two towers hit, or two times it was hit. And then it shows it in Boone from 21:01, which is 9:01 p.m. to 9:37 p.m. in Boone. And then again, you'll see it goes down further south, starts at 11:23 p.m. And you can follow that all the way across 141 back to Coon Rapids.
So what appears to be a city is identified on the picture, those two exhibits. What is that? That's the city of Boone?
The city of Boone on Exhibit 11 and the city of Ames.
Okay, and then Exhibit 12?
Exhibit 12 has a bunch of cities.
Okay.
Has, looks like Des Moines metro area, Ames, Boone, Coon Rapids.
Okay. I'm going to have you mark on that. Your best penmanship, could you identify State's Exhibit 12 where Boone and Ames are? And if you could identify, oh, that's sufficient. 1 second. One last question about the record, Sheriff. In the boxes on which you indicated the calls were referenced on Exhibit 12, those contain a series of numbers. The first series being
The time,
in military time?
military time.
And is that Central Standard Time?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as the second part?
Not a clue.
Okay. That's okay.
If I had to speculate, I'd say they're tower numbers, but
Okay,
I
I
don't
don't want you speculating. And then the calls referenced on State's Exhibit 11, are those all Central Standard Time also?
Yes.
This time the state would move to admit Exhibits 11 and 12 into evidence.
No objection.
Received.
I want to show you State's Exhibit 1 and 2 again, which have been identified as Andy Menken's cell phone records as 1, and 2 is that prepaid AT&T phone, State's Exhibit 2. Those both in Central Time?
Yes.
Okay. Speaking of phone records, you compile them, you take in all this information. What happens next in this investigation?
Elizabeth Aschinger called and wanted to talk with me.
Did you speak with her?
Yes.
Did you interview her?
Yes.
Following your, do you recall approximately when you interviewed her?
No.
Okay. After that, then, did you have occasion to interview the defendant?
Yes.
Tell me how that came about.
I called Andy and said I needed to talk to him, and he agreed to come up.
Do you remember approximately what day that was?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Several weeks after?
Yes, it was after the 13th.
You interviewed Andy where at?
In the Sac County Sheriff's Office in interview room number 1.
Okay. And the recording devices in interview room 1?
Yes, there are.
What kind of recording devices?
Both video and audio recording.
And who participated in the interview of defendant?
Myself, Brian Arrett, and Andy Menken.
And you indicated the interview was recorded?
Yes.
How did the meeting with Andy Menken, the interview with Andy Menken, how did that come about and why?
We were wrapping up our investigation. We had the cell phone records from the 13th, and we had received our tower mapping. We knew from the very beginning that Randy Aschinger suspected Andy Menken as being involved in this. Our cell phone records show that Andy Menken was in Boone at the exact same time we were there on the night of the 13th. So we were concluding our investigation and wanted to wrap it up with an interview of Andy.
Prior to coming into court today, did you have occasion to review the video as well as the transcript to that video?
Some of it, yes.
Okay. Sheriff, I can't hand you the exhibit, but as you indicated, the interview was recorded.
Yes.
Okay. This time, the state would offer into evidence Andy Menken's recorded audio-video interview.
At this time, Your Honor, I am going to pose objection to playing the recorded interview of Andy Menken for the basic reason that I've seen it, and I don't notice that there's any indication that the sheriff or anyone in his department had read Mr. Menken's rights. He is given no understanding that he has the right to counsel. He has no understanding that he has the right to his protection from self-incrimination. He is placed in a small interview room with the door shut. There are two armed and uniformed officers standing around him, and I think under those circumstances, before his statements can be used in this court against him, he should have been given his Miranda rights.
You're assuming that the custodial relationship existed.
The circumstances indicate to me that a reasonable person could assume or have reasonable fear that they are being held in a custodial situation.
Wouldn't that have been appropriate for a motion to suppress?
It would have.
You chose not to?
At the time, I didn't know that the DVD was going to be played at this proceeding. I was given the DVD with the understanding that it's for my information.
Okay. Well, I think we're going to take a 15-minute break right now, and I'll see Councilman Chambers, so folks you can get up and relax, stretch a little bit, get a glass of water or something. We'll reconvene at 4:10.
Please stand.
Number 13, which is Andy Menken's interview with the sheriff, which he indicated he participated in. And the intention now is to play that interview, select portions of it for the jury to chime.
Prior to our break, Mr. Schulte voiced some objections based upon some information that he was uncertain about, and it's been cleared up, and I believe you're going to withdraw your objection. This should be on the record.
Yes, Your Honor, I withdraw the objection.
All right, so this shall be admitted without objection. True?
Yes.
All right.
Bright red and swollen, and Jesus Christ, and scratching on it all night, and then I just waited, and the doctor did for me and shut up, and he said, no, no longer daughter, and I went to daycare for a while, sleeping inside her. This was all, the patient, better girl or something, but talk a little bit of psoriasis went up, yeah, come on, we stopped good though, so.
Well, hey, Andy, thanks for coming up. Here's kind of the deal with going through this bullshit Aschinger fucking case. The short version is for some reason they just tell me you're involved in this because
You want to tell you, I'll tell you from start to finish my whole dealing with Elizabeth, and then you can ask any questions you want after that.
Go ahead.
I just want to give you the scoop from start to finish about how crazy these deals do. I probably, well, I go to the gym twice a day, so I'm there over an hour a night. So I've seen her for the last 2 years, or whatever, friggin' every forever with her since she got the gym on, you know. So, and then there's no rumors here found about her old man from Tony Morton used to work there. Tony was dating Elizabeth's twin sister at some point. I didn't know anything about that at the time, but I was like, get out of here, so I didn't know her that well. So then, just bullshit, for probably about a year or so, we were just bullshit at the gym. And then, she was talking about having all these issues with Steve. And I'd be one time, she invited us, about 3 or 4 guys from the gym, up to her place with Steve, and that's the first time I ever met Randy and whatever his wife's name, and then there's neighbors, there's a bunch of people up there to get together one up there. And they were all down at the Los Americas restaurant prior, and it was like 10:30 or whatever, and they're like, come on up, so we went up there, and everybody was just up, but Elizabeth was gonna take shots or something, and Randy got like really pissed about talking to all the people that say not talking to them. She ended up going in the back, like they were getting verbal like, just smart-ass comments, she went back, and I had my buddies make a phone call that we had a paid or something. I was uncomfortable with everything that was going on. I didn't know anything about shit, I guess that's probably a year and a half ago.
Is this at their house?
This is at their house, okay, yeah. And, that kind of went away, and I started asking, I said, what's up with, Steve and all that? She's like, oh, we're having problems, so on and so forth. And there really wasn't much of anything, and then she said she thinks we're married and shit. Now, first of all, I never touched her bra. I know everybody fucking thinks that's for her, I'm sorry, don't swear, I'm just like, never touched her, never kissed her, never anything. I wish I would have saved messages from a long time ago. She, like, at one point, probably 6-7 months ago, she was like, well, kind of school secret, I probably kind of like it a little bit, but I don't think I can keep the house. Just crazy shit about it. She's got to stay with Steve because of the money from Elizabeth's dad runs a business or whatever, and Steve works for Elizabeth's dad, and she's making shit at the gym, and so on and so forth. And I said, well, that's not anything that's going to happen, but she should have. I've taken her to the hospital 3 times for suicidal shit. I've talked to Elizabeth's mom. She's called me on the phone and said, take her down because if you don't, she's going to do shit. And introduced her to my doctor to get her help for her depression and all that shit like that. I've driven her to Des Moines to a psychologist, an counseling session on Burlington Road, because she's suicidal shit all the time about all this crap that's going on with Steve about rape. She called me one time about 11 o'clock at night, probably. I bought the house and it's been a while, but I can't put a date on, but she called me and said, text me and says, call her and say, there was like a code word or some shit. I go, what's going on? She said, Ray's driving around drunk, he's trying to get in the house. I go, so who the hell is this going to do? She goes, just call him and we'll take care of it. So I call this number, a woman answers, and I just said, hey, I'm Elizabeth's friend, I'm just supposed to call you inside of what the hell the word was. It was something just like that. She goes, okay, we'll take care of it. That's all I heard of it. So the next day, I'm like, whatever. So on that way down to the counseling session, I was like, what the hell is this deal? I said, why is this your father-in-law acting crazy and shit? And she had some text messages and I Elizabeth had a relationship or something. She always denied any type of relationship. But then it just kept like spiraling and shit. And then when Steve was out of the house, she would like randomly say, oh, I'm going to go down to the bar or something, down and talk. So it's shit bullshit about what's going on with Steve randomly. Why does Steve tell her dad, or his dad, what the fuck's going on and all this stuff like that? This is crazy. It's nuts. So then she was pissed off. Steve came down to beat asses at night and picked her up. And she threw a fit that night, didn't want to do them. And there's definitely times just in conversation and everything where Randy owns, or is a silent partner in the gym. The investment or something, I don't know how much money you're going to do it for or whatever, and there's supposed to be 200 stuff. And then something about him trying to screw her out of some money about something, I didn't remember what it was about. It was something about screwing some money out about something. And then she goes, well, I got it. And I said, what? And she goes, she looks on the table and she's at the gym and she throws out an envelope and there's $5. I said,
I don't know that. Was it this year or last year?
The last 6 months. Okay. I don't know if it was in 2013 or if it was in 12, but it was the last 6 months. Okay. Something about she owed money or whatever, and he came up with $1,000, and she said, so no, it's $5,000, and he came back with an envelope. I saw the envelope. And then one of the times I've been up there, when she's had all these, she had all these, like, anxiety things. One time I took her down when her mom called. She had to get a shot in her rear and a bunch of pills and shit. And I know it was black. I need doctor stuff because they said, "Are you husband?" I said, "No, I'm her friend." And then she's like planning for this whole divorce thing, and she's got this safe in her house that she hides from Steve. She's probably got fucking $16,000 in it. Afterwards, she gets the money from her house and saves it. But so that. Just little things, and then one morning I was sitting, one afternoon I was locked out of my house. I had my phone on so I was sleeping on a couple day. Probably 3:30 in the afternoon, it was probably 2 months ago maybe. I wake up, she's standing over top of my bed in my room. She goes, thank God I didn't have him with a girl. I gotta talk to you about Randy. He's up to this shit again, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, the fuck are you doing in there in the first place? I mean, you can't come to my fucking house. I'm sitting there, supposed to be kids or something, you know, whatever. Then she's sitting there bawling, and she makes phone calls to somebody else talking about it, but then she would be like, he comes in the gym, and I'll be in the gym. He'll walk in and shut the door. They'll go out and meet to have these conversations. They'll go like to Walmart parking lot, or they'll go to McDonald's parking lot.
Randy and her.
Yeah, and like I go, why don't you do it here in the gym? Why do you want to leave? Because I want to be alone. I want to be in a public place. I'm afraid, blah, blah, blah. This is weird. And then he came in, I don't know, it was probably, but this was probably in the last 2 months. He came in the gym, and I was in there left, and I saw him walk in. That's only the second time I've ever seen him. The first time I saw him was at the house, that get-together. And then he came in, and I asked, and she was all worked up when she left. And I said, look how that here. Well, you gonna have Andy kick my, he was around his mouth. Are you gonna have Andy kick my ass now? Kick me out of here because they're trying to talk to you? I was like, Jesus Christ, I never talked to the guy. Never even spoke a word. I don't know his wife. I know Steve. But Steve was telling him that I was fucking her. I never even touched her.
Here's where your name pops into this. And, you know, apparently, Stephen told mom and dad that, when was that, like St. Patrick's Day weekend, Stephen finds some text messages on Elizabeth's phone from you that were sexual in nature, and then Stephen tells mom and dad, and Randy goes down and confronts her. So, I mean, that's how your name kind of got dropped in it. But,
now, I've had conversations about girls I've been with. We talk about, that might be the only thing. Because I've been dating people. I've got to the point where I told her I'm dating. She knows I've been dating.
you kind of gave me a little history on kind of Elizabeth, but what do you know about this case that we're working on now?
Just what she told me.
And what has that been?
She just said something. She told me one time, she goes, somebody did something to Randy, asked for money or something, and then the IRS is involved, tracking her stuff, and she just told me all this crazy shit about IRS and stuff like that, and I'm like, what money? She goes, somebody asked Randy for money. I said, okay. Then I like laughed about it with my mom. That's probably, I don't know. I said, like, how many people know about all this shit that's going on with you guys? And that's been the end of it. And then she came over the house, she was like, that day she came over the house, she's like, Randy keeps pressuring me about this shit, about money or some shit like that. I'm like, what everything else is going on? I said, what are you getting at? Because I told her to go to Kaler. I wrote him down to Kaler. I said, you need a restraining order or some shit on this, if they're making stuff up and everything else like that. So she went to jail. I don't think she ever got the restraining order, but I called Jeff and said, look, there's some crazy shit going on down here. And I said, talk to her, and I gave her Jeff's number, and she's on Kaler. As far as any details, I don't know about what the case or whatever it is, but.
Well, kind of the short version is and again, this is where your name gets timed out for whatever reason. After Randy tells Elizabeth about his supposed text messages that Stephen says use Elizabeth, then he starts getting these text messages and these phone calls from this 319-610-7398 number. Is that number ring a bell to you? Have you ever seen that number before? No. And anyway, so during this, they're talking about, the guy says, you know, I know what you're doing to your daughter-in-law, you're a sick funk. You can take out $10,000 a day for the next 5 days. The IRS get hinky about it. I'll get with you on Wednesday and we'll meet Saturday or Sunday, blah, blah, blah. So, they come to us on April 8th, I think, the day it all started. He got a call earlier in the morning from this 319 number, he claims. And the message was kind of weird, because he was talking about some farm ground that this guy had that was coded as a dude to get rid of it, the cash rented out or something. And he says, I'll call you back later. And then about 1 o'clock that day, he gets these calls, and then he starts getting some text messages. One of them he got was, you know, Honestly, first of all, I thought, yeah, you fucker, you're just making this shit up. But he sent, right where Brian sent him that day, this text message about, one of the threats was that somebody tapped him with his phone, he was getting copies of all his text messages. And then it says, you know, just to prove you something, things are a little slow, I see you try to call Mark a couple times. And he got that when he sent me with me. So that was kind of weird, but, so anyways, we went as far as the sting operation on April 13th. Didn't get anywhere with that, but, do you know, that's the kind of question, Andy, but where were you at on April 13th, you know?
It was a Saturday night. How many weeks ago was that? This weekend was not a city. Yeah, I was here that one. Recitals and wrestling tournaments.
Okay, April 13th. April 13th, we've been here that Saturday night.
So it's been 3 weeks ago. I don't know, discussion backwards here. One, I would have been, I didn't think I had the kids with me. I'll look back at my deal to see if I had the kids, but the 13th may have been when my ex-wife and I took the kids down to, it was probably, we took the kids down to International Pizza Company down there for the day.
Where's that at?
You know, yeah, we went down, and we bought, we went shopping, and then we were there all day, we're supposed to play things. I don't know if my phone went the day on the pictures down there. International pizza joints in Riverdale on 86th Street. Really, go-karts and mini golf and shit like that. Yeah,
I've never heard of it.
Pizza stuff, but kids enjoyed it.
So how long were you down there then?
Middle of the afternoon. No, yeah, after lunch till 6 or 7, and then we ate supper, and then came back, Carol.
So you rode down with her?
We went down, we rode cars down there together. I had a girl, my girlfriend, Amy, let's see, we parked at Sam's Club. We followed each other there, parked at Sam's Club, and then I was gonna see if I was gonna go with her, and she was gone, so we just drove back, we followed each other back home. We drove down to Sam's Club in Haynes. I dropped my car off. Went to the pizza company thing, and Ray dropped me off. We went to supper first, take that back. We went to supper, and then went to the car, and then we followed each other back home.
Okay.
We were home by like 9.
Okay,
So I was on call that weekend too.
you followed Rach down to the car, and you guys come back up and eat. Where'd you eat at that night?
Wallabies and Ames. The spring game was that weekend was packed. We always go to every park, but it's like bar, it's out, it's just past campus, it's there on Lincoln Way, and then there's a Wayne Place strip mall, maybe, and then there's this Wallabies place, it's a sports bar type of
So something dangerous for it.
But it's just a chicken park, man. That's what I'm saying, we want to go there, it was 45 minutes late, an hour late, so, and then text the girl off was late, hopefully had a screening down there, so then I and then went home, because we had a whole lot of time with the kids were tired.
Okay, so you followed them back then?
Yep.
Did you guys stop them along the way?
Nope.
I'm trying to get back and Carolyn, did you?
9:30, 10 probably. 9, even 9, yeah.
Between 9 and 10?
Yeah. We got Paige that night too, I remember in the way home, they were not feeding each other in the hall. I still remember that.
So what happens when you get Paige? Do you have a call
Woodbury County. He's like, no. So we didn't place with him. So I had to call Brian and talk to him.
Is he with Fort Aspen?
No, Brian's the JCO that had his kid under. I called him on the cell phone.
Oh, okay.
To see if we wanted to place him or not. It was like 12-year-old kid, so I didn't know what was going on.
So you just took care of that driving on the road?
Yep.
She stopped the balloon on that night, April 13th?
Yep.
No. Let's see. Do you ever call Randy?
I didn't know his number. I don't even know. I don't know where he was.
Yeah. That day, and I'm trying to go back here, sir, did you say you saw Randy in there that day? He was going to come up to confront you, or is that what she said, or that day?
He was in there.
You saw him in there that day?
That was one of those deals where they went met at McDonald's, or they went met at being at Walmart, or whatever the hell it is, and then he came into the gym, and she goes, did you stand? And they shut the door in one of those little rooms, and then she's like, when she soon came in here, I go, that's what I thought it was. This girl was over 11, I wasn't paying attention and walking under. I saw a guy standing there with a cap on and a coat, and I figured that's who it was, because I'd only seen him one time prior.
Did she tell you that she took his phone that day?
Yeah, somebody she took his phone and then deleted something or whatever at McDonald's or wherever they met, because she wanted the check mark or some shit like that. But she said she tried taking his phone and deleting it or something. Because she said she's got a separate phone that has all these messages on it from Rick that are sexually aggressive or something.
Have you ever seen that phone?
She's seen it all. She's got both. She's got two phones. She carries two phones with her all the time. Unless she's got a different one, I don't know. But she's got two phones all the time. Two iPhones. But I don't know what. She's got two iPhones. I don't know which one it is that has it on there. But she's got two separate numbers. I don't have the other number.
So she claims she's got some bonus messages on there that
From Randy, yeah, a bunch of them.
all right. So what'd you say she's deleted that because of Mark? Is that what?
But there's something like it. She goes, I took the phone and I looked at the messages, and then she goes, Randy wasn't supposed to call the gym. This was all about the same. She wasn't supposed to call. She made it clear that she went to see Kaler.
Yeah.
And Randy called back to Elizabeth and told Elizabeth, she thought I was fucking lying, and she said, and then I called Kaler back again that night because Randy said, told me when to talk to Kaler about shit like that. And then Elizabeth calls me and says, and that was at Ray's house, and I was going to answer the phone, but she goes, Randy called me and told me it was Kaler and says, all taken care of, it's just fucking done, no problem, the fuck deal. So I called Jeff is still at work. I said, Jeff, did Randy ask you to come in? He goes, I don't even know who the fuck he is. I said, I don't even know who the hell he is. I said, so, he didn't talk to you? Because Elizabeth just told me he knows quite a bit about this. I gave Elizabeth his number. I said, this fucking shit's crazy. I said, you can go and talk to him. And then, Elizabeth calls Kaler right after that. I said, you can call Kaler back. And then Elizabeth calls me. She goes, that motherfucker lied. Never went down and talked to Kaler about anything. But there was some shit about that. And then she kept saying that she was getting calls from blocked numbers at the gym. And it was him because when she looked at the phone call, it had blocked phone *67 and the gym's number on there. So he was blocking the number trying to call the gym.
Have you ever talked about Frank and Randy to Elizabeth?
Fucking wanted to beat the shit out of him. Just wanted to beat the shit out of him and saying, I told him, I said, I asked him for his number. I said, I'd love to call him because he's always talking shit about me all the time. And I'd love to call him and say, if you had something to say, he never would, but he never did. But
He never would, or you never called him?
I never, she would never give his number. She never gave his number. But I think sometimes like the guy keeps talking shit in my front and say, if you got something fucking say it. But she never do it. And I was gone that was right before I went to Vegas.
Yeah, heard you went to Vegas. When did you go there?
You have to look back in town. There was a Kid Rock concert going on in the end of March, I Derek Taylor, my buddy that played Iowa, he lives out there in Kansas for a living, so he's bordering a week home, so he drove back, he spoke, and then I rode out with him, and then like $120 ticket way back on the Tuesday, I sat out there for a week to just pissed around at shows and different things like that, so that was about that time, and then when I got back, it was when she saw me all this crazy shit was going on.
So did you may not see the falls much anymore?
My brother was there.
Were you there like on April 2nd by chance?
Was that state wrestling?
Hmm.
I don't know about that. I would look at my work, if I had my work, then I'd be able to tell you about the kids. I have no idea about April 2nd.
Been a Tuesday, April 2nd.
Never. I would have been up there for them during the week.
Were you working that week? Or are you still on vacation?
I might have been like, what's the last week of March?
The last week?
Because the concert was on Friday. If you can Google the concert, I can tell you when. The concert was on Friday night. I think I left the 29th and came back Thursday the 4th, and then didn't have work on the 5th. I stayed at home. I'm almost positive that was it. If you Google Omaha and West Center, and the Kid Rock concert was, I was in Vegas out there. Because Rach and I were out there at the same time. Everyone and I and Rach were out there, and she had a bunch of friends and her cousin out there.
So the Kid Rock concert was where?
West Center,
I know, okay, so you guys were that together, or Rich was out in Vegas with you?
No, Derek and I went, but Rach went with a bunch of her friends.
Oh.
I ended up meeting up outside, walking outside, just playing. And then I left that next day, the following day, we drove up, or drove out to Colorado the first night. No, we left, Friday night was the concert. We stayed, Saturday night, we left about 4 o'clock, so I parked my car at the airport, and then we drove out to Colorado, Denver, Colorado the first night, and then got out to Vegas like 4 that afternoon, not later that, like 8 that afternoon. Then we lodged, got up the next day, it was in Gold's Gym, I was out there till Thursday. And then Friday I had a PDR. I took Friday off, but I came into this PDR for a court case. I mean, the shooter shit on Manning and Kemper that the kid shot in the.
So I got a flat out ask you not involved in this?
Absolutely not. It's just crazy.
Yeah. In a way? Okay. All right. Andy, here's the deal. We're at the very end of the investigation. We're done with our investigation. And our investigation clearly shows that you're the one who's been extorting Randy. And that's why we're here today.
Okay.
So what's going on?
Nothing has nothing to do with it.
Here's the deal. I'm not going to bullshit you. No bullshit me, okay? You were in Boone on the 9/13 from 9 o'clock to 9:37, including the cell tower records. Okay?
Page.
These are calls from your phone going out. You say you didn't stop and do it.
How about I got page that forwarded by the ski lift.
So we can put you in Boone from 9 to 9:37. This phone number I showed you, also we can put him in Boone at the same time. Okay? You called Randy on your personal cell phone. You dialed his number back on April 2nd. And like you entered it in your phone, kept saying to save it. We got all that on record.
I've never had Randy.
It's on your phone. I'm not bullshitting you. I mean, I don't want you digging yourself in the fucking hole. All right? You can understand that. I mean, you're my friend. This is very uncomfortable for both of us at this point. You know, the same time phone call was made from Ames. At the same time you were in Ames, same cell tower. You know, you didn't get home at 9 or 10 o'clock because you're hitting cell towers down by Glidden at 11 o'clock then. So the question is, where did you go from the time you left Boone until you got back home?
No, we were on southbound. I went down on Madrid and took 141 home.
Why would you do that?
It's good.
So you didn't follow Rachel straight home?
Not straight home. We went up to 80.
You know, you put puzzles together for a living too.
Mm-hmm.
I put puzzles together. We all know we have little missing pieces of the puzzle, and we know what it says. And you know now that we know what the hell happened. The question is, you know, do you scrap the money or what? I mean,
I didn't do anything.
and
I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
we have conversations that only between you and Elizabeth that get sent to Randy right afterwards, like Lizzie's phone. Don't give Lizzie your phone again. Be cool, bud. Or it goes up 5,000. We'll probably meet Saturday night, tell you where, quit being dumb, just get the money. Don't give your phone to Lizzie again. You're the only person that knew she gave you the phone. You're the only person.
No.
Now, according to her, you are. And then there's another one about she only told her she called Mark. And you sent a text, just a little proof to make a believer out of you. It takes a bit for my phone to update, but I see you tried calling Mark a couple times. Be careful, mistakes now will cost you $5K. Let's stay cool, or let's stay at the 5555, okay, bud? You know. What about the bag that you open in the park? You know, suppose your fingerprints are going to be on the bag?
I hope they are. I would love to see my fingerprints and everything.
So then if your fingerprints are on, it puts you right there.
Absolutely would. There won't be shit on there.
Did you wear
Whatever
gloves?
bag there is.
Did you wear gloves?
I didn't do anything.
We're beyond that. We're beyond that. Save some face, man. You fucked up.
No, I didn't. I didn't do anything.
You fucked up. Maybe you got it.
I didn't do anything.
You know, you did things you wouldn't normally do.
I didn't do anything.
Our evidence shows that you did.
Everything's wrong.
It can't be wrong. It's all your cell phone records. It's all your cell phone records.
I don't have Randy's number.
I'll show you. I'm not lying to you, Andy. I'm not making this shit up. My gut's been killing me all fucking weekend about this. This is your personal cell phone records. You called him on the 8th, right when all this shit's going on, from your phone, there's his phone number. You dialed his number from your phone. You can't get past that. We can't get past that. Then you flip back here, and we got cell tower records all the way from when you were in Des Moines, in Urbandale, all the way up. I got all your text messages. This book is 240 pages of text messages that you were sending. So I know everything you did that day. I know everything you did that day. You know, I mean, I racked my brain, and said, all right, Andy, you know, he's just helping out, he's being a friend, trying to give her advice. And the more we get into this, then we start getting these records, and, you know, we get your cell phone conversations, we get text messages. You know, I know you sent 500 messages to this, was it Chris Post? I know Chris Post. I don't know. This guy right there, that 641 number,
Chris Post. I have no idea who Chris Post is.
Well, you're sending text messages all night. You met him at Ames. Met him for dinner. You were gonna go to the Texas Roadhouse.
I was busy.
Yeah, that's where you were gonna go.
I was all busy.
Back then, but initially that's where you were gonna go. How do you explain all this? One or two things, you know, I beat this up. I played devil advocate the whole weekend. All right, so, let's say he had a legitimate purpose to be in, but he stopped at a friend's house for a half hour. Okay, I can take that, but then I got this phone call to Randy on the 8th, right, or the 8th, April 8th, when all this is starting from your phone. How do you explain that? I mean,
I don't know how to,
and you know, I mean, you that. If you were sitting in my shoes, you'd be doing the same thing. You know, I know you're paying $800 a month in child support. I know you got a civil suit coming up. This is easy money. You know, she was ratting, she was telling you all sorts of things about this guy. And you took advantage and you thought, all right, I'll never get caught. You know, you go and you get a track phone and you don't think we'd search. My only question is who's the other 515 number that's a track phone you were calling?
505.
There's another number. Your track phone was only calling Randy Aschinger.
Track phone.
You did.
No, I didn't.
Where's it at?
I don't have one. I don't know. I didn't buy that.
So what am I supposed to think? I mean, when you look at all this, what am I supposed to think, Andy? Huh?
It probably looks like I'm guilty.
It does. You know it does. I mean, we've given you enough without showing our whole fucking card. You know, I mean, here's your chance, man. Explain to me why. I mean, I can understand people down in the dumps. People do things they're not normally do. You know, what's going on? Convince me I'm wrong. I don't think you can, because I played every freaking scenario. Explain to me. Tell me what's going on. What's out of it?
This is going to be super hard. I didn't do any of this. I'll tell you that. I didn't know about it, nothing until
I don't like backing you in the corner, man.
I know you don't, man. I
Shoot me straight.
oh. It's gonna fuck my best friend. I'm not gonna shoot you straight because I'm not gonna be wasting any time on this. Start taking notes.
Yeah.
I never had an assumption of what was going on about anything until that night in Vegas. I had, the 641 number isn't that lost guy.
Okay.
It's my old roommate,
Okay.
Jason Heffelmeier.
From Cedar Falls.
He just lived there. He lived in Carroll for a number of years. He was a bird owner.
You know, matter of fact, it's Green White Hospital, right? Okay.
He was my conversation, like I was like call him and say, listen to this bunch of shit. He's like my best friend, so I was talking all this shit all the time. The day, so I never told him, I mean, it was just like, look at this shit, dude, this is what's going on. There are a lot of conversations about different chicks and things and whatever, different things like that. And he'll tell you the same thing. I told him all that shit that was going on, he would ask me for Randy's number. And that's when I said, she won't give it to me. There might even be a text heading to that 641 number and said, I go, she's not going to give it to me. She won't give it to me. I'm almost positive there's probably a text in there somewhere. About the time I went to Vegas, about that time. I was never in Cedar Falls on the second or anything like that. But I didn't fucking have anything to this shit. It was, so the conversations that I was having on a daily basis about this shit, all the crazy shit that's going on and everything like that, he was plotting my desk the whole time. He's the one that's struggling for money. They just got married and his wife doesn't have a job and shit like that. And so we went down. I was Vegas and came back. He called me, asking me what's up with what's going on with this stuff or whatever. I never called her because he did. But he ended up, he texted me early in the week. I did go with my kids and my ex-wife down to that pizza place. And he just said he wanted to meet me for supper. And I said, what's this all about? He doesn't want to meet me for supper or whatever. So he's the one that's checking her out on all these different places. No clue about any of this shit that was going on. And so we got Donnie, he made a phone call, he left and made a phone. I go, where did he go? He was why he made a phone call. And then it was not going to take care of something. So we were just sitting down beers. I told him I want to call, so I couldn't have anything to drink. So I went with the kids all day. And I figured just why owe him $1,800 like stuff in the house, furniture, and different things like that. And I paid him $200 that day for, I paid him $200 a month for, like, he left the washer dryer, he left, I bought a bed for my kid and all that shit like that. He was pissed off pretty bad when he showed up. I think he'd been drinking all day. And then Rachel and I were there because we were kind of working things out, whatever, talking to him, and we left. My car driver went. The only time I was in the room was when I stopped to call. I got paged. No, I take that back. We left just all that up and we left the stuff, but I left. Or I left, I came back to the trunk, and he had mentioned the shit that was going on. He told me that
Any names?
yeah. Well, we were driving. I said, where are we going? And he goes, we're going to go to Glidden or some shit. I'm like, what the fuck are we going to Glidden? Why does it go home? No idea what the fuck's going on prior to that. And then while we're driving, he was pissed off, and he goes, you know all that shit with Elizabeth? And I said, yeah. He said that he was contacted, and he told me about the whole farm thing, that he called Elizabeth's number, or he called Jim's number. I don't know how, I can't explain why Ray's number's on my phone. I can't. I don't know if she could give it to me. I can't. I think that the number was that he called the gym and said, hey, I'm so-and-so's. This is what he told me. It's not I know this. I didn't know this until that night. And he said, I've been with Randy. I go, hey, what the fuck are you doing? I've been talking with Randy about this. Or excuse me, I'll rewind. He said he called Elizabeth the gym one day and asked for, probably when I was in Vegas, to ask for Randy's number. And no, I did ask Elizabeth for Randy's number at one point. And that's probably what I did, and she gave it to me at the gym. You can look, I never called it from since then. But anyway, he had that brief explanation I threw in my numbers because that was a drop phone that James bought in Cedar Falls. He lives up there. April 2nd, the only way I'd be more close to that might have been, I think it was through AT&T, because he told me he didn't have to sign for it or anything. I don't know what he did with it. He said that he called the gym and asked about, hey, I know you're Brandy Aschinger's stuff, or daughter-in-law or some shit like that. He said, there's a plot of land. He told me his whole story over there on the way while we were driving. Okay. That's how he got the number, and then they got the number or some shit, and supposedly he called. I don't know a ton of the details on it, because he told me that shit that night, like the fucking very second. And he so he got the number. I'm sick from this shit, so it was barely. He got the number, and then had been calling him and texting him. Because the day I was in the gym, Elizabeth will vouch for this. The day I was in the gym, when she said somebody was jacking him for money or something, I ran outside on the phone. I was like, holy fuck, dude, somebody's fucking, like, getting after it with Randy or whatever. It was fucking hilarious. I was standing right outside the gym. It was probably 1 or 2 in the afternoon, maybe. I wouldn't know what day it was. It was during the week. And he said something to me, you don't get me or something like that. I'm like, no. I said, fucking somebody's jacking, bro. That's fucking hilarious. And then he said, we just joked about it. That's what
You call him or text?
I called him from the gym. Well, on my phone. I called him from the 611 number. I called him from the phone, but I don't know what day it was. I couldn't tell you if it was before or after Vegas. It was in the middle of the afternoon sometime. Probably right after lunch. But I don't know what day it was. But he just like, he didn't say anything about it. He just, well, it's fucking hilarious, blah, blah, blah. And then Elizabeth was like, do you know what's going on, blah, blah, blah. I said, no, I just talked to Jay. I go, I talked to Jay a little bit about the shit that's going on. She's like, well, bring it up more. I said, well, I already did. I just told her I didn't. And then I got back from Vegas. He asked me for Randy's number for him from Vegas, and I think my text will say, if you get interested in me, she's not going to do it to me. And that's why he called the gym when, because she wouldn't give me the number. He asked for the number, because he said he just wanted to fuck with her. Like say, the fuck you trying to do great? You know, and all this shit like that. He was trying to, he knows her. He was at the gym for a while, he knew Elizabeth. And so, he goes, that was his intention. I said, what do you need a number for? He said he wanted to call him fucking Brady from an outside number and just say, fuck you, I know what you're doing, blah, 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 blah. So, let's see, and then he said that not that afternoon, he goes, no, I don't know, it was $40. And that would have been, I can't remember, it must have been before I went to Vegas. So, then that night, when we were at the pizza thing, he goes, I want to see the kids and shit. And so, that's why I said, I found the kids tonight, whatever, and I thought I'll hang out and talk or whatever. Because I told him that, you know, Rachel and I were working on things and different things like that, and I was kind of screwed up with that, but I didn't have any beers or anything. I just was sitting there talking to them, and then they were driving, drinking great Smirnoffs, grape Smirnoffs. And we were driving, and he started spilling his guts about all this shit. This is what I was doing. He called him earlier in the week and said meet him at Glidden or something, and then said something about meeting in Boone or whatever. And then he flat out fucking said, he goes, you want to have this? Or he went out and was telling me, dude, you got to get the fuck out of here. And he was drunk. And I went back to my car. He drove me back off my car. And that was about the end of it. He was texting me little things here and there. And called. I didn't get Paige. And it'll be, he talked to Brian and Tim too, so I got Paige. And they told I had a judge and all that shit like that. So it was, when I left, I went through Boone. obviously.
What phone were you using when you did
My
your?
regular one. I never had any other phone behind it.
Okay.
No.
So, do you ride over Boone with him?
We drove over there, like, drive deep over there, and I'm like, we got about to drove around for a little bit, just talking, and I was like, Jay, this is a fuck, I go, who's gonna fucking come back on, Jay? It's gonna come back on me. I said, all this fucking shit I told you about, it's gonna come back on me. I said, it's not cool. I said, you're over in fucking Cedar Falls and all this shit. If you wanna do what you gotta do what you gotta do, whatever fucking reason. Like I said, it's gonna come back on me. And I just because I shared this information about it, I didn't think it would go off and fucking crazy or whatever the fuck it was. And so he goes, you want out of this? I said, dude, I can't fucking do this. I said, first of all, I'll fucking call. I said, no, what? I go, what's 50 fucking grand to do from you and me? I said, I don't need, I said, I can't, I'm not gonna go to fucking jail. I'm not gonna do a shit like that. So we turned around, he drove me back to my car, and I drove back, and I said, you can do whatever you want. I don't really want to fucking, I don't want any part of this shit. And then when I was driving back, I pulled over by the ski lift. That's where I got Paige at. I can't remember what it was between 9 and 9:30. We left the restaurant probably 8:15 maybe. We called a few times. He was swearing like crazy, and then he said that he went to he told Ray to go to some fucking road, and I don't know where or what, or anything. I didn't ask any questions about that. And then he said that she showed up or something in a white vehicle or something, and because he was just fucking rambling. And he said something about that he had to run like crazy, like he was hauling ass throughout when I talked to him. I said, you in fucking trouble? I said, what the fuck's going on? I said, you in trouble, whatever? Because I don't know when the cops came. And I said, what the fuck happened then? You know, and then he goes, well, I fucking dropped everything in that bag you're talking about. His person, you know, I didn't know it. I didn't know he had a bag. Well, that's what he said. He said he couldn't get something that was like a school bag or something. He couldn't get the damn thing open or whatever the fuck it was. And he took his gloves off to do something with the bag. And I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, Jay, and blah, 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 blah. I didn't want to go back anywhere, so I'm fucking driving around paranoid as fuck, thinking he's going to get thrown in jail, whatever the fuck the deal is. He gotta go. So that was the end of it. And then I'm like fucking driving around. That's why I was driving around back here at Madrid, like all those fun, that deal I was driving around, shit my pants. I had to hear from him for quite a while. I was like, oh my God, this fucker's done. And then I was down by Madrid, so in the back of my mind, I was thinking, well, if they think it's fucking me, I told them this, it's going to be like they're looking for my fucking car. I said, I'm not going to get fucking yanked over on some bullshit. So that's why I went south by Madrid and took 141 on them. And then I got home and he called me about halfway through and said he left the shit in the middle of some field and went back to the car and got paranoid. And because he goes, I left, because I brought a bag along or something to put him in. And he said I left it out there. And so he left him to get that bag. Because he said he couldn't get the thing open and took his gloves off and he would not get that bag. And then he said he went back there to get it and he said everything was gone. And that's why I asked him. I said, you gonna go home okay? And he said he was going to stay at the Oliver and fucking hotel there. There in Boone. And that was the end of it. When I went home.
What's he driving from Commit?
Yeah, his wife's brother. I never see it. It's all state police. It's a great little gray thing. He had a good pickup, but he's got a gray Dodge.
That night, what was he in?
That car, I don't know, a Hyundai or some, I have no idea. It's the first time I ever see her.
Was she with you?
No. Who? His wife?
His wife.
Who? I used to do all that the way over on that drive, and I was saying, yeah, he had to last me, because he wanted to know, I can't fucking do this shit. I can't find any part of this. I
So
want,
what's the settlement number then?
I have no idea. I don't know, you haven't shown me, I'll tell you what it is, I don't know what the 505 is though. Unless it's my on-call page number. I don't know, I don't think I know this 505.
On this track phone.
Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea. You got him on that. I have no idea about what he did on the track phone. I have no idea. I don't know what he did with it. I have no idea. I have no idea. I've never asked any questions about it. I have no idea.
Who's 571-2831?
No idea. Well, okay, it's $4 or something.
You died then.
Oh, I did?
Yeah.
You're one of the officers.
573-1410.
That was the page that night. So I had to call Grabbers, I had to call, I didn't have my phone, and it probably once Brian complained to JCO, and he called me back, I think. Because I had page. I mean, that has to be the officer, and that has to be the law enforcement center, and that has to be the Grabbers people. That's my page. But that was in the flip phone?
No, that's true.
Oh, yeah, I don't know about it. Well, he ever got it. I'll bet money that's for the page that night. To the LEC and to, well, I can't remember the officer's name, but. No, it was probably 3 different calls, because I had to call Brian McClure first.
I'll take it that. I don't say I get a phone, but
I can go to my car and do my cell phone, type up Brian McClain's number, he's JCO, and tell you his number. So I had to call, I got a page from the LEC, and then I called the officer back on his cell phone, I believe. I got a page from the LEC saying that there's a 12-year-old kid that's a teammate that's out of control. No, it wasn't around here, it was at the shelter. I was at the shelter. I got to take him out. It was somewhere in Fort Dodge. I got page, and then I called Brian first. I said, let me call JCO. The officer said something about Brian McClain was going to lock this kid up. He's from Woodbury County. And then I said, oh, Brian was story on this kid. He goes, well, I was on call last week, and he charged him with assault and wanted to remove it. It was only a simple assault, so we couldn't do it. Then I called back, either the LEC or the number the officer gave me, I called back, and then told him disregard because Brian would take care of him on Monday. So anything was a 505 number that night with it regarding the page. I have his cell phone number, it's on my phone.
where's he on?
Fort Dodge. He was just a JC on charge of the night when he did it.
Anything else?
No, that's the whole deal. Right. I should till that night, I told him, this fucking stupid Jay, because you're fucking 200 miles away, and she's the only one that, I'm the one that knows conversations with, about Mark, and a situation like that, about, because I did, like when she was on the phone, she said, Randy called Mark or whatever, and started talking about the shit. I was like, I don't know if I text her or call. I said, don't believe this shit. Now he's calling fucking Mark. Like that, he was interested in it. He made it sound like he was, what's going on with the liver? So when I was talking about it, because he always thought I was screwing her. I said, I'm not touching her. I'm not having sex with her. I said, it's just fucking crazy to be in the hospital. So we talk every day. It wasn't like, we talk every day about dogs, or if he's got a dog business, or he he's on the road constantly. He works for a company that he's in Pennsylvania or he's in Missouri and shit like that. So then he we'll call every day. We'll talk this bullshit every day. We'll talk about the kids or something.
You were in that, Jason?
Yeah.
What do you call him?
I call him Jay. It's Jason. I call him Jay forever.
We'll be right back. You use the header again?
No, no.
All right.
Maybe clarify some things for us. That Jason that night, how did you get together with him? I mean, how did you hook up?
Well,
I mean, how did he come into the picture? Because you said you were going to meet your ex and the kids and do all that.
we did. Like, he had called me earlier in the week and said he wanted to meet with Spec. So me and the kids and Rachel and me, we're going to take him down to that international pizza company, whatever, this time of day with then we meet him for supper that night, like when, whatever it was, 6, 7 o'clock. Yeah.
Okay. Then how did you get in with him or him with you?
My car was at Sam's Club. He came in wrestled. I grabbed my car off and names at Sam's Club. He got in all along, and I would be at whatever, and then his vehicle was at EMS at Waldies.
Okay.
So then, when Rach left with the kids, I got in his vehicle with him, and was going to go around, and that's when he told me about it.
So you didn't actually follow her back then, like you said?
No, I didn't, not everything I said, I mean, no, so that was,
So even with him there in Ames,
you know,
and
he drove around, just like around Ames for a little bit, and I asked, where the hell are we going? He goes, Glidden. I said, what the fuck are we going with Glidden? I said, why are we going long? He goes, I go, well, how far are we going to drive? And he's like, well, it'll be 20 minutes. I go, Glidden's not 20 minutes. And then later I found out when he made that phone call, was he told that when we were eating at supper, he got up and made the phone call. And when he went to make that call, I asked him, I said, what's that to do with it? And he goes, well, we're going to be in Boone. We're going to eat Boone, or we're going to go to Boone. And then that's when he started telling me the whole thing. And it was
you said, you asked where we're going before we lived.
that's what he said.
Because originally car with you.
Yeah.
Was it 48?
No.
That's after you were on the way to live.
Well, that's what he said, and he got in the car, and where are we going? He started laughing, he's like, Glidden. I go, why the hell are we going to Glidden?
Where did it change? Because you're in the car with me.
Yeah.
Going to live.
That's what he said, and then he said, no, we're just going to Boone. He goes, it's only, I go, how far are we going to go? He goes, Glidden, Ottawa. And I said, why are you going to Glidden? Then he goes, no, it's only about 20 minutes away. I go, what's 20 minutes away? And I go, where are we going? He goes, Boone. And then that's when we were driving, he started to tell me all this shit.
Okay, what time was that you were in Boone with him?
Well, I already left my page, so whatever was before that page.
And then,
Whatever that, one of those
so
things,
you get the
where
page numbers, you get the clear back to Ames,
Mhm.
you get your car. So what time, you were with him?
I'm not gonna know times. We were there, and, I mean, it wasn't too long after. I mean, it wasn't too long afterwards. He goes, you in or you're out? I said, fuck, I'm what? And then we went back in my car, and then when I was driving back through to get to, like, that's when I pulled over on the side of the road, over by that speed limit thing right outside there, made that phone call, and I write down the information on the, and then that's when I circled around and shit my pants, and I didn't hear from him, and then I just kept driving around.
Sometimes you get eaten at what, get done eating at all these things, but
7:30,
it's
maybe.
7:30 was the day to
10 minutes,
10 minutes.
10, 15 minutes. But we drove around a little bit, and just pissing around talking,
And then you go to Boone.
go around Boone and all. And for like, I don't know, probably 10 minutes or so, 10, 15 minutes. Yeah, we did, I mean, yeah, we drove up at Michael Main Street, We drove Main Street, and then he's like, "Dude, this is fucking crazy."
So he told you when you were there?
He told me when Mark wrote when we left. Because I was like, "We got a car, where the hell are we going?" As we started to live it, obviously I got in trouble with him one time while he was laughing. I go, "What the fuck are we going to Glen for?" He was, "No, we're just going to Boone." And so we drove like towards Boone, and then that's when we got close to when we started talking about it.
He said he was screwed up,
He's drunk.
and he still wrote it.
He's pissed off. He was drinking was straight.
So then he took you back to Ames, and what time do you think you got back in your car? In Ames? Keep that road around, you haven't actually got that heat and power.
Probably that or less. Because when I was going back that way page, so I had the work page with me.
Okay.
And then I had to call work. Or call him and call that Brian guy. Or not him, but call Brian and call that deputy back from Fort Dodge. Or that security back from Fort Dodge. In regards to the page. And then, I was pulled over there. We're just kind of taking those down, get the kids' age and all.
Should we ever talk to you, Jason, after your page calls, all those, that stuff is done?
He called me and I think you'll see in those texts, next time laugh out loud or something, I'm on the phone with work, go figure or stuff. You'll see it probably text it or stuff. He called and I was on the phone with.
So you talked to you after you were doing your job related?
Yeah, well, he called me during when I was on the phone with cops, and then, that's when I was done. He called me back later, shortly after that or something. And that's when I was tooling around, and Jesus Christ.
Did you ever think about calling somebody?
Not in that half hour time frame, though. Because I didn't know that until we got the car. I didn't know until we started, I'm just like, this is crazy. I didn't know through this, because getting drunk to begin with. I thought he was fucking me at first.
You're pretty sure state won't tell there.
I don't know for sure. Because he was,
You know what state, his wife's wife said out of state plates.
she came from Texas. She was married and taught down there. So
Yes, it'd be Texas, plates.
in fact, it was because that's what I know they were. Okay.
All right, a couple more things, Andy. Here's the deal. I asked you if you ever talked to Elizabeth about anybody bringing somebody, and you said no. Okay? You said this text, and we've already talked to Elizabeth, but you sent her this text, this is your text from the fuck you text. You say, the job that we both did. What does that mean?
Oh, that was probably when she brought it up, when she told me that Randy was getting asked questions, what money, she said, well, as soon as the money out of it, then there you have to go through. That's what she said, it was a big, I didn't, obviously I wasn't going to go with us at that time, but it was,
Here's my hurdle. My hurdle is, why would you send Jay information that she told you if you two weren't conspiring about this together?
I'd get him on the phone on that. I mean, it's gonna, he told me that, he flat out told, but we talked every day. And it wasn't, I told him about, this is what happened last night, this is what other conversations, we talked about everyday shit, and I told him how crazy this situation is with this Aschinger and Randy, and about the first crew, Mark, and how we meet up, and all this stuff like that, and it was like basically, this isn't just like around this time, this has been for like a year or whatever. I don't know if you can go back on records that far back or not, but it hasn't been something that just came up. It was something that our conversations, what was going on with me or whatever the deal was, and we always talk about that or what's going on, people would think, just about normal shit, but it was more like a soap opera thing when I was, like, Jesus Christ, came in the house this time, or went over to her house this night, and she's like, had to go to the hospital, and so everything, she's like crazy, it's like, no, there was no, he'll tell you, he's not gonna fight me, because he's hoping flat out, like, it was like, I asked you if you want out, and I said, I don't want out. I'll do whatever, I'll go on, like I am right now, I know when you need a lawyer, when you don't, I didn't have anything to do with it. was calling and telling me, come up there and talk to him, and say, look, man, this is all the information. It was like the same story. I didn't know anything about it. I knew about it about 20 minutes. That night, man, I fucking.
So, why is on for the court? Can you report it?
That's pretty, man.
That looks bad, right?
Is that what you called his boss?
I mean, yeah, your boss knows what's going on.
I figured, he called me and said, what's came to court? I saw the sheriff up in the side. He was like, I'm leaving, so I don't know.
Yeah, your boss knows what's going on. Unfortunately.
Why'd you have to call him?
Because I needed your records when you were off, where you were at. You know.
Yeah.
So they know exactly what's, or Ken knows exactly what's going on. He thinks I'm talking to you tomorrow instead of today. The other thing I have to worry about is that you're minimizing your involvement in this as a conspiracy.
I swear to God.
Because we said from day one it's a conspiracy.
I swear to God.
You know.
I swear to God. Ken, I swear to God. I had one of those, I was going to get involved in something, I was going to talk to my job and lose my kids, and my house and shit like that. I didn't know a damn thing until that night when we were driving around. He was pissed off. He said, you know all this shit that Liz was talking about some farmer and shit, that was me. There's no, I was down, there wasn't anything. He'll tell you that, I guarantee he'll tell you that. Because I told him, I said, Jim, I can't be doing this shit, my fucking job. I said, I can't do this. He'll tell you that. It might take a while to squeeze him, but he'll tell you.
You know, you know absolutely every little sordid detail.
Sure, I was when we were talking, and I didn't know what was going on. He was asking me what's up with Elizabeth. I was like, oh, this happened there. You know, she worked, and, you know, he was always asking questions. And I didn't think it was out of the ordinary because we talked about it every day about, I said, like, Jesus Christ, I saw a text message about Elizabeth having blood or some shit from Randy, and, or I'm saying, yeah, Elizabeth and Mark went off and hung out there fighting, you know, whatever, or we went on the beach, she told me this, or I knew a lot, I texted her went to the hospital, and she was like, she broke her hand one night, she took a wine bottle, and there's blood all over her garage, or she shattered like wine bottles and fucked her hand up, and that being at the gym, she just showed up and told me to take her to the hospital and stuff like that. I've never had any idea that shit was compiling or was going on. I just, like, that night, that day with the gym, and I told my daughter, you do this, that, or whatever. And I was like, holy fuck, and I went outside, and I will tell you the same thing, I went outside and called him, I'm like, Jesus Christ, somebody fucking, just putting money up, or asking for money from Randy right now. I'm like, I don't want this to work, or whatever, the fuck to do with it. He's like, I don't know, he never thought about it. And I asked him that, he told me that, he goes, you know, you fucking quit telling me shit, or I said, why didn't you tell me this whole shit was going on? I didn't want to get stressed out about it. I don't know why he had me, I don't know why he wanted me to expose it, just so I wasn't alone. I don't know.
Why were you guys meeting down there?
He told me he wanted me to the kids.
What's T3?
I was a thyroid thing.
Because he's been bugging you all week. This year, this year.
It's a thyroid.
Okay.
It's a thyroid medication.
So, is that why you guys are meeting for that?
I didn't have any. But he wanted me, he was going to be there, we'd be, and I gave him $200, and then, because I owed money for, I paid him $200 a month for his stuff in the house. And then, he had, I think a big loss for him, a little bit. And then,
And the sweet pie wasn't with him, it was just you and Rachel and the kids and...
she wasn't there. When you call Rachel, I know. Rachel's calling me, but,
Well, she doesn't want to talk to her.
no, she, I mean, I didn't talk to her, she wasn't on there. I wasn't there, I wasn't going until afterwards, and then involved her. So, I mean, whatever I gotta do, I need to call him up and tell him, hey, you can come up here and talk to him. You know, I'll give him on the phone, whatever it takes, because I have no prior knowledge
work up there? And where's he work at? In Cedar Falls?
There's a company he works for, but he's all over he drives, he's on big lines to the places when he picks up street sweepers and things like that, so. I don't know where he's at today or anything like that, but he's all like, he'll call me from the airport, Colorado, he'll call me from the airport, and just talking, he's about shit, it's just like, just bullshit. And then he can come up, like, stuff, I can come up, and like say, so, I don't know what the fuck's going on. He's like, oh, I'm not worried about it, I'm worried about it, see how there is, and he's like, worried about it, because I'm the one that's fucking get fingered for this shit.
So, why did you think you'd get fingered?
Because I know all the information.
I was looking back at those cell phone records, and your whole work thing was 5 minutes. And then you still stayed there till 9:37.
I drove around. So I heard from him. And when I lost it, or what?
Yeah, because he didn't call you back again till 9:37.
Yeah. Because he called me when I was on the phone, I think, with the police officers. I sent a text or something. Yeah, I figured I was not out loud. I couldn't answer it, so I was on the phone with work. Then I just drove around because I was like, geez, I was sweating my ass off. I was sweating bullets. I didn't know what the fuck was going to happen. I didn't know if he was going to get locked to jail or what. I didn't even like that. I told my best friend I didn't know what I was going to do.
So you go back to Ames, after you tell us what's going on, you get in your car, you head back to Boone.
I was heading home originally.
Yeah. And you got paged.
And the pager, I don't know what the pager thing, that was, I swear to God, that all came
Well,
out.
I'm not disputing that.
I pulled over, made the phone call, took the notes down, called Brian back, called the sheriff back, and told him that Brian will handle his DHS case.
I'm not disputing that, but, you know.
I just drove up and down Highway 30. It was fucking, I didn't know, I didn't know, I mean, it was a situation, I didn't know what I was going to do. I didn't know if he was going to call me and say, no, whatever, or if I didn't hear from him, I figured he went to jail, my head was spinning. And then I was like, fucking.
Here's the deal. My stepson is a detective with the city of Ames, and they're going to go pull all those videos from, was it Waldy's and Salem.
We were on there's a gas station by Sam's Club.
Yeah.
There's well, I would have been the north. I was at the very first spot when you come in, there's a gas station right there. No, Lowe's. I'm sorry, it's Lowe's. There's in the parking lot, the very first spot. Just because that's where I met Rachel.
Was it to the building, or?
No. I just pulled in and Rachel waited for me, and then.
So we're parked out at Waldy's when you brought you back.
No, my car was at Sam's.
At Sam's.
Or Lowe's.
Okay, so you go down, you hop in with him at Waldy's.
Yep.
You go to Boone.
Yep.
Drive around. He says, tells you, you know, fuck you, I don't like part of this.
I didn't go into it. I just said, I'm like, this is stupid. And I was trying to say, well, why you tell? Then we talked about, I go, how did you get all this stuff set up? And he's like, oh, that's home, man. And they told me the story about the farm, whatever he did to get the number. And then, so he called Elizabeth and all this stuff. And I said, hey, this is going to make me look like I'm the one that did it, and shit like that.
So then he brings you back to Lowe's.
Yeah. So I had no way to get my car.
And then you go back on 30, you get to Boone,
Right around the age.
you go down that valley.
I'm right outside Boone, after that stop sign, there's that old Walmart building, and then it was right about there.
Okay.
And then I pull over there, and then call.
You realize that's what's happened. It's exactly when all this happened.
I'm there.
Right there, right fucking there. Just on the other side of that stop sign. As you go a little ways, there's some houses, and there's like a little park thing there, like a little pull-off. On the north side of that,
It happened north of Boone.
no.
He said it was on,
It happened in Herman Park.
I don't know where that's at. He told me it was somewhere north of Boone, like on the, by stoplight, there was some, no, I don't.
There's a stoplight, and you take a left, and you like walk into this park, and it's like Swan Lake Park. It's huge.
No, where the lower was just before the going down the dip on Highway 30. I was on Highway 30.
So, but, you know, and I gotta be honest, you know, I'm glad you finally come clean a little bit. I can't claim all, but I'm, you know, my whole thing is now I gotta ask myself, are you the driver? Are you driving, are you the getaway driver for this vehicle that's down in there?
I could call in right now and give them the bit of everything. You know, I know I could just say, look, man, this is a shit. You gotta talk to him. I mean, I know he's gonna.
And if he says, fuck you, then what?
So I'm gonna tell him I'm in trouble. I said, you got my ass in trouble. You got me in the corner of trouble. I said, I'll tell him you got the fucking shit. I said, you're fucked. I'll tell him, find out. I'll go and bring up down the fucking doors.
Alright, I'll get back. You didn't use to enter anything.
I didn't know.
Alright. Andy, I'm not going to believe you, okay? But here's the deal, you know, we're gonna need help on this. Absolutely understand, I have a warrant for your arrest. I'm not gonna serve. There's nothing involved. There's nothing that's been officially filed with the clerk yet that's gonna show that, but we are using a warrant for you right now. But I believe what you're telling me, okay?
You need to call him, I can call him right now, right in front of you, right now.
Well, we were just debating that. Question is, are we better off just going to a cold shot me? I mean, because we'll let him go see the fall on 30 right now.
If I tell him what the shit's down, he'll be able to talk about it. I know, I told him my son Jay, this shit ever comes back on me anything. I said, I'm not going down for something you're doing. I'll call him right fucking on, say, Jay, I'm explaining him what I'm doing. I say, go there and now, he call him, talk to him, how are you going to do it? No problem doing it. It's up to you, that's up to you guys.
You have no idea where it's at though, it's on the road.
He might be on the road, that's no idea. You can record both ways. I mean, if he uses this, we don't have to leave the room if you want, or just sit here quiet. You can sit here quietly, speaker's on. I just tell him, well, if you're, I'm up here, the guys are right here. I'm just gonna be fucking honest. I'd rather do it right now, I'm not gonna.
Then it's recorded.
That's fine.
Two different ways, that way, when he comes out of the desk, if he says, fuck you, and hangs up, he won't let you go sell them records.
He won't, I tell him everything. He won't. He might have given me a couple minutes, fucking, look, this is what's going on, I gotta tell you, you know what I'm saying? You know, I don't wanna be like, fuck you, Eddie, whatever, this is bullshit, I don't know what you're talking about. If I explain everything, he'll listen.
No, I agree. You know, we could load up and go over there and sit there for 2 fucking days and complain.
Is he gonna say no to this country?
Did that, and we still have to come back to the land, you know. So we got a lot more to get yet, so.
You're not gonna get me, not gonna allow anywhere near any of that shit or anything like that.
I gotta go call Elijah, because it's rolls and that.
It's closed. I screwed out with this, so it was on, I can tell you exactly where I parked, because we were like a parking lot, and I can see where I was at. That's what we know. This is the deal when you guys all this shit, and I'm still in trouble. I said, I don't know.
I think the way it sounds, I mean, we're inclined, I mean, it's just, we have to make this, yeah, all the way around.
Sure.
Start to finish, I'm talking Randy and her, all 5 years or whatever it was, all the way through this whole thing is, I mean, unless he was some kind of implicate you.
Well, I think,
And if he doesn't, and says, no, it's his idea and all that stuff, then I think you're pretty clear.
I'm gonna tell him that, I said, look, you can't.
And I know you don't want to let him, and
I know, it's my ass, I don't want, I'm not gonna come take it.
he's already hard up the money, you can't put how long more losing he does right now.
I don't want to lose my family, I didn't have, I didn't know, my.
No, that's what I'm saying, he's got more lose to come than he does.
My guilty was not, you know, whatever he did after I left, I can't fucking help. I don't know. I have no problem. I know it's stupid, you know, I told him, so I don't know. I have no
So
problem.
were you and your pal,
Yes.
the silver, silver,
Silver, gray, silver.
What year is it?
Oh, wait.
Okay.
I got dropped off at Waldy's.
Your car.
I drove. Rach dropped me off, we met at Waldy's, all three cars were at Waldy's, you don't tell them that. My car would be there during the day.
So it wouldn't be the same?
It wouldn't be, well, you see, my wife, my ex-wife dropped me off the car, and then we followed each other at Waldy's, I was on the phone with Jason, because he was telling me.
Tax car was the phone.
Yes, because he mentioned the tax message, he said, tax road house is full. And then we were following around, so we didn't have two cars. I didn't remember that. We all three of us moved
So
up.
the only time his car would be was when he dropped you off?
No, at Waldy's.
Okay, his car was.
Never heard of it, Waldy's. Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize, I wasn't trying to talk with you on that. I remember when he texted me, he said, text you when I was in school. That's when he dropped me, and I was involved, and he was texting me, the Henry Park's busy, we were on Henry Park, texting the house was full, and I said, let's go also. So instead of having a car, we were on the southeast side of town, we were all going to the same place. So my car was there, and we'll see my wife's Durango drop me off, and we leave together. And then Waldy's, I heard on the west side of Waldy's.
And it was there the whole time, he dropped you back and boom,
And we went to whatever.
and he dropped you off at your car wall.
Correct.
So everything's a wall.
Correct.
We're good now.
I just remember that one. That's how it is. Now, if I call Nick from here, if you want to go get my cell phone, so there's no shit in my car,
Now we
I
just discussed that.
texted him and said, hey, you need to answer the phone. I'm calling from the sheriff's phone. I was texting him, so I left the phone with the sheriff's phone. You need to answer the phone.
The car was on the west side of Waldy's.
Go to correct. Wait, it was. My address is 30. Lincoln Way is in front, so that would be east. I was parked, if the railroad does cross around 3 Lincoln Way, I was parked right here.
Okay, so that'd be the west.
No, because this is north, Lincoln Way is here north. I was 30 feet up here, so I'm right here. Then the right level of the front building. It was sprinkled on everything.
You know, Boone County rents a car.
Right, look.
That night, in Boone, he came in a car, he lost control of it down in the ravine. Yeah. What time do you think you guys will all these?
To eat?
Yeah.
6:30, or so, everything's packed, it'll wait a while. Maybe one of those Saturdays, one of those Saturdays.
But he said he had to make a phone call. Did he, you know, did he go for outside?
He left the table. He didn't make it, where we were sitting, he thought he went clear. I know I did. I just wanted to eating food, so. No idea where he went. He wasn't going home.
No, go ahead. At line 2,
So, you got the 906 441, 485, I don't know the last 4.
Does that conclude the video?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any, I'm just going to take an assessment of our time frame. Do you have any further questions of the sheriff from the state standpoint?
Your Honor, I do actually have the phone conversation that follows this recording that they're discussing between the defendant and Jason Heffelmeier. And I believe when the sheriff takes a stand that he's going to lay the foundation. I'll just say that yes.
You have another video.
It's not a video, it's just an audio recording. It's about 7 minutes. It just picked
And would that conclude your direct examination of the sheriff?
Yeah, I mean, with like one, maybe two follow-up questions. For continuity's,
Go ahead. You tell me.
I was just going to say, for continuity's sake, if we could play.
Let's do it.
Okay,
Let's do it.
state your clothes. Sure. Can we McClure back to the stand?
Folks, Mr. Schulte is going to have an opportunity to cross-examine, but that's going to take place tomorrow. So if you can bear with us for a few more minutes, we'll conclude this for today.
Sheriff McClure, following this recorded interview with the defendant, was there a phone call placed?
Yes, there was.
And tell the jury about that phone call, if you will, please.
We attempted to have Andy call Jason Heffelmeier from that room we were in, but the phone wasn't working, so we went into another room. All of our phones in our office were recorded. Andy then made a phone call to Jason Heffelmeier and talked about what we discussed in the interview.
And the defendant provided you with Heffelmeier's phone number?
I'm not for sure. We had it from other records. So.
Okay. And was anybody else there present when that phone call was made besides you and Andy?
Brian Aird, I believe, was also there.
Okay. And this time, you've had the opportunity to review and listen to that phone call
Yes.
at some point.
Yes.
And I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 14.
Yes.
And your understanding is that on this is the 7 or 8 minute phone conversation between Jason and Andy?
Yes.
Any objection?
Your Honor, I was given this phone call a long time ago. I've heard it at least twice. I have no objections.
Okay. It's received.
And I want you to obviously think this through here. They had, that Randy guy had a bunch of stuff up, set up the stuff through Stack and Boone and all that crap that went down that night. And ton of phone records, text messages, everything. And they're just asking me details about that night and asking me everything that's going on. And I told them exactly what happened as far as meeting up for supper that night and going over there and you dropping the bomb on what was going on. And I guess they want to know whether I had anything to do with it. They're sitting there, this phone, he's sitting here right now, and the phone's obviously being recorded, but they had a warrant for my arrest, and they got charges for me. And, like I said, you were pretty pissed off that night, so I didn't know what the hell was going on until we got in the car. Told me to roll around, talked about shit, and I told him that, yeah, you told me that you can get out now if you want. And dropped me back off, and he called me when this shit's done. They got the bag down at DC or somewhere. They got that plastic bag. They got everything on there. And they got what on where? They got the bag down at DCI or whatever, lab. And they got phone conversations when we were down at the Texas Roadhouse. When we went to Texas, he asked about everything's detailed, everything. There's 500 text messages and cell phone subpoena records and stuff like that. I told him I didn't know what she did with the phone. Told him I had no idea about that. I didn't have anything prior. And I know they're questioning me on that, but there's text messages. I'm confused here. There's text messages from what? Text messages from, there's 5, they subpoenaed my phone records. And I got 500 text.
You accidentally, when you can move that, you accidentally hit pause.
Bird. Looking at the stuff right now, the paperwork stuff, everything else.
Okay, so what do you want me to do here? What do they want me to do?
I don't know about that yet. The only thing I'm talking about right now is I told them that you'd be honest and set up a time or whatever to talk to them, whatever. They're in here, but I'm assuming that's what they want to do is talk to you, but, like I said, that night when I told them you're fucked up, I said, I don't know what you drinking those, I don't know how many of those fucking green things or those grape things you had, and then they're talking about the bag, you told me about that bag, and it's down at the lab, dude. Like I said, they got a warrant for my arrest, and it's just fucking hard for me to do, because you're my best friend, but at the same time, like I said, I had no knowledge of this prior. Like, my boss knows about it, except my job, kids, all that shit's gonna be in jeopardy. And so,
Well, let me talk to one of them. Let me see what they want me to do.
right here,
Where are you at now? Minnesota. When will you be back? Tonight. What's tomorrow look like for you? They probably can be wide open. What time tonight will you be back? That depends. To be honest, I don't really know that. Could be, I don't know, it could be around supper time, it could be late.
first thing in the morning.
Can you come to Sac City tomorrow?
Yeah.
I guess. Well, here's the deal. You know, obviously we need to sit down and chat with you. The important thing about tomorrow is that we have a judge here. So if we do charge you, we can take you before the judge and get you out of here. You won't go to jail. You know what I mean? But before we even get to that point, we'd like to sit down and talk with you. Okay? So if you can be down here, I know it's 2.5 hours. If you can be down here first thing in the morning, we can have this thing all knocked out by 11:30 or noon and be done. Okay? Does that work? Yeah.
But you tell them that I have nothing to do with this city, so I'm not getting arrested.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. All right, so just come to the sheriff's office tomorrow. You know, I don't know if you can be here at 8:30. I know it's early morning, but the sooner we can get going, the sooner we can get done and get you the hell out of here. Fair enough? Yeah. Okay, all right, well, I appreciate it. You saved us a whole bunch of time and effort, and I do greatly appreciate that. So, you got any questions for us? No. Okay, all right, we'll see you in the morning then. All right, bye.
Do you have any questions, Sheriff?
I do, Your Honor, and it's going to be more than, I mean, I'm not going to say it's going to be less than 5 minutes, because I just don't think it's going to be.
And you'll probably think of something between now and tomorrow morning, too.
I sure hope not. It's just,
These folks have sat here patiently.
and I appreciate that.
Well, you were the one that wanted the continuity.
That's it, yeah, but I mean,
I'll sit here if you want me to sit.
no, the phone conversation happened after the interview. That's the continuity.
Okay.
My questions for the sheriff tomorrow or wherever
Okay.
has to do at the end of his investigation.
Sure. Well, then, I think I'm comfortable in calling it a day. Sheriff, you'll have to come back tomorrow.
Okay.
But we know where to find you.
Yes.
And folks, if you'd be here no later than 8:45, we'll try and get started as close to that time as possible. My understanding is that there's another witness and maybe 2 on the other side. So we're moving along okay. This was kind of a long day, but keep after it. I'd ask you to go home, have a nice night, relax a little bit. Don't talk about it. Somebody's likely to say, hey, what do you think, and how did it go, and give me all the details, but it'd be in your own best interest not to do that. Come in with a fresh mind and talk about it with your jurors when we give it to you. So have a nice night, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Stand.
Seems a shame to be here today when the heat wave's about on us. We'll try and move along as quickly as we can. Mr. Smith, you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Call back a witness or call a new one?
Your Honor, the state would recall Sheriff McClure to witness stand.
Sheriff, I'll remind you, you were sworn in yesterday and expected to continue to tell the truth.
Yes, sir.
Sheriff, we concluded yesterday's proceedings by showing the video recording of the interview with the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And then after that, we played the video or the phone audio recording between the defendant and Jason Heffelmeier.
Correct.
Now, after that point in time during your investigation, you want that approach?
Sure.
I'm handing you something that I has yet to be marked, but if you could please review that, tell the jury what it is, and if it refreshes your memory at all, what date was the interview with Mr. Menken conducted?
This is the statement of Miranda rights where I read Andy Menken, or actually he read the rights to me on May 6, 2013 at 10:42 in the morning.
Okay. And that's the same day that you had interviewed the defendant?
Yes.
Following that interview, following that phone conversation between the defendant and Jason Heffelmeier, what did you do then in your investigation?
Andy left our office. We did not arrest him that day. And Brian Arrett and I sat down and discussed what our next move was.
When you left the situation on that day, after the interview was conducted and shortly before it concluded, you told the defendant that you had believed him.
Yes.
What happened between that point and the point in which you obtained an arrest warrant for the defendant?
I'd already had an arrest warrant. We wanted so bad to believe that he was telling us the truth because he was a colleague and a friend. And I knew that there were some long-standing ramifications if I was wrong. So before we arrested Andy, I wanted to make sure, I wanted to interview Jason Heffelmeier and see what he had to say. And in the conversations that Brian Arrett and I had, on the defendant's own admission, he leaves Wallabies at 8:15 in the evening. And when you start doing the math, we just didn't figure there was any way he could drive around Ames, drive to Boone, drive around Boone, back to Ames, and then Jason Heffelmeier drive to Boone in that 40-minute time span. And when you started looking at the times and the time we knew things happened, there was just no way.
So just to clarify, the defendant testified he left the restaurant approximately 8:15.
Correct.
And then what did he say he did then? Did you drive around Boone to Ames?
Yes.
And then the defendant testified that he then went to Boone.
Yes.
Approximately how far is it from Ames to Boone?
It's about 17 or 18 miles.
Okay, so the defendant testified he drove around Boone.
Yes.
And then what was his testimony after that?
That's when he tells us that Jason asked him, are you in or out? And he says, I'm out. And Jason takes him back to Ames.
And then what did the defendant say he did after he was in Ames?
Then he drives back to Boone.
So what time were the calls made from the defendant's phone bouncing out the towers in Boone?
From 9 o'clock to 9:37.
Anything else during the course of your investigation that you think is of relevance or important to the jury?
No. Yes.
Okay. Showing you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 15, 16, 17, and 18. And I believe very top is identified, at least what they're labeled. Could you explain to the jury what each exhibit is?
Exhibit 15 is Elizabeth Aschinger's cell phone records from April 1st to April 10th, 2013. And below that lists her cell phone number, which is 712-790-0335.
And State's Exhibit 16.
Exhibit 16, again, are cell phone records from Elizabeth Aschinger, same number, 790-0335, from April 10th to April 23rd. The Exhibit 17 are text message logs or records of Elizabeth Aschinger, that same phone number, 790-0335, April 1st to April 10th. And Exhibit 18 is text messages from Elizabeth Aschinger's cell phone from April 10th to April 23rd.
This time the state would move to enter Exhibits 15 through 18 inclusive into the record.
Mr. Smith, I don't have copies of 17 and 18.
I'll get them to you right now.
Other than that, I have no objection.
Proceed.
Sheriff, after you completed your investigation in this matter, we already talked about one arrest warrant, but did you obtain arrest any other people in this matter?
At the conclusion of this, we arrested Andy Menken on May 7th, the following day after his interview. We also arrested Jason Heffelmeier on May 7th, and we later filed charges on Elizabeth Aschinger.
State has no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Sheriff, McClure, would you agree that during both interviews, the one with Mr. Menken and the one with Mr. Heffelmeier, that you were given confusing and inconsistent information from time to time?
Yes.
And in your long experience interviewing suspects to crimes, is that at all unusual?
No, it's not.
In fact, often you find people are basically trying to protect themselves in that situation,
Yes, they are.
and sometimes not doing a very good job of it.
Yes.
And you are trained in interrogation techniques that are designed at least to help you try to get them to what actually happened.
Yes.
And that's what you try to do when you interview a potential witness or a potential defendant in situations.
That is correct.
One of the inconsistencies that came up a little bit yesterday was the idea of this track phone. I think it's an AT&T track phone. The 319-610-7398 number.
Yes.
And were you able eventually to finally conclude that that telephone was purchased by and used by Jason Heffelmeier.
Yes, we were.
So at no time did Andy Menken have possession or ownership of that phone, as far as you know.
As far as we know, that is correct.
But there was a time early on in the investigation when you were thinking that that must be Andy's phone.
Yes,
Andy becomes a potential suspect to you at what point?
the first day we met with Randy Aschinger.
So it's Randy Aschinger that first starts to shine some suspicion on Mr. Menken?
Yes,
Anyone else indicate to you before Randy Aschinger suggested Mr. Menken that it might be Mr. Menken involved in this?
did anybody else
Yes,
suggest that?
outside of Randy Aschinger.
No.
So it was Randy Assinger's statement to you, you know, something like, go look at Andy Menken, that prompted you to get subpoenas for Mr. Menken's phone records?
Yes.
Now, explain a little more to me, to the jury, what the significance is of the cell tower report that you've shown us before.
The significance of the cell tower report is that it shows what tower was being used when these calls or text messages were being made by these particular phones.
But you can't tell from these reports what was said.
That is correct.
Now, you can tell which tower a signal is pinging off, is that correct?
Yes, that is true.
And if a tower gets a ping, can you also tell precisely where that person is?
No.
So, this morning I left my cell phone at my house, came to park without it. If you check my cell phone with the phone company, they will tell you what tower it's pinging off?
Yes, and in that case, it can hit several different towers at the same time, and each tower would maintain that record.
Would you know from that I am in Sac City, Iowa?
Probably not. They can give us a general idea, a triangulation.
But in no event can they tell you that I'm sitting in this chair at the Sac County Courthouse.
No, not off yourself, no.
Before Andy's statement, after he had sort of stopped, you confronted him with all these cell phone records and everything. You recall that?
Yes,
And your purpose in doing that was what?
to show him that he had been lying to us.
Then he sits back and says, this is going to be tough or something like that, and he starts giving you a different story.
Yes,
Was that the first time that you knew of an individual named Jason Heffelmeier being involved in this situation?
yes, it was.
So it was only Randy's statement that threw your focus to Jason Heffelmeier. Would that be a correct and accurate statement? I mean, Andy's statement.
Can you re-ask the question?
Well, I did the Randy Andy thing again. Andy, would it be accurate that Andy's statement to you was what led you to bring in Jason Heffelmeier, to get his phone records and then bring him in?
Yes, it was.
And no one else's?
No one else is correct.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Smith?
Briefly. Sheriff, you interviewed Elizabeth Aschinger April 25, 2013.
Yes,
Was that before or after you interviewed or called Andy Menken to interview?
that was before.
Okay, now in the interview, the defendant asked you if there was any other information or any other person that pointed towards Andy Menken. Was there anything else, or specifically, did Elizabeth Aschinger in this April 25th interview provide you any information about Andy Menken?
Yes,
And what did she say?
she believed that Andy was involved.
She told you that.
Yes,
Did she tell you why?
because of the coincidence and the timing of what she would tell Andy, and then the text message would come in.
Okay, so there was some confusion earlier when the defendant's attorney had asked you if it was just Randy that had drawn your attention to Andy. But by this interview and by what your testimony said, it was also Elizabeth.
Correct. Initially, it was Randy, and then as we get into it, Elizabeth comes in and wants to interview as well.
Okay, and you said she came in?
Yes, she came in.
Did you call her to come in?
No.
She came in on her own volition.
Yes.
And defendant's phone records show his personal cell phone hitting off the Boone Towers between what time?
9 p.m. and 9:37.
And earlier in the interview, where did defendant tell you he was at 9 o'clock? Right at the beginning. His first version.
First version would have been almost home.
Home as in?
Carroll, Iowa.
Okay. So then, with the math that you did earlier, at the end of my direct examination, between 9 and 9:30 is when his phone was hitting out the Boone Towers. According to your math,
Correct.
according to your math, what time would according to Andy, would that call been made?
You're going to have to re-ask me.
Yeah, that was a horrible question. Okay. He testified that Andy left Wallabies at 8:15.
Yes.
Testified that he drove around Ames.
Yes.
Testified he drove from Ames to Boone.
Yes.
Testified he drove around Boone.
Yes.
Testified he drove back to Ames
Yes.
and then back to Boone.
Yes.
So if you can think in your head approximately your best guess based upon your experience, how much time that would have been following Wallabies, leaving Wallabies at 8:15.
I think he said he drove around Boone for 10 minutes, I think. But we're talking about a 20-minute drive from Ames to Boone, so there's 40 minutes. Then if you had another 10 minutes driving around Boone, and I don't know how long he drove around Ames. I don't recall.
But you have 3 trips between Boone and Ames, right?
Yes.
And that's an hour right there.
Between 8:15 and 9 o'clock, yes.
Defendant had asked you about Jason Heffelmeier's interview. Was there anything in Jason Heffelmeier's interview, in addition to discussing this with Detective Eric following Andy's interview, was there anything in Jason's interview that also pointed to Andy that caused you to get a warrant?
Yes.
What was that?
Jason admitted that Andy was the driver of the car, and that Jason was the one on foot in the park with the money bag.
Any further questions?
Nothing further.
Thank you, Sheriff.
This time around, which they would call Jason Heffelmeier to the stand. I need to grab him, please.
solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Seated and speak up so we can all hear.
Jason, could you spell your entire name for the court reporter?
Jason, J-A-S-O-N, Heffelmeier, H-E-F-F-E-L-M,
Tune up the volume a little bit.
E-I-E-R.
As the judge had stated, the acoustics here aren't the best. We don't have a microphone. When I ask you a question, you need to direct it towards the jury and use your outside voice inside. How old are you, Jason?
39,
And where do you currently live?
Buckingham, Iowa,
And where is that about?
south of Waterloo, about 10 miles.
You have a family?
A wife,
Pets, animals, children?
dogs, little kids,
What do you do for a living?
work for Foss Farms,
And what do you do at Foss Farms?
general farming duties.
Before you lived and moved to Buckingham, where did you live?
Carroll, Iowa,
And what did you do in Carroll?
work for American Concrete.
And how do you know the defendant?
Andy and I got to be friends. We met at Jeff Kaler's house. One night, we got to be friends from then on.
Okay, and what kind of friends? Good friends?
Yes,
Best friends?
yes,
Did you live with the defendant ever?
yes, he moved in with me at one point
He moved in with you, and where were you living at the time?
in Carroll.
And how long did he live with you?
Approximately 2 to 3 years.
And when did you move then from Carroll to Buckingham?
Approximately October of 2012, I believe.
How often do you talk to the defendant? Prior to April 13, 2013, how often would you communicate with the defendant?
Sometimes on a daily basis, sometimes it might go a week.
Text communications,
Yes,
phone communications?
yes,
Do you guys have common interests?
yes.
What were some of those?
Lifting weights, shooting guns. We go out and watch UFC fights.
Did you guys work out?
Yes,
Lift weights?
yes.
Jason, do you know Randy Aschinger?
Not personally.
Do you know Elizabeth Aschinger?
Yes,
How do you know Elizabeth Aschinger?
she was the owner of Anytime Fitness.
And have you ever met her in person?
Yes,
How many times did you say?
quite a few at the gym.
And outside the gym?
A handful, maybe 3 or 4 times.
And how about Randy?
Never really met him. I was around him once
When was that?
at Elizabeth's house.
Was it a party?
Not really a party. There were just a few people there having drinks.
Get together?
Yeah.
How would you describe your best friend, former best friend, defendant, his relationship with Elizabeth Aschinger?
At first, it was just going to the gym, and then it was a personal relationship.
And when you say personal, what do you mean by personal?
They started seeing each other.
They intimate?
Yes,
And how do you know that?
Andy told me.
And how long did that carry on for?
A few months at least.
Was it going on around the time, around the April 8, 2013 timeframe?
Yes.
At some point in time, Jason, did you purchase a track phone?
Yes.
And about when did you purchase that and where?
I don't remember where. At the time I was traveling for work all over the country, so I don't remember where I bought it. I think it was just at Walmart. It would have been probably 2 or 3 weeks prior to this whole thing started.
And was the track phone or the prepaid phone, do you recall the number of that?
No,
If I show it to you later, do you think you can remember it?
probably not.
Okay. Whose idea was it to purchase the track phone?
Andy and I had talked about it before, so
And when you say before, when?
prior to this, Andy had told me that Randy was harassing, I guess, so to speak, Elizabeth. And we had talked about getting the phone and messing with it.
So did you mess with him?
Yeah.
Approach around?
Yes.
Turn your attention to Monday, 8, 2013. April 8, 2013, excuse me. Did you call Randy?
Yes.
Did you call him using that track phone?
Yes.
How did you get Randy Aschinger's phone number?
From Elizabeth.
And how did she come to give it to you?
I called Anytime Fitness and told her I was a fertilizer salesman or something, and needed her father-in-law's number.
Did you call him on April 8, 2013?
That sounds right.
Okay. Your first call to Randy, what was it?
I left him a voicemail.
And what did that voicemail state?
Said something about wanting to talk with him, visit with him about some land. I don't exactly remember what it was, but something about some land at the farm.
And then later, did you call him?
Yes.
And same day?
I don't know if it was the same day or not, if it was shortly thereafter.
Okay, and you called him and he picked up the phone, he answered the phone, you spoke with him?
Yes.
And what did you tell him?
That I knew that I wasn't in fact wanting to talk to him about land. I knew what he was doing with his daughter-in-law, and that's basically it.
Did you ask him for money?
No.
How did the issue of money get brought up?
He kept denying it, and at one point I think I said, so why did you bring her $5,000 into the gym a while back? And that's when he said, well, do you want money? He goes, it takes money to get you to go away. He goes, I'll give you money. You want $5,000?
The number ultimately ended up being $55,555, right?
Right.
How did it come to that?
I don't remember all the fives. The only thing I remember as far as 50,000 is, I think he at one point mentioned something about giving Elizabeth $50,000 to start up her gym. It's the front rate of money to start the gym up. That's how it got to 50. That's how where the 50,000 came in. I'm not sure where all the fives came into play.
Did you discuss exchanging money for incriminating evidence?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
I told him I'd be in contact with him. I was like, well, if you want to give me money, then I'll be in contact with you, and I'll let you know what we're going to do.
showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit, what's been offered and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 3. Can you tell me what that is? Tell the jury, excuse me.
A text from me to Randy.
And was that sent on the same day?
I'm guessing.
What does it say?
Forgot to tell you, don't tell anyone. Lizzie will play dumb anyway. Don't fuck with me, Randy. Your $55,555 will go up $5,000 if you do after Wednesday.
Now, before you sent this text message, and after you called Randy, did you speak with the defendant?
No, I don't think so.
Didn't speak with the defendant? Turn your attention then to State's Exhibit 4. What's that?
Another text from me to Randy.
If you could read it out loud and speak up a little bit.
Just a little proof to make a believer out of you. It takes a bit for my phone to update, but I see you tried calling Mark a couple times. Be careful. Mistakes now will cost you $5K. Let's stay at $55,555. Okay, bud?
Where'd you hear about Mark?
From Andy.
And the question about, or the statement, proof to make a believer, why did you tell Randy that?
I don't recall exactly, but Andy told me that he had talked to Mark.
There's 2 pages here. I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 5, pages 1 and 2. What are those?
More text.
2 more text messages from
Me to Randy.
from you to Randy? Okay, and what do they say?
We'll probably meet Saturday, tell you where later, put me in dummy, just go get the money, don't give your phone to Lizzie again. We all you haven't talked to cops, so just stop. I just want the $55,555 and I will leave you alone. Don't make me go to the Sac County Courthouse to show your wife you gotta have. Talk. I think that's it for that one.
Okay. Go ahead. Can you read the second page?
No,
Okay.
So I just want the $55,555. Oh, it starts over. Probably meet Saturday, maybe even Sunday though. Shooting for 7:30. So be good and don't be late.
And those are messages that you sent to Randy from that track phone? Showing what's marked as State's Exhibit 6. Turn your attention to the bottom of that. If you could please tell the jury what's circled there. What is that?
Shooting for 7:30 or so and go and don't be late.
And is that from you to,
Randy,
and what did that mean?
to meet and go and exchange the money.
In one of those messages that you just read, you told Randy, we all know you ain't none of the cops.
Mm-hmm.
How did you get that information?
From Andy.
Turn the attention to April 13, 2013. The same day that last text message was sent. Take me through that day, if you would, please.
As far as what exactly?
Well, I guess at some point in time, you sent him a text message that morning saying shoot for 7:30.
Right.
Ain't good. Okay. Take me through your day. you could speak up just a little bit.
Got up, went to work, obviously sent those text messages.
And then, I guess after you sent those texts, at some point, did you make plans with Defendant?
No.
You guys didn't plan to meet up at Ames at any point?
Oh, that, yes, we did.
Okay, turn back to the beginning of that day then.
Okay.
You send a text message, 7:30, then what?
Then Andy and I have been communicating on where to meet in Ames or something.
Okay, and had you been communicating the whole day?
I don't recall, but I would suspect probably a good portion of the day.
Okay, and whose idea was it to meet in Ames?
I don't remember, to be honest.
Okay, so you get to Ames with Andy, you remember about what time?
I'm guessing between 5:30 and 6:30.
What do you do after you get to Ames and you meet Andy?
Meet for supper.
Okay. And who's there having supper?
Andy, myself, Andy's wife, and his kids.
Okay, and then at some point, do you and Andy, you and the defendant leave?
Yes.
And explain to the jury from getting up from the table and going where you went to next.
After we got out, we got into my car, my wife's car.
Okay,
And from there, we went to the Lowe's parking lot to get his car,
to get whose car?
Andy's car.
And your wife's car is what make and model?
Toyota Corolla, it was a 2012
Did it have Iowa license plates?
Texas license.
At Texas, why Texas?
She moved up here from Texas last year. Well, not last year at that time.
You and defendant, according to your testimony, you and defendant drove from Wallabies to the Lowe's parking lot, okay? And in both of you in that same white car,
Silver.
okay? And what transpired between Wallabies and Lowe's parking lot?
At that point, I told Andy what I had ultimately done and what I had set up and what was planned for later on.
In Ames,
Yes.
you told him that like within minutes after leaving Wallabies, or how long?
Yes, shortly, yeah, within 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, and what did you tell him? As best as you can remember.
That I had went ahead and got the track phone that we had talked about, and I'd been texting Randy, and I set it up to meet him, and that we were, after that, gonna go get the money from Randy.
And what was the defendant's reaction?
Surprised at first.
But then,
He started asking me some details about it, and about calling and texting Randy, and we just discussed it, and then after that, started talking about what we're gonna do, what we're gonna include.
at any point in time, prior to you leaving Ames to go to Boone, the defendant say, "Let me out"?
No,
Did he ever tell you that he wanted out?
no.
From Wallabies to Lowe's parking lot, you explained all of the information in detail?
I'd say the bulk of it, and then we took his car back to Wallabies, and he got back in with me.
Why did you take his car back to Wallabies?
I don't know, I guess.
Okay. So then, you take his car back to Wallabies and then you head where?
To Boone.
And at the time that you guys are on your way to Boone, you discussed all the text messages you sent to Randy,
Yes,
and does the defendant know what the ultimate plan is?
yes,
And what was the ultimate plan that night?
to get the money from Randy.
So from Ames to Boone, at any point in time, the defendant asked to be let out of the car.
No, drove around for a while to try to find a spot to do all this at.
And when you say all this, what do you mean?
To get the money from Randy, to have him put the money.
Defendant contends you were intoxicated. Were you intoxicated?
No.
Had you had a drink the entire night? So from Ames to Boone, you're driving,
Yes.
and defendant is where at?
In passenger seat.
By the same car.
Right.
You get to Boone, you guys find the location. How long does it take for you to find the location?
I'm guessing we probably drove around Boone for half an hour, give or take.
At any point in time when you're driving around Boone, the defendant asked to be let out?
No.
No. Do you remember calling Randy Aschinger on your way through Boone? Or excuse me, let me back up. Prior to this, did you call Randy and change the drop location?
Yes.
And what did you just tell Randy?
To go to Boone now.
Okay, about what time did you do that? Was it at the restaurant?
Yes.
Okay. You find the location in Boone, okay, then explain to the jury, Jason, what you did, what you and defendant did after you found a location.
Andy and I switched drivers. He got in the driver's seat, dropped me off at the location, and then I called Randy one last time to tell him where I was, where to put the money.
Before Andy, you and Andy switched places and Andy dropped you off, did you tell Andy that you were going to call Randy with the location?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you recall the location?
It was somewhere in the middle of town, over by a park, just west of the college, I believe.
Are you familiar with Boone?
Somewhat.
How are you familiar with Boone?
I went to college there for a little while, and the business that I worked for, we had a bunch of meetings there, and one of our plants was located in Boone.
Jason, I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 8. Can you tell the jury what State's Exhibit 8 is?
Map of Boone, overhead map of Boone.
Okay, and do you see a little black line that's drawn on there?
Yes.
Do you recall where at on State's Exhibit 8 that drop location was?
At the end of the black line to the left, which would be west, probably a block or so.
To the best of your knowledge, somewhere in that vicinity. Okay, I'm handing you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 9. What's State's Exhibit 9, Jason?
The sign where I told Randy to put the money.
Okay. Did the money show up?
I'm sorry?
Did the money show up?
Yes.
Or the bag, I should say. Okay, did you witness Randy put the money there?
Yes.
After that, what did you do?
Went and got the bag.
And after you got the bag, then did you open it? Did you walk with it? What did you do?
No, I walked to the southwest of it.
Okay. At any time did you try to open it?
Yes.
Were you successful?
Yes.
And what did you find?
There was an envelope in there.
Okay. Then what did you do?
At that time, a cop car came by, and I just dropped everything and went back to the east.
And when you say a cop car came by, was it strolling by a patrolman or was it screaming?
I was going by pretty fast.
Okay. Was it headed towards the general vicinity where the money was dropped?
Yes.
After you get the bag, you open the bag, do you have any communication with the defendant?
Yes.
Text communication, voice communication?
Both.
Okay, what did you, to the best of your recollection, what did you tell the defendant?
I believe one of us tried calling the other one first, and there was no answer. And then I think I texted him, and he texted me back, and we ultimately met up east of this location in the apartment complex, and I got back in the car.
When you got to the car, where was the defendant?
In the driver's seat.
Was the car running?
Yes.
And when you got in, what position in the car did you take?
Drivers.
Drivers, and you switched?
Yes.
Okay. What do you tell the defendant at this point?
I told him what happened, that I got the bag, and the police came by, and I dropped it, and just left.
So, after you meet back up, what do you do then?
I'll go back to Ames.
And straight back to Ames?
Yes, I believe so.
And once you get back to Ames, then what do you do?
And he got back in his car, and we talked for a few minutes, briefly, and he got back in his car, and we both left.
What did you guys talk about?
You know, about what happened, about what might happen.
What were the mites? What were the consequences you guys discussed?
Just as far as if there was any idea they could, you know, think it was us, and find out it was us, and that type of stuff.
After this then, you said Andy took off. Did he tell you where he was going?
I don't think he told me, but I just assumed home.
Okay. And where did you go?
I went back to Boone.
Why'd you go back to Boone?
See if I could get that, to find that bag that I dropped.
Were you able to find it? After you went back to Boone and didn't retrieve the bag, where did you head then?
Back home,
And back home as in?
Buckingham.
On your way home to Buckingham, which is about how long of a drive would you say?
From Boone, probably an hour and 15, hour and 20 minutes.
Did you have communication with the defendant on the way home?
Yes.
How long do you guys think you talked on the phone?
I don't have any idea, 10, 15 minutes, maybe.
Okay. What did you guys discuss?
Just about what happened. Again, if there was any way that they could find out it was us. Just about the night's activities.
Following this, when I say this, I mean this money drop that didn't materialize this day. Did the two of you discuss who was going to take the heat for this?
Not really at that point, no.
Okay, at some point did you later?
No, Andy, just the phone call that he made with the sheriffs. He said, remember, I got my kids, and just tell him I didn't have anything to do with it. So,
That phone conversation, Andy told you to tell them that defendant had nothing to do with it.
yes,
What did you tell the sheriff?
I said, yes, that's right.
And why did you do that?
At that point, I was a little distraught, I guess would be the best word.
Were you protecting your friend?
Yes.
So you at some point come in, interview with the sheriff. You weren't very truthful with him right up front, were you?
No.
At some point, you had indicated Andy was the driver.
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Indicate he was the driver.
Yeah, I mean, why did your story change from Andy had no responsibility to all of a sudden he's driving?
At one point, Andy had said that he, at one point, just said he didn't want anything to do with it and left. And they were telling me this, and I just, at one point they said that I wasn't going to get charged with anything more or anything less, no matter what happened or what I said. So I just figured I'd take the blame for it, and Andy had indicated that he said he didn't want anything to do with it, he left, and I did it on my own, and I just went with that, and until they started showing me the telephone records and everything else, that there's just no way that that could be, so then I admitted what happened.
And when you say Andy told you he wanted nothing to do with it and wasn't responsible, that was during that phone conversation between you and him that was recorded by the sheriff.
I'm sorry? No, that was during when the sheriff had Andy into questioning.
Okay. And you said he showed you phone records. Who showed you phone records?
The sheriff did.
Subsequent to your interview with the sheriff, you were charged and arrested.
Yeah.
Do you recall what you were all arrested for?
Extortion and theft, I believe.
Is it conspiracy?
Yes.
You ultimately pled guilty to one of those, did you not?
Yes.
For your guilty plea, you received a deferred judgment. Is that true?
Yes.
And that was a plea deal that was conditioned upon you coming to testify truthfully about the defendant.
Yes.
And that's what you did here today.
Yes.
How do you feel? I mean, is he still your best friend? I mean, how has this affected you?
It's horrible. We're not friends anymore, we don't talk.
What did you stand to gain by giving Andy up at the sheriff's office that day?
Nothing.
And as far as the Aschingers, I believe you expressed some remorse at your guilty plea.
Yes.
How do you feel about that?
It was dumb. Everybody does stupid things, and no matter what they do, what they're doing, what they have going on, it's none of my business. Anybody else's for that matter.
I have no further questions.
Examination.
Mr. Heffelmeier, you stated that you and Andy discussed what was going on between Elizabeth and Randy.
Yes.
You indicated that it was mentioned that both of you, somebody maybe should mess around with him.
Yes.
What at that point was meant by messing around?
Just get a track phone or a prepaid phone and just send him text or talk or call him and just let him know that we knew what was going on.
Why?
Elizabeth had made mention to Andy that he was starting to harass her, and
You just, at that point, just wanted him to stop harassing her?
I guess, yes.
Did you ever ask Andy for Randy's telephone number?
Yes.
Did he give it to you?
No.
You were talking to Randy, I guess, about going to Mark.
Yes.
Who's Mark?
Mark was his best friend.
Why would going to Mark upset him?
Elizabeth had told Andy that Elizabeth had told Andy that Randy had contacted Mark about this whole thing.
Have you ever drunk a concoction Smirnoff grape?
Yes.
Were you drinking that the night you met Andy and his family in Ames? You stated that after you had done this pickup in the park, you tried to call, or somebody tried to call, there was no answer? Do you recall just stating that?
I tried to call.
Andy,
I believe that was what I guess.
and he didn't answer.
Right.
I have no further questions. Excuse me, I do.
Okay.
Is it your understanding that as part of your plea bargain with the state, the day you get a deferred judgment,
Yes.
what does a deferred judgment mean? What do you understand that to mean?
After I completed my probation, that my record was expunged.
And the charge is dismissed. How long a period of probation do you have?
I believe it's a year.
And if during that year you don't meet all your obligations, fulfill all your obligations, what could happen?
I don't really know. I would assume the charges could be brought back against me.
And you've already pled guilty, so you could know the deferred could be taken away from you. Is that correct?
Right.
You understand that? And part of the deal is you will give testimony against Andy. Is that correct? And part of that deal is that you will give truthful testimony helpful to the state. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you don't give testimony helpful to the state, you could possibly lose your deferred.
I would assume so.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Jason, as part of the plea deal, the only part, as far as testimony, was to testify truthfully.
Right.
And I'm looking at your plea of sentencing. Was your deferred judgment granted also in part because your lack of a criminal record?
Yes.
Okay. Defendant's attorney had asked you that prior to April 13, 2013, the goal of contacting Randy was messing with him,
Right.
harassing him. Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you did that, a majority of that on your own volition.
Yes.
Did you do that because you liked Andy?
Yeah.
One last question. Jason, you're familiar with military time?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1, which has been not only marked, but it's been entered into evidence. And it's Andy Menken's cell phone records. Okay? I want you to look on page 54, and I want you to, with your knowledge of military time, tell me at what point, at 9 o'clock, after 9 o'clock, who called who first? If this is the originating number, and these are the dial digits. I know it's small print, so take your time.
Andy would have called me.
Andy called you first,
Yes.
after the money drop.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Schulte?
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. You can step down. Mr. Smith?
Time to stay rest this case, Your Honor.
Mr. Schulte?
I have a motion to make, Your Honor. Outside of the jury.
Yeah. Why don't we go into chambers just for a minute? It shouldn't take too long. And, you folks can stay here. You can stand up just a bit. We're going to take about 5 minutes to take care of some housekeeping.
Please stand.
Schulte?
Your Honor, defense calls Andrew Menken.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
State your name.
Andrew Christian Menken, M-E-N-K-E-N,
Where are you now living, Mr. Menken?
in Carroll, Iowa.
Are you currently employed?
I am,
Where do you work?
I work at Boeing Manufacturing up in Lake City, Iowa.
Before working at Boeing Manufacturing in Lake City, did you have a different position?
I had multiple positions. My last job was as a juvenile court officer for the state of Iowa.
How long have you been, or were you, a juvenile court officer for the state of Iowa?
I would have been approaching 6 years of juvenile court officer and 8 previous to that in school days.
What type of education or training or background do you have to become a juvenile court officer?
Extensive years of experience working with children. I had a bachelor's degree in social work, a minor in criminal justice. I started volunteering in college at youth shelters, juvenile court services, and building my resume. A tracker, also worked as a sex offender, transporter, resident counselor at detention centers, a teacher counselor at Florinda Academy, North Iowa Juvenile Detention Center, and various volunteer.
Would it be fair to say that your entire professional life has been involved in working with troubled or difficult kids?
Correct.
At some point, you become acquainted with Elizabeth Aschinger.
I did.
How did you become acquainted with Elizabeth?
When I moved to Carroll, I originally was a member at the Carroll Rec Center. The hours weren't conducive to my work and with my children, trying to get everything ready for daycare, so I then went to Anytime Fitness when that gym opened up. I was there probably a year and a half before Elizabeth came as a trainer, and then eventually she became the owner.
During this period of time, did you and Elizabeth develop a friendship?
Yes.
And did that friendship ultimately become a very close friendship?
Very much so.
Did that friendship ever evolve into a romantic, physical type of friendship?
Absolutely not. Never crossed the line with anything but support.
would you discuss personal things with Elizabeth?
I did. Elizabeth at that time had started to open up to me about the problems she was having in her marriage. I had just recently gone through separation and divorce, so I understood some of the things that she was going through. And then through conversation and trust building, things like that, more and more came out with some of the issues that she was dealing with, more sophisticated and unnerving.
Did you eventually find out about the sexual relationship that she was having with her father-in-law?
I did.
How long was it your understanding of that relationship going on?
I had heard rumors prior to her and I speaking about that things like that have been going on for a while. There was multiple occasions where she would show me text messages or explain situations where she was held against her will, or she had been bleeding from physical activity between Randy and Elizabeth. There was times where she would call me in the middle of the night that Randy would be outside her door when her husband was gone, and that I was supposed to call friends of hers to get it to stop. There was a lot of tears. There was a lot of, I actually went to the police department and tried talking to the chief of police and Carol, because I figured this was enough. It was getting to the point where I had taken her to the hospital on 3 separate occasions.
Now, why had you taken her to the hospital? Was it for physical damage, or was it emotional problems, or what?
Both. There was one incident where she was outside the gym. I was actually in the gym later at night, and there was a nurse from Satori Hospital that was working out in there, and Elizabeth was not in a real good state of mind, and I had the nurse ride with me to her house, and the nurse dropped her off, and I gave the nurse back a ride at the gym, and we talked. There was one point where she was outside the gym.
How when you say she, now you're talking about Elizabeth, not the nurse.
The 3 instances that I remember, she had overdosed on some medication because of the things Randy was saying. Randy threatened to kill her dogs while she was at work if she wouldn't agree to have sex with him. She had her wrist slit at one point from wine bottles. I brought her to the emergency room. She had broken her hand on one occasion from kind of losing it inside of her house after some text messages. And at one point, when I was up there, her mom was concerned, and her mom got a hold of me. Elizabeth's mom got a hold of me on the phone and said, if you don't take her to the hospital, I'm going to have to call an ambulance because she needs to be seen by a doctor.
During this period of time, were you also acquainted with Jason Heffelmeier, who just testified in front of us?
Yes, he was my best friend.
How long did you know Jason Heffelmeier?
I moved to Carroll, I believe, in July of 2006, and probably within 6 months or so of moving, I had met Jeff Kaler, who was chief of police, through work. We worked together, and he invited us, my wife at the time, and our kids, over to Jeff's house. There was other people there for a grill out barbecue, and Jason Heffelmeier was there, and that was my first meeting with him.
Did you guys become very close friends then?
Yeah, we both were avidly into lifting and Hawkeyes and different things like that. And so we saw each other at the gym, and then we just started to make sure we were there at the same time to lift with each other and spot each other and work out together.
And as Mr. Heffelmeier testified, eventually you guys lived together, shared quarters together?
There was a point where Jason was engaged to be married to a lady in Carroll, and it had fizzled out, and my wife and I decided to take him into our home to give him a place to stay because he was currently living with his fiancee. We brought him in, and he lived in our basement and kind of go as he pleased. Then he got his own place, and meanwhile, between then and that time, my wife and I had difficulties, and probably a year or so later, Jay offered me the same, Jason, I call him Jay, but Jason offered me the same type of situation to live with him just to see how things would go until things cooled off.
And as he testified, you lived with him approximately 2 years, is that correct?
2.5 years, yeah.
At some point, did you share your knowledge about the situation between Randy and Elizabeth with Jason?
Jason was the only person in Carroll that I really considered to be a friend of mine that I would share information with.
Did you trust him?
Very much so.
Did you trust him to keep the information you told him confidential?
Yeah. I trusted him with my children. He was there to babysit my children when I was sick or when I had some diabetic issues. He was watching my children while I was at the hospital.
You and Jason basically discussed everything and anything.
Things that were going on in his life, Hawkeye football, lifting techniques, and I would tell him what was going on in my life, and part of that was my way to discuss. It was pretty heavy for me to deal with the abuse allegations and everything that was going on. I didn't have a lot of people to talk to, so that was kind of my output was to talk to Jason. I knew he was 3 hours away. I knew there wasn't he wasn't in connection with anybody from Carroll. I figured it was a safe bet that I could relieve stress by talking about the things that I had been hearing. And that was.
At some point, did Jason move out of Carroll?
Yeah.
When was that?
He had met his wife, I believe, online, if I'm right, and they started dating when she moved back from Texas, and October of 2012, I think, he moved to Buckingham. He still owned the house, and then we worked a deal out, I believe in January or something, where I purchased the house from him when he got married.
So when he moved to Buckingham and got married, about that time, you purchased his house in Carroll?
Correct.
Is that where you're still living today?
Correct.
Now, I can fast forward this and speed it up a little bit. I think everyone agrees, as far as the extortion goes, that you had no knowledge or involvement until right at the end, right in April 13th. Is that correct?
Very much so.
Nothing was ever discussed with you. Jason never mentioned this to you, that he was planning on doing anything like this?
No, there was no discussion. I did call to confront him.
Can you tell us the circumstances when you called and confronted him?
It was the day that I was in Anytime Fitness that Elizabeth had got a phone call from Randy saying somebody tried extorting me for money. And Allie Hansen was the other trainer that was in the room, and I was there. And Elizabeth got the message or the phone number from Randy and tried calling it to see if they would answer while we were in the room. And I went out when she was doing that. I left Anytime Fitness and made a phone call to Jason and said, this stuff's going on. I said, is there something that, because he's the only one that knew anything about the conversations that Elizabeth and I had been having, because he was my output, I guess. He was a listener to me. And at that point, I knew of no one else that had any prior knowledge, because Elizabeth wasn't talking to anybody else about it. And so I confronted Jason and I said, this is crazy. I said, are you behind this? He goes, no, it's hilarious. somebody's messing with him.
Had you and Jason talked about messing with him at some point?
We both been on the phone conversation, like if somebody screwed with him, just to get him to stop. And Jason had asked me for his cell phone number repeatedly because he wanted to do it. And I never gave it to him. I felt like Elizabeth was going through too much stuff with everything that was going on with her. I'd actually drove her to a psychiatric appointment in Des Moines for her to get help and introduce her to my doctor to get medication for help, and she was in no state to have anything further else going on. Now this was something, that comment was made long before I knew the in-depth of how bad things were, and that was the only level.
Again, on this telephone conversation, after you walk out to the gym, you made a call to Jason Heffelmeier. Now, was this a call or a text?
Call.
And to the best of your recollection, exactly what did you tell Jason?
I asked him flat out if he was, are you messing with Randy? He goes, why do you ask? And I said, because she's getting phone calls from Randy saying that somebody's trying to get money from her. And was bringing up specific information that I thought I only knew, and the only other person that would know that would be Jason, because I was talking to him on a daily basis about everything. I mean, with work or with whatever was going on, how he was doing. He was in different states. He was telling me experiences he had. We'd have daily conversations, and I confronted him because she wasn't in a good spot, and I asked him flat out if he was messing with him.
And what was his reaction to that?
He said, no, but that's funny. And then I came back into the office.
During the several years of your close relationship with Jason Heffelmeier, did you ever discover that he'd been involved in anything that was even remotely like this?
He, as far as extortion goes, he had mentioned there were certain things I knew he did with his dog business.
What was his dog business?
He was a breeder, a breeder of labs, championship labs. He had a friend that was in Wichita, Kansas that helped breed, and he also had, which we'd gone down to visit a few times to go hunting on his property. And then we'd gone down to Houston, Texas together because there was another breeding place down there. And Jason was filling out applications involving like the AKG certification. I don't know what that is, but it's a dog breeding to certify that the bloodlines are legit bloodlines. And he was fudging those to different breeders to sell dogs that weren't exactly that of the bloodline to make money. And he said he had a foolproof way to do it. He also was taking things, he ended up getting suspended from work, I know on one occasion at American Concrete, but then he was also taking parts and steel and selling them at the auction across the street. There's an auction across from American Concrete on Highway 30. And one night when he was talking about, he was intoxicated, but he was talking about how him and his wife had a deal where he burned his house down in Eldora for insurance money. Late 90s, his very first wife, his ex-fiance had talked about the same thing. That was a concern.
Yet, knowing he had done this and knowing that, knowing what he had done to his own employers while you were living with him, I got it. Didn't you ever confront him about that kind of behavior?
It was on him. I had nothing to do with any of it. I told him, I said, if you're gonna try to rip off your job, you get caught. You're not gonna have a job. It's gonna be interesting on how you're gonna pay your bills and stuff. But he always said he could fall back on the dogs because the dog business was such a. I mean, we would have 15, 20 dog puppies in our garage that he would take care of at a time, and he would sell the dogs for $3,000 a piece. That was a big financial thing for him. I don't think he was that worried, plus he had talked about if he ever got in trouble for anything, he'd go back and farm for his father.
We need to jump ahead again to about the only date that's relevant in this whole proceedings. That's April 13th, 2013. At some point, you and your wife decided to go to Des Moines.
To my ex-wife at the time, but it was just, my son had just recently placed fourth in the state wrestling tournament, Pee Wee. It was a grueling season, a lot of work from November to the end of March, and we went down as kind of a celebration because my daughters never wanted to be at these tournaments because they weren't wrestling and it wasn't fun for them. But in order to, as a reward to everyone for a good season and doing well, we decided to drive down to the International Pizza Company in Urbandale, which is like a pizza buffet, like a Chuck E. Cheese type thing where there's video games and mini golf and go-karts, and we spent the entire day down there as kind of a reward to the kids for how hard they worked and different things like that.
How long do you suppose you were at this pizza place?
We got down there, we left Ames. Previously, during that week, Jason had called me to meet up because there was a UFC fight on pay-per-view. And when we lived in Carroll, pretty much every weekend we'd go to Des Moines or Omaha, and instead of paying the $60 to watch it at home, we would go and meet up with my friends in Des Moines or meet up with my friends in Omaha and watch the pay-per-view fights just to save money. And so that was the conversation. He had already been gone and he wanted to meet up that weekend. And I told him I already had plans, that I didn't think it would be a problem if I drove separately instead of riding together with Rachel. So Rachel understood all that and said, go ahead, do what you gotta do, you know. So we went down to the International Pizza Company. Well, prior to that, I rewind, we both drove. Lowe's is like the last business before you get on I-35 to go south.
In Ames.
In Ames. I dropped my car off at the very first spot. She followed me there. I got in the vehicle with her. Her vehicle's a Durango. We got DVDs and stuff like that, so it'd be easier for the kids to ride in that. Went down to the International Pizza Company, went there. We ate lunch.
Now, hang on. You and Jason have made plans to watch a UFC fight on pay-per-view. Where were you going to do this?
Buffalo Wild Wings is where we always go for those things.
I'm sorry, what?
Buffalo Wild Wings is a restaurant.
Where's Buffalo Wild Wings?
It's on Duff Avenue in Ames.
In Ames.
Yep. Because that's where we're going to meet for supper for the kids and then go watch the fight there.
So at this point, your car is left in the parking lot at Lowe's, because that's right on the outskirts of Ames.
Correct. East side. Yeah.
You get in your wife's car with your kids.
Correct.
You go to Des Moines.
Correct.
And then when you're done with the pizza place, you and your wife and kids get in her car and come back to Ames. Is that correct?
Close. We went shopping after we got done. We went to West Des Moines, to the Jordan Creek Mall, and got some stuff for the kids and myself, and she got some stuff. And then the time was supposed to be like 6. I was supposed to meet Jason between 6 and 6:30, and I know I didn't get up there till at least 10 to 7. About that time, we were running late because he was texting me telling me that I was late as always, and I'm chronically late, but. We got done with West Des Moines. We ended up texting on the way up, hey, let's go to Hickory Park. The kids like the Sundays there, but we didn't figure out, well, I didn't know that until we got there, that Iowa State had their spring game that day, so all the restaurants were packed. And the kids were tired, so we weren't gonna sit and wait an hour while so I just texted him. I said, make sure, keep going to different restaurants, try texting what else, so on and so forth. And eventually settled on Wallabies, which is on the extreme west side on Lincoln Way of Ames.
Where was Jason during this time that he was texting you about where he was going to meet to eat?
I don't know. I'm assuming he was on his way to Ames from Buckingham. We didn't have any phone conversations, if I'm correct, that entire day. It was just text messages about what time we're gonna be there. Or he had shown interest in seeing the kids because he hadn't seen the kids since October. It had been 5 or 6 months since he had seen the kids.
After determining that 2 or 3 places are not going to work for you because the wait is too long and you've got your kids, you end up at Wallabies.
I recommended, I knew there was a sports bar on the way west side of town that would be away from all the hoopla from the Iowa State spring game. And so I said, let's try to go out there.
So at that point, then, have you given up your plans with Jason to watch a UFC fight on pay-per-view?
No, because that still wasn't going to start till 9. They don't start till 9 o'clock at night.
Where were you going to go to watch that?
Buffalo, I assume Buffalo Wild Wings, that's where we always watch them at. That's the only place.
So you felt that you could probably get in at that point.
Yeah, there's been times it's been 2-hour waits to get there, but you can stand by the bar and watch it because all the TVs have the fight.
So you were going to go back to Buffalo Wild Wings.
Correct.
About what time did all of you actually sit down and eat in Ames?
If I'm right, and the phone records would probably show that I think one of the conversations or text messages to Jason or phone call to Jason about Wallabies was around 10 to 7 when I got there, because we were supposed to be there between 6 and 6:30. I was late. It was like 6:50. And then we had to drive from those, get in my car. My ex-wife followed me out to Wallabies. They're on the west side of town. And then there was about a 15, 20-minute wait at Wallabies when we got there, but it was the least amount of wait from all the restaurants. So I would, 7:20, 7:30, probably when we sat down to eat.
When did Jason show up?
Jason was already there.
How long were you and your ex-wife and kids at Wallabies?
I can't remember if we ordered appetizers or anything, but I know the kids were hungry because we had ate lunch at noon. Probably at least till 8:15, I would assume, because it was busy. And it was a 20-minute wait to get in, plus the length of time to eat food with the kids and clean them up. And, my children were 5. I had twins. I had 2 5-year-old twins and at that time a 2.5-year-old girl. So we had to feed. We had to take care of them at the same time. And then once we decided to go, I paid for the meal and Rachel left with the kids. And that's when Jason said, "Ride with me."
Okay. Now your car then is parked at Wallabies
Yeah.
at this point.
The testimony about being at Lowe's was absolutely inaccurate. My car was parked next to his, actually, and I didn't know it was his car because it was his wife's car from Texas. He drove a truck. I didn't see his truck there. But I went to my car to get in the vehicle to drive to Buffalo Wild Wings. He said, "No, why don't you just ride with me? Your car's here. It's on the west side. You're going back to Carolina anyway."
So then you get in Jason's car, or his wife's car.
To Jason's wife's car.
And where did you go?
He started heading west on Lincoln Way towards Boone.
But that's not the directions to Buffalo Wild Wings.
Correct.
So did you say something?
I initially thought, since we were so far on the west-hand side of Ames, that with traffic being so bad on Lincoln Way, that he would, Highway 30 is maybe a half mile or less from Lincoln Way at that exit. So you easily could have turned around and went back into Highway 30, bypassing traffic to go to Buffalo. Once we got past there, I knew there, at that point, then I said, "Where are we going?"
And what was his response?
Started laughing and said, "Well, we're going to go to Glidden for a beer."
Did that seem peculiar to you?
Very peculiar to me because I had had an incident in Glidden at one point, and I was never going to step foot in Glidden again for any reason. And I told him that. I said, I can't go to Glidden. He used to date a bartender from the Russian in Glidden.
Okay.
And so that's what I thought. His mind was like, oh, he was with his wife. I didn't know if he was going to go meet up with this girl that was my mind thinking at that time, that he wanted me to be maybe an alibi or something, that he was gonna go to the Glidden bar and meet up with the bartender that he had had a relationship with prior. But that wasn't the case.
At some point, did he tell you that, no, we're not going to Glidden?
Yeah, well, I know if you go from the center of Maine, it's like Officer McClure talked about, it probably is 15, 20 minutes drive, but when we were on the far west side of Ames, and it was probably a 10-minute drive to the area, like, when you're pulling in the car lots and stuff like that in Boone. He was him hauling around. We were joking about Glidden basically the entire way till we got to about Boone. And then when we got to Boone, because he was just giving me a hard time, he goes, no one's going to remember. You can go to Boone, or go to Glidden, you can go to the bar, there's not going to be any issues. It's been 3 years, et cetera, et cetera. And then he said, we're going to go to Boone instead.
Did you ask him why you're going to Boone?
At that point, I said, why? And then I said, why are we going to Boone? Because we're almost to Boone, and he was taking a right to go north on that main. I don't know what road it is, but I've only been in Boone twice for training. I don't know, I'm not familiar with the town, but the main drag there where the old Walmart building is, we were going in, and at that point, he started telling me, he goes, you know all this stuff that's going on with Elizabeth? And I said, yeah. And he goes, I'm the one behind that. And then he starts telling me that, and I got upset. And
Had he ever admitted that to you before?
no.
And again, what was your reaction?
Well, I asked him why he didn't tell me that, because he said I knew you wouldn't go through with this tonight. If I knew that he was messing with her or whatever. And so that in that time we were driving around Boone, I never knew if he was there before. I just knew he was, I don't know what time he left. I don't know if he was over there prior before. I have no idea. I knew he was familiar with Boone. We actually got a phone call, which would extend the reason he had a phone call, which would be on Jason Heffelmeier's record from a guy by the name of Brian Kittleson in Janesville, Iowa. And he accidentally hit it on Bluetooth on his phone. And so I heard the whole conversation. The conversation was about a dog deal. I recognize the guy's voice. I used to help his son, Matt Kittleson, when I helped at Waverly Shawrock with the wrestling program. Matt was one of the kids that I helped. And Brian had a conversation with Jason for a few minutes, and I probably had a conversation with Brian for 10 or 12 minutes.
All of this time, like, where are you in what direction? are you?
Jason's driving around.
He's just driving around.
He's driving around while I'm having a conversation with Brian.
He's making turns and,
All the way up. And I wasn't paying attention, and I was talking to Brian about how his son was doing and how wrestling's doing and how the old wrestling coach is doing, and Waverly Shawrock's program's been good, so that's what we were talking about.
what happens next?
Brian asked us what we were doing, and I said, I guess we're gonna go get some beers and watch fights tonight. And then shortly after that, Jason's like, well, I'll get that good paperwork on the dogs up to you or whatever it was, and that was when the phone call ceased.
Then what happened?
I really didn't think he was, now prior to that, he had told me that he was the one asking him for money. And I had said prior to that, he asked me flat out, are you in or are you out? And I went over and over again about how everything's gonna point to me. I said, Jason, you went and got a cell phone number, it has a 319 number, that's the same prefix as my number. I said, you went and got a cell phone number, that's the same prefix as my number. You are the only one that knows any information whatsoever about what's going on with Elizabeth and Randy, other than Elizabeth and Randy. I said, there's no way this is gonna look good, anything on my part if you follow through with this. They're gonna come looking for me, and I said, this is crap. I said, there's no win-win out of this. I go, I didn't give you her number for a reason.
Oh, wait a minute, you didn't give him whose number for a reason?
I didn't give Jason, because he was like, oh, the mess one, whatever. I didn't give, Jason asked me 3 weeks prior
Oh, now we're talking about Randy's number.
for Randy's number.
Okay.
He asked me 3 weeks prior for Randy's number because he wanted to mess with him for all the stuff that was going on.
And yeah, and he even testified, Jason testified, he would not give him the
I
number.
wouldn't give him the number.
Right.
Because I thought Elizabeth was through far too much stuff to begin with. So I went back to the fact, I just said, how do you even know this guy's gonna do this? I said, you don't think there's GPS things, you don't think they're following? I go, this is ridiculous. I said, this is my job. I work with law enforcement constantly. I know, I go, this doesn't make any sense.
Okay, you indicated to him that there probably was a GPS tracker.
Absolutely. I said, that's one of the biggest things, that if you're gonna try to get money from somebody in law enforcement, they're gonna put, either the money's gonna be marked, the money's gonna have an ink, you know, whatever the ink dye package is, whether the bag could have a GPS, whether there could be surveillance on, all that stuff. I said, this is ridiculous.
And at being involved in law enforcement yourself, you knew that.
Absolutely.
And you used that information to try to talk Randy out of it, Jason out of it.
I told him it was dumb.
So what happened next?
He just flat out said, he goes, well, there's $50,000 into this, and he goes, are you in or are you out?
And your response was?
Absolutely out. He drove, he had this park, like, I don't know if it was prior, if he knew the park prior, if he knew anything while we were driving around. I couldn't tell you where the park was at if it was sitting in front of me right now. Like I said, the only place I've ever been in Boone is to come and go to stop for gas and then the hospital for work-related stuff. And he pulled off to the side of the road near that park. Like I said, I couldn't tell. I thought it was to the west. I think it was towards the west. And along one of the side roads there that was off. And I'm assuming he thought that's where the car is going to be. And it was Texas plates. It was his wife's car. I mean, I don't, in my mind, thinking law enforcement wise, why would anybody think a Texas car would be here involved? And I told Jason, I said, I think this is all going to point back to me. I go, this is ridiculous. I said, it's all going to come back to me. They don't even know anything about it.
Okay, now slow down, Andy. You're probably wearing you need to give slower testimony. I know you're nervous and excited and you're frustrated.
I'm upset.
And you're upset.
You want me to go slow until
No, I want you to wait for a question.
Okay.
Okay. At some point, did Jason pull the car over?
Yes.
You don't know exactly where, but you were in or near a park.
I didn't know it was a park at that time. I just knew that it was down over like a wooded area down the road.
You sat here, you know, and we have this picture of where law enforcement testified the money was put. Does that look familiar?
No.
Okay. You think it may be in someplace else?
Think about the drop?
Yeah.
I have no idea where the drop was at.
Okay. At any rate, he has pulled over at this point. What happens next?
He pulls over, gets out of the back, grabbed a trash bag and gloves. And took off. There wasn't a stoplight or anything, just took off in the direction towards what looked like the wooded area.
So he does that, and you're sitting in the passenger seat of his wife's car.
Correct.
What happens next? What do you do next?
I said, the hell with this, and get in the driver's seat and get out of that area.
And where did you go?
Like I said, I wouldn't be able to tell you roads or anything. I drove, the car was facing, I believe, facing west. I continued west, and then I believe I turned south, and there was an apartment complex down there, and that's when I got paged. I was on call with Juvenile Court Services, and I got called, and so I pulled the vehicle over and handled that call. I got paged by Fort Dodge Police Department. I returned a phone call to the acting JCO, the kid that was in question. I then called the North Iowa Youth Shelter to determine the situation, what was going on, and then relayed the information back to the police officer that Brian McClure, the JCO, would handle things on Monday morning.
And did you find out, and even this morning, you find out that Jason attempted to call you during this period of time?
Jason called me while I was on the phone with one of the three. I know which one it was. When I was on the phone with Fort Dodge PD, Jason did call me. I didn't answer the phone. I was doing my work. I didn't have any inclination about what was going on. I really didn't care. I was on the phone with the shelter and the police officers. I was handling my job duty at that point.
And after that, what happened?
I got up. I started the vehicle back up, and I drove east over by McDonald's. It went south and then east, and I parked on the road facing north to McDonald's. And that's when Jason, I called him back because I missed a phone call from him. I said, "What the hell is going on?" He goes, "There's cops everywhere." And I said, "I'm parked. I'm here. I'm not." I said, "You get back to your car, you can find it. I'm sitting outside McDonald's."
Okay, so he comes eventually back to his car, so his wife's car. Are you sitting in the driver's seat then, like you testified?
In the passenger seat. I wasn't going to pick him up. I wasn't going to drive anywhere to him. I wasn't going to. He was on his own with this thing. I had no way. I had no option to get out. My car's names other than getting up and walking down the highway.
If you had your car, you had your own car with you, I guess that's speculative. You would have left, is what you're saying.
I wouldn't have even been there. I wouldn't know what was going on. At the time I went to Walgreens, I would never drove with him. I would never even put myself in that situation.
But you're sitting in a car in a parking lot at McDonald's, I don't know, maybe 10, 15, 20 miles from Ames, whatever. And that's the only way you have to get back to your car. Your car's at Wallabies in the parking lot. So he comes back to the car. What happens then?
He's freaked out. So there was a bunch of cops that came flying through there that he tried climbing some fence. That he left the bag in the field, and he just got in the car and I said, "You need to get me the hell out of here." And that's what we did. All he had to do was do a U-turn, and he's on frontage road, and it turns off, and it's right there to 30, and within 10 minutes or so, I'm back in my car, and I'm gone.
And where did you go?
I went back east on 30, down to 35, took the 210 exit, I believe, to go to Madrid, and then followed 141 home.
The sheriff wonders why you didn't just take Highway 30 back to Carroll, and it's right into Carroll.
It's pretty obvious that at that point, no matter what had happened, no matter what anybody's thought was, the only person that would have the ability to be fingered for anything would be me. Because I was the only one that knew any of the information in regards to the personal life of Randy and what was going on with Randy and Elizabeth. And that the information there, I'm not dumb. I mean, like I said, I do this job for a living. I put pieces together, and if there's extortion being made and I'm the only person that knows about what's going on, I'm obviously going to be the first person they're looking for. And I felt that if I drove through Highway 30 on the way home, there would be law enforcement there that would know my car or have a description of my car and pull me over and put me in a bad situation.
So you were trying to avoid detection or arrest by questioning or anything?
Anything. I didn't want to be even known when I was in that situation. I didn't want to be part of it. And then he called me afterwards saying that he went back to the scene.
Now, Sheriff McClure testified that suspicion focuses on you only after Randy Aschinger brings up your name. Do you know Randy?
Other than the one time that I met him at that party that we left because it was uncomfortable.
Why was it uncomfortable?
Elizabeth had invited Jason and I at the gym. I believe it was on a Friday or Saturday. No, it must have been a Friday night. Elizabeth had her neighbors over. There was 2 sets of neighbors and a couple friends, and I believe Randy and his wife, and Elise, I believe Elizabeth's sister was there, and they were all at Los Americas restaurant and we hadn't got, Jason and I hadn't got ready yet. Then they were at the Mexican restaurant, and I felt and Jason felt we didn't know anybody there at the restaurant, so we weren't going to sit there. We were going to wait until they went to home, and it'd be a more relaxed situation. And so we drove up to the house, got directions to the house, got up there. Everything seemed pretty kosher. I even believe it was Randy that gave us the beers. Like there's beers everywhere, and so that we just sat and I had a majority long conversation with the neighbor. One of the neighbor ladies was there, and I knew known her, and so we were just talking. And Elizabeth was intoxicated. Not a lot of everybody was there. Jason and I hadn't had anything to drink yet, and you could tell that there was an extreme amount of tension between Randy and Elizabeth. Elizabeth left, or Randy was pulling her off to the side in the room, and then Elizabeth came back crying, and then she went to the bathroom, and that was the last we saw of her. So I faked like I had a phone call, and said I was on call, went out to the garage, and then said, JJ, I gotta go, I got business to do, and I left.
Other than that, have you ever had any personal contact with Randy Aston?
No, I wouldn't, until the day when I saw him walk in, I wouldn't have known it was him. Or not today, yesterday, I would have never known what it was.
We have to change paper.
Eventually, you were called in for an interview by the sheriff. Lieutenant
Oh, yes, correct, yes.
Would it be accurate that your first instinct was to try to protect your friend?
My first instinct was that I knew in my heart I had nothing to do with it, and the only thing was to do was to defend Jason, or to sway things away from Jason, so I didn't want to get him in trouble.
Sheriff, some misinformation,
Correct.
or information that basically, with what he knew, didn't make sense to him.
Sheriff McClure had no idea about Jason at that time, and he was asking me about my whereabouts, and I told him that I was in Spurville, Des Moines, with my family.
Was it clear to you that his suspicion was focused totally on you?
Not at first.
Did it ever become clear to you that that was the case?
Yeah, when he started asking me specific questions about where I was April 2nd, and asked me if I was in Cedar Falls. And I said, no, my brother lives up there. But April 2nd is when the phone was activated. According to the records that we reviewed, that the drop phone was activated by Jason on April 2nd. And I was in Las Vegas from March 31st till April 4th.
At one point in the interview, I guess, you saw it, you decided to tell the truth.
Absolutely.
And I believe you indicated during the interview, and I believe we saw it, that you were sort of reluctant to do that, and you said something like, this is going to be hard.
I did.
What was going to be hard? Telling the truth?
Telling the truth, that knowing that I was going to have to tell the truth on my best friend, what happened that night. what the story was.
And your testimony and your position throughout this whole thing has been what you told the sheriff after you said this is going to be hard.
I haven't changed my story since.
Do you think you're guilty of anything?
I'm guilty of lying to the police initially to protect Jason. I'm guilty of not telling the truth to protect Jason because he was my friend.
Did you and Jason ever enter into any kind of an agreement or a plan or a scheme to do this?
No, never. Like I said, I knew nothing of it. I mean, he admitted it, I admitted it. I had no, he drops a bomb on me 10 minutes before he goes and does it.
He says he wasn't drinking.
He had told me that he, on the way down, normally he didn't, normally he would, he doesn't like beer. He only drinks wine coolers / the great Smirnoff stuff. Anybody that knows him and testify, he doesn't like beer, and that he told me he had a few of those on the way down. And he told me not, he goes, you shouldn't be drinking or whatever, and I said, well, I can't because I'm on call. I'm on call with Juvenile Court Services.
But you didn't see him drinking that night?
He did not have any in the car from the time that I was with him.
I have no further questions.
I think I'm going to need to give these folks a few minutes break. We'll take 10 or 15 minutes. We'll come back and go till noon, and then we'll resume. Don't talk about this with anybody. I'll remind you of the admonition. See council chambers.
Please stand.
Sure.
Oh, okay. All right, sure. I'm sorry. You want to wait outside? I'll come get you. I've forgotten 10 minutes.
You're making people understand, Mr. Smith has some questions. You're still under oath. You still have to tell the truth. You're done. All right. Thank you, Judge.
Andy,
Yes.
we know each other, don't we?
Correct.
How do we know each other?
You were the county attorney when I was juvenile court officer.
When this whole thing started, that same relationship existed.
Correct.
One of the last things you testified to was that when you left the interview with Sheriff McClure, that you had told him the entire complete truth.
Correct.
That's your testimony?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Do you recall telling Sheriff McClure that Jason had driven you back to Boone before the money drop?
Ask me again.
Did you tell Sheriff McClure that after you said you're out, that Jason drove you back to Boone?
I did. I did the original before I told the truth of the second part.
When did you tell the truth the second part?
When he started asking me questions and I started explaining the situation, what happened.
So it's your testimony today that when the sheriff interviewed you, you told him that you were in Boone the whole time. You never made 2 trips.
I originally told him that I went home.
Okay?
And then I told him I went home at 9 o'clock after I got done eating.
Okay?
And then when he brought the evidence forward about my cell phone being there, that's when I said, the driving, and I've thought this the entire time, the driving has been misconstrued about me driving back and forth to Boone. The driving was me driving, getting away from the situation where Jason parked his car. I drove away from the situation. I wanted out of it. I drove around, got the phone call from Fort Dodge PD paging me. I never went back to Boone. That was me driving around. I was on Highway 30, driving around, taking the phone call, placing the kid, through the shelter, through talking to Brian McLean, all through my phone records are on there. That's why I was in Boone. That's what the Boone conversation was when my stuff came up, was I was making phone calls for my job.
You never told Sheriff McClure that halfway to Boone, or when you got into Boone, you told Jason, I'm out, and then Jason drove you back to Ames?
I told Jason that I was out. I can't remember if I told him that in that situation. No, I can't remember.
Okay.
You can refresh my memory if you want, but I can't remember.
So it's your testimony today that you were in fact in Boone between 9 and 9:30?
Absolutely.
Okay. There was something interesting that you said, and your attorney was asking you a question that you're not sorry for being here, but you're upset. What are you upset about?
I'm upset that Jason's putting me through this. I'm upset that the lies that he told on the stand, the lies that he told, said that I had a sexual relationship or an intimate relationship with Elizabeth, that he said that I was in when he originally, I mean, all those things, it's just, is absolutely untrue. I'm upset that he was a friend of mine and he's in that position to do that to me.
This whole time, you're adamant, and you remain adamant that you are in the wrong place, wrong time.
Absolutely.
That you had nothing to do with this and you're completely innocent.
Absolutely.
Prior to your turning yourself in, did you quit your job?
I resigned from my job.
You resigned from your job
Correct.
before you were formally charged.
No, I was told on the phone by Ken McClure that I would be charged. He called me at work and said, we have charges for you. Jason said you were the getaway driver. You were going to be charged with these felonies. And at that point, based on everything that I know with the state of Iowa, and through advice from my boss, Tom Southern, I made the right decision and resignation until this thing was taken care of.
I was writing when you were testifying. I don't know if I heard you correctly, but what did you tell the jury in response to your attorney's question, how do you know Randy?
I only know Randy from the time that we met at Elizabeth's house for that get-together.
You don't know him?
I wouldn't know, other than when he walked in here to testify, I would never even know who he was. I wouldn't be able to pick him out of the lineup. I wouldn't have any idea who he was.
So, do you recall telling the sheriff that you saw Randy in Anytime Fitness on April 9th?
Because Elizabeth said, Randy's here. I had no idea who it was. She was saying, Randy's coming to the gym. And I sat over the corner on the gym lifting weights, and I saw him walk in, go into Elizabeth's room office, and shut the door.
At what point did you know he was Randy?
When he came in and he shut the door. She told me he was going to talk to him. A guy walks in that's in the age group of him, walks in, of Randy. I knew how old he was. He's the father of her, and walked into the gym, upset, shut the door. Then Elizabeth comes out crying. Randy goes out to get the phone, comes back in, and Elizabeth's crying. So I knew that's who it was.
Did you tell Sheriff McClure that you had once met Randy at a party?
I did. I believe so. If he asked me that question, I did.
But that party would have occurred prior to this encounter at Anytime Fitness.
It would have happened a year prior to that, probably.
So you knew him at that time?
I knew who he was. I met him one time. I've never had any conversation with him. I never spoke with him. I didn't know who he was, other than, hi, this is Randy, this is my step or my father-in-law. I got introduced to everybody at the house that night. That's the only time I knew him.
But did you not just testify that not until he stepped foot in here, you didn't know, you wouldn't have been able to pick him out of the lineup?
Today I wouldn't. Like, before that situation, I don't know what you're trying to get at. What I'm saying is, I met him a year and a half ago at this party at Elizabeth Aschinger's house. They had a party with neighbors. I was invited. Jay was invited. We were all invited there. I didn't meet Randy before that, had no idea prior to that who he was, anything about it. He didn't live in Carroll, I'd never seen him before. We got into the house, Elizabeth introduced Jason and I, everybody was there, the neighbors, Randy, Sandy, I believe the wife was, everybody was there. We didn't have any communication. Jason and I talked to the neighbor because Randy and Elizabeth were having arguments and stuff like that. They were arguing over whatever situation. She left crying. I faked the phone call. We got out of there. It was uncomfortable. 20 minutes tops. I'd seen him prior to that. And then I saw him when he came into Anytime Fitness because Elizabeth said, Randy's here, or Randy's coming. And she was upset.
I guess I'm just confused as to your testimony about not being able to pick him out of the lineup until he was here today.
Until I saw him. Now I'd be able to pick him out of the lineup. I wouldn't know him. I've seen him once for 20 minutes.
He was introduced to you at a party as Randy Aschinger.
Correct.
He was identified as a person that's about to walk through the door of Anytime Fitness and go into a room with Elizabeth Randy Aschinger.
Yeah.
And you saw him both those times.
I did.
Okay. You told the sheriff that you didn't have Randy's phone number.
At that time, I didn't. Yes, I did. I told him I didn't have it. And then I remember Jason asking me constantly because he was going to screw with Elizabeth. And Elizabeth said, here's the number. And I went, there's no phone call. You look at the records, there's no phone call. I never made a connection or anything. I plugged it in my phone, hit send end, had it in my phone. Jason repeatedly asked me for the number. I never gave it to him because I did not feel like it was something he needed to mess with or do whatever.
And Elizabeth gave you that number?
Yes.
Wasn't your testimony earlier that you had asked repeatedly for that number and that she wouldn't give it to you?
That was Jason's testimony, not mine.
Okay. Had you ever asked Elizabeth for that number?
I did. She gave it to me. I just told her that.
Okay. And the purpose of that?
Was Jason was asking me for it. He said he was going to mess with me. And I said I didn't want anything to do with it. And I never gave him the number. That's why he had to call the seat, act as a seat person to get it, because I refused to give it to him.
But you stored it in your cell phone?
I didn't store it. I hit send in. It's not under my, it's not in, she gave me the number, I hit send, and registered right there that it was a call. That was the end of it. I never saved it under Randy Aschinger. It's not under my phone, Randy Aschinger. I never saved it for any reason afterwards. I never gave it to Jason. Deleted. It was done.
But you dialed the number?
I dialed the number, so she gave me the number. She's like, here's Randy's number, 712, whatever. Send, end.
Why did she give you Randy's number?
Because I said that Jason was going to mess with her. Jason was going to play a prank.
You told that to Elizabeth?
He was going to mess with her. We talked, yeah. I said it would be fun to mess with him.
I thought it was your testimony earlier today that you had no idea Jason knew anything about this messing with her until boom.
Not this type of mess with her. There was no talk about any extortion, money, or anything like that. Jason's comments were always like, I'm just going to call and say I know what you're doing with your daughter. That's what his extent to me was. And then when I called him from the day of that in Anytime Fitness, when Randy called Elizabeth and said somebody's extorting me for money, I went out and called Jason and I asked, are you doing this? And he said, no, but it's funny. He goes, I don't have anything to do with this. I never gave Jason the number. I never had anything to do with giving him the number. I refused to give him the number because I knew that he was going to mess with her. And at her state of mind, there was no reason for him to do that, put her through that at this point. She was getting raped by him. She was getting sexually assaulted by him. I'd taken her to the hospital 3 separate times into a psychiatric appointment. There was no reason to put her through any more stuff.
But prior to April 8, 2013, Jason had asked you for the number.
Yes.
And Jason said he wanted that number so that he could mess with Randy.
Yes. Mess with Randy.
So when someone starts text messaging Randy and you learn about it, you don't think that it's Jason?
No, not at first, because I didn't know if Elizabeth was talking to anybody else about it at that time. I didn't suspect Jason because it was about money. It was about, I know what you're doing with Liz. I know Liz's friend that worked there had privy knowledge of what was going on. I knew other people knew about what was going on with Liz. There have been rumors flying around town. I knew it wasn't something that was just locally between me and her.
Was it your testimony earlier that you were the only one that knew about all this stuff?
That in my opinion, yeah. I thought I was, to Jason, I told Jason, I'm the only one that knows any of this stuff. You're the only person, when Boone broke down, when he's telling me all this stuff, I said, Jason, I'm the only one that knows this. I don't know if Elizabeth knows anybody else. I didn't care if Elizabeth was telling anybody else. I was concerned with the fact that I told you specific information in confidence. I was venting to him about, wow, this is stuff's going on in her life. This is crazy, so on and so forth.
Let me stop you there. What does breakdown in Boone mean?
Breakdown in Boone.
You said before the breakdown in Boone.
Before the breakdown in Boone, before he broke down things that he told me, okay, yes, this was me messing with Randy. Before he broke down and said, look, I'm the one behind this, I'm doing all this stuff like that. That's when I said, this is where all this stuff's gonna come back to me, Jason, because I feel like I'm the only person that knows this. This sensitive information that you're relaying on to Randy. Elizabeth, in my opinion, at that point, is gonna say, Andy's the only one that knows this, because I thought I was the only one that knew anything about Elizabeth's personal life, because I thought she was trusting me in that.
I thought you just testified that Allie also knew.
Allie knew parts of the, I don't know what depth, you'd have to bring Allie in here to talk about what she knew.
Well, you just told me what she knew.
In depositions, when Elizabeth was in there and you were interviewing her and my attorney was interviewing her, she brought up that Allie knew. That's what I'm talking about. The deposition, she said Allie knew what was going on about this situation. If you look at the depositions from that day, it was her comment. That's where
May I approach you? Now, Mark, this is the exhibit. I'm going to ask you a question. Did you ever send Elizabeth Aschinger a text message April 25, 2013, stating, I don't know any details about this at all?
Do you want me to read it?
I want you to read it to yourself and see if that refreshes your memory.
And what was your question?
My question is you stated here today that you were the only one that knew about any of this information, right?
That I knew of, that I was aware of.
Okay, and what do you tell Elizabeth on April 25, 2006?
Says, I don't know what the hell is going on. I joked about it. I joked about getting the number. We both did. We joked about if somebody was going to mess, that she like somebody would be nice for somebody to know. Like it was just,
What?
not joking. There's nothing about any
Okay, so
extortion or anything.
So this is a message that you sent to Elizabeth?
This is the last message I ever sent to her.
Okay, could you read it out loud, please?
I'm saying, I don't know what the hell is going on. I joked about it. We both did. So he could be making shit up just like he did with Kaler. That's in reference to Randy.
Okay.
Because Randy said to Elizabeth that he went to Jeff Kaler and finished this up and it's all done. I called Jeff Kaler up. Jeff Kaler said, no, Randy never came in and talked to me about anything. He's lying.
Okay, just
So
continue reading the rest of the message, and I'll let your attorney can read it.
I don't know any details about what Randy has said to you or anything. I like how you believe a guy who is your father-in-law who tries to rape you over and over again on some story that apparently is fact from a guy that lies 24/7. Here's my answer. Fuck you, fuck Randy, fuck Steve, fuck Mark. All the motherfuckers that treat you like shit and lie to you, look in the mirror, look at the shit that you're involved in, and tell me who the fuck has been on your side. If this is how you treat your friends, like last night, I buyed you supper, listened to you, and you walked out because you didn't want to hear it from me. Believe what you want, believe Randy. He obviously has you wrapped up in it again. See ya. Blocked, not dealing with this shit anymore. Peace.
What's the date?
4/25/13.
And would that be before or after the Boone breakdown?
That'll be after.
You told Sheriff McClure you left Wallabies approximately 8:15. Would that sound about right?
I think that's why I just testified, yeah, probably about 8:15. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I paid cash, otherwise I'd have a receipt to know that I paid cash. I would assume it would be at that time, because we got there approximately 7:15, it was about a 20-minute wait waiting.
And what was your testimony in regards to, and I'm turning your attention to April 13, 2013, which was that Saturday, okay? What was your testimony as regards to how this meeting with Jason and your ex and your kids in the morning, how did that all come about?
Jason, earlier in the week, had texted me, asked me what I was doing this weekend. And I said that Rach and I and the kids, actually it was probably a phone conversation. I can't remember the text or phone, but asked me what I was doing this weekend. And I told him we were going down to the International Pizza Company in Des Moines to celebrate with the kids for Logan Place and fourth place in state, and for the daughters and my daughters to put up with every weekend wrestling and practice, so on and so forth. And he goes, this is the only weekend I have free. Would you want to go down and meet up after that? And I said, well, I got the kids for supper. And he goes, well, I would like to eat with the kids because I haven't seen them for 6 months. So I said, that's absolutely fine. He was there when my youngest daughter was born. He babysat my kids. He was my best friend.
And this conversation took place in the middle of the week?
Sometime before Saturday. Because he said he had the weekend free, and I don't know if his wife was out of town or what the deal was, but. And so I said, he's more than welcome to join us for supper. And then we could go watch the fight afterwards.
Do you recall sending a text communication to Jason on around 9:18 a.m. that morning stating, what supplies do I need to pack? Rach and I might run to Des Moines quick, then meet names.
Yeah, I had leftover medication that he needed. He was asking for medication.
Prescription?
I believe so.
Did he have a prescription for it?
I don't think so.
Did you give it to him?
I can't remember if I brought it or not. I have no idea. I couldn't tell you.
This is do you recall that text message?
I don't recall it. I'm sure it happened, yeah, but I don't recall it.
You want me to show it to you?
You can. I mean,
Okay.
I believe I said it. I mean,
Okay.
If you just read that off, but yeah.
It's not the first part, it's the second part. Rach and I might run to Des Moines quick, then meet names. I thought, this is Saturday you're sending this, right?
If that's what the date says.
Well, I mean, I'll show you the messages.
No, just tell me. I trust you. Is it on the date?
It's on that date?
Okay, I trust it, yeah.
Okay, so if your testimony earlier was that you and Jason had this meet up at Ames planned earlier in the week, why is Saturday at 9 o'clock in the morning, are you haven't even discussed with your wife about going to Des Moines?
No, we already had that plan. Rachel and I, we didn't know if we were going to go to that. We didn't know if we were going to go to Playtime Fitness in Ames, where the bowling alley was at. We didn't know if we were going to go to Chuck E. Cheese. We didn't know if we were going to the International Pizza Company. We decided we didn't get down there until noon. I Googled the International Pizza Company because it was a place we hadn't been before. We've already been to Chuck E. Cheese. We've already done the bowling. It was a new thing for the kids. And we had shopping to do.
Do you recall sending a text to your wife that same day, shortly after the first one we discussed, stating, I can watch the kids if you want to roll alone and pick up kids in Ames or whatever?
Which would mean me driving separately. If Jason decided we were going to meet that night for supper, if nothing was guaranteed.
Watch kids where?
At my house, or maybe not go. I don't know. Watch kids down in Des Moines, and I could do the kids while she wanted to do something else. I don't know what the conversation was between her and I at that time. Obviously, if I had my kids, I was gonna watch them. I mean, if she didn't want to go, I was gonna take the kids down there myself.
But I thought the plan definitively, or earlier in the week, was to go to Des
We were
Moines.
gonna go somewhere on Saturday to reward the kids. And I told Jay we were going to be gone Saturday. If he wanted to meet with us up later, he could. We didn't have a decision of where we were gonna go to the bowling alley in Ames for laser tag, if we were gonna go to, we had 3 different places we were thinking about going to. And if she didn't, I can't remember, maybe her and I got an argument that day, I'm not for sure. If she wanted to go down to Des Moines shopping by herself and I stayed back and held the kids, that might have been the case. It might have been me going to the bowling alley with the kids while she went shopping because she was mad at me or something. I don't know. I can't remember that part of the conversation.
I just want to be clear, and I'm not trying to beat a dead horse here, but this is very important. Your testimony was that earlier in the week you had this pizza place thing set up, that you sent a text to your wife earlier in the week at the pizza place?
No, now you're turning my words.
That's why I'm asking, Andy.
Rachel and I decided at the end of the state wrestling had just got over.
Saturday morning.
No, the week before that. We were done with tournaments, we were done with everything. The week before that was a wrestling banquet. We decided we were going to, some of the other wrestling parents took their kids to Kings Point in Spirit Lake or Storm Lake, wherever it is, to go with, a bunch of people went and spent overnight at the water park, and the wrestlers did that. We decided, well, we didn't have the money to do it. We decided it would be cheaper to go down and do something in Des Moines. We could get shopping out of the way. We had that plan. Rachel and I had that plan. We were going to do something that weekend, whether it was Sunday or Saturday. We were going to go do something for the kids that weekend. It ended up being Jason said, well, if you want to go watch the fights on Saturday. So I told Rach and I told everybody else, let's try to do it on Saturday so I can kill two birds with one stone. I can see my kids. We can do things together as a family. We can go to the International Pizza Company. We can get shopping done. I could drive separately, and Jay would meet us all for supper, and then Jay and I would go out to the fights, just like we always do every month, to watch the UFC fights. Every weekend, every time there was a UFC fight on, we would go to Des Moines and watch those fights. There was absolutely nothing out of the ordinary.
The UFC fights playing in Boone that night?
That's why we made things for supper.
I'm asking about Boone.
I have no idea. I didn't research anything. Buffalo Wild Wings is the only place I know that shows those.
Did you ask Jason on the way over? Did you ask him whether you're going to go watch the fight in Boone?
No, I knew once he said we're going to Glidden, I knew the fight thing wasn't going to happen. I thought he was going to go over and see his ex-girlfriend or whatever in Glidden. And then he changed it to Boone, and then he started dumping all the things about Elizabeth.
So the plan was, you were ultimately going to come home that night, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so the plan was about 8:15, as far as you know, you were going to drive all the way from Ames to Glidden, initially, right?
Initially, the plan when I left Wild
That
Wings
is, and I'm going to ask you, yes or no? Yes or no?
Ask the question again.
Your first plan, at least according to Jason, when you got in the car with Jason as you're leaving Wallabies at 8:15, was to drive from Ames to Glidden. As far as you know, that's what was going to happen.
No.
That wasn't your testimony earlier.
Not when you, no, if it wasn't, no.
What was your testimony
My
earlier?
testimony is that we were going to leave and go to watch the fights.
Okay.
And then he drove west on 30.
Okay, let me stop you there then. At some point after you start driving west on 30, he tells you Glidden.
Then he says, I go, where are we going?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay. He tells you Glidden.
Yep.
And you don't have any issue with that.
And that's when I said, what are we going to Glidden for?
And
why are we going to Glidden? I said, I can't, I'm not, I don't have anything, nothing's good ever happened to me in Glidden. Why are we going to Glidden?
Okay. But, okay.
That was your question.
That was my question. But your car at 8:15 is in Ames.
Is that Wallabies?
Is at Wallabies.
Correct.
And as far as you know, it's at least at one point, you're okay with driving almost all the way home to Carroll, which is not far from Glidden, right?
10 miles.
10 miles. And then at some point in time, coming back to Ames to get your car, and then return home yet that night. That was your plan.
I had no intentions to drink because I was on call, so I didn't care what he did. I was there with him. If he wanted to go over there and hang out, and he wanted a friend to be there, I didn't care. I was on call. I wasn't drinking. I was going to be sober. I hadn't seen him in 2 or 3 months. I didn't care. I wanted to spend time with him.
Okay. At some point you testified that he told you not Glidden. It wasn't going to be Glidden, but it was going to be Boone.
Yep.
And
because I threw a fit about Glidden. I'm not going to Glidden. I can't go there. I said, there's no reason to go there. I said, there's nothing good there for me.
okay, so you go to Boone instead.
Well, right about when we got to Boone is when he said, we're going to Boone. Right? When we got to the Boone corner, I don't know what street it is when he turned into Boone and said, well, we're going to go here for one instead.
Going here for one?
For a beer, I'm assuming. And then that's when he said, this is what's going on with Elizabeth, and that's why we drove around. He's driving around telling me this stuff. upset, telling him all this, and then that phone call came through from Brian Kittleson, the 319 number from Waverly, Janesville area. We talked for 20 minutes on the phone while he was driving around.
Brian Kittleson, well, if Brian Kittleson was here, he would testify that you guys had a conversation about wrestling and dogs.
100%.
Okay. So you're driving around Boone.
Jason's driving around.
You're okay, excuse me. Jason's driving, you're in the passenger seat. And about what time do you think you got to Boone?
Fair estimate, if we left Wallabies at 8:30, after getting the kids packed up in the car, seatbelts, all that stuff like that, we probably left eating about probably 8:15 or so. Jason said goodbye to the kids. Jason said goodbye to Rachel. I helped welcome them in, gave them a hug and kiss goodbye, and then left probably 8:30. We were on the west side. We were the west side of Ames. Wallabies on the far west side of Ames. We probably arrived 8:45, 8:50, 8:55. I suppose you could look on my telephone pings to find out where I was at, but I'm assuming that's what time it will be.
So 8:45, 8:50. Jason drops this bomb on you. Andy, here's what's going on. Remember when we talked about harassing? Or remember when I talked about wanting the phone number to harass Randy Aschinger?
He never said that.
Okay, but you told the sheriff that you didn't know anything about this. Nothing.
Yes, I did.
But then after after Jason had dropped the bomb on you, I mean, he went into explicit detail as to every text message that had ever been sent from the beginning to the end.
I don't think he went into explicit detail. He just said I was the one behind. I'm the one that's been screwing, not screwing, I'm using another word, because I'm the one that's been screwing with Randy. And I said, do you have any idea how that makes me look? And he talked to me about the cell phone number. I go, were you not the 319 number that's been calling Randy constantly? He's like, yeah. I go, you think that looks good for me? That's a 319 number. But I have a 319 number?
But he told you it was a track phone, right?
Yeah.
He told you it was an AT&T phone.
He didn't tell me it was an AT&T phone. He just told me he bought one at Walmart, that he didn't have to sign for it, so there'd be no way to track it.
Okay. So, and are you shocked and surprised when you hear this?
From Jason?
Yes.
Absolutely, yes.
From somebody that's burned down their house for money before?
I didn't think he would take and put me in a position. When he burned down the house, it was financial gain for him. When it was stuff, it was all for him. I never saw him put somebody else in a position to screw him over, especially I let him into my house. He let me into his house. I didn't think I would ever be a fall guy for something.
So getting back to that, he drops the bomb on you. You're surprised,
Absolutely.
but wasn't he the one that had been asking for Randy's phone number?
Yeah, 4 weeks prior to that.
And wasn't it you that at that time realized, wow, I'm the one that has been giving him unknowingly all this information?
Yeah, and then I got pissed. So I was like, this is all going to come back on me, Jay. Everything that you've said to Randy points back to me. Everything. Everything that I gave you in confidence, talking back and forth to each other about what happened, about what life in general and stuff had happened, just in conversation, I said, it's going to come back to me. A 319 number, same prefix as mine, the conversations that I thought no one else knew about was going to come back to me.
So knowing that your kids, your job, your liberty interests, that a potential serious crime was about to be committed, you don't call nobody to tell them?
Are you talking about law enforcement? Call law enforcement? Or
Anybody.
I'm not going to call anybody else just to say, hey, guess what, Jason, go out and commit a crime. I'm not going to call anybody and, hey, guess what, Elizabeth, Jay's the one doing it. Because Jay had already got this, from what I understand, already had this drop set up. Jay already said this was going down.
But you had your phone on you, right?
I did have I was going to call.
But you didn't call law enforcement.
No, I didn't. First of all, I didn't believe that, I didn't know if it was true or not. I didn't think Randy was even gonna show up. I thought it sounded like a far-fetched deal. I told him, I said, you're gonna have GPS, you're gonna have prints, you're gonna have bag stuff. I said, this is not thought through. This is not something that I can see you getting by with this. And I said, Randy knows this. He's a farmer. And he goes, no, he's a businessman. He doesn't want his stuff to be out in the open. He'll pay it. And I'm like, man, you're crazy.
And this is additional conversation that you have before you decide you're out, or after you decide you're out.
I don't know if it was before or after.
But it's in Boone.
Yes,
You're sitting in a car and you have these conversations.
yes.
Now, you were here when Jason Heffelmeier testified. Well, let me go back. You said you know these things. You're quasi law enforcement, or were.
Correct.
You know that there's going to be GPS, right?
Correct.
You were here when Jason testified that when he got the bag, he tried to open it and reach in and take out the envelope, right?
Yeah, I was here.
Okay.
I heard that, yeah.
Okay. At what point in time do two people in a car go from being two to just one, following the bomb dropping by Jason?
Jason, I'm on the phone with Brian Kittleson, whatever. Jason's driving around. We could have been by that park or whatever that situation is. How many times? I don't know. I was on the phone. If you look at the number, if you have Jason subpoena's phone records, you'll find out the conversation was probably at least 20 minutes long with Brian Kittleson. 15 to 20 minutes long. I'm not sure. We talked about wrestling. We talked about my son going through state wrestling. I was on the phone with him for 15 to 20 minutes.
At what time?
Once we got, it was when we were in Boone. When we got into Boone, the phone, shortly after Jason started talking about this stuff, the phone rang. He didn't try to answer it. It set off on his Bluetooth. He had a Bluetooth, and it came up over the speakers on the car. So when he said hello, they started talking about dogs. I said, is this Brian Kittleson? And then him and I started having the conversation while Jason's driving out.
Okay, again, at what point?
Oh, okay. He drove around 20 minutes or so, and he pulls off on the side of the road. I don't know how far away it was from the area, the drop area. He's driving his Texas car, his wife's Texas car plates, and he said that was the reason why. He goes, no one's gonna look for this. Just said, sit tight. And so he gets out, gets in the back seat, grabs these gloves, and grabs his trash bag, and takes off. That's it. Takes off. I sit there, 30 seconds. I say, the hell with this. I'm not going to be sitting here when he gets back. I don't want anything to do with this. I took off driving. I drove 5 minutes, heart beating out of my chest. And then I got the phone call page, and I had pulled over. Had the notebook with me, had my pager book with me that had all the information, the Schulte numbers.
Your work stuff.
Work stuff.
You were on call.
I was on call.
And in fact, did you talk to a peace officer that night?
I did.
And you didn't tell him about this?
No.
But you knew a crime was about to be committed?
I didn't know a crime was going to be committed because I didn't know if Randy was going to show up. I didn't know if any of that stuff was going on. I knew Jason was up to no good. I had no idea. I didn't talk to Randy. I had no idea. I didn't see any text messages from Randy. I didn't know this was going on. I had no idea. I
know you testified earlier that you don't know Boone, but after two people in the car became one, how long before you got out of that car, after he said sit tight, did you get out of the passenger seat and make your way to the driver's seat?
Less than a minute.
And from there, you drove how far and to where?
The car was facing west on the side street. I drove west, I don't know how many blocks, I have no idea. And then I turned left to go south. And I remember going south, and I remember pulling over in an apartment complex on the right-hand side of the road when I got paged. And that was the place that I pulled into so I could stop, get my notebook out, and start dealing with the communication for work.
Is the car still running?
I don't know. I don't know.
So do you remember getting out and getting back into the passenger seat?
Getting out and getting back in it. I stayed in the passenger. Oh no, I was in the driver's seat at that point, correct.
Okay.
Because I pulled over to make the phone call. I was in there, the passenger side, had my notebook out, the numbers, and I was taking notes down.
Right around 9 o'clock.
Whatever time my phone called, you have the records. Whatever time I got called, whatever, you have the records.
So approximately how long were you on the phone doing business?
I got called by Fort Dodge PD They told me the situation. I then called the Fort Dodge shelter to find out what the situation is, talk to them. They told me that Brian McLean had said this kid had been asked to be placed before if he ever assaulted anybody again, but he was a DHS case out of Woodbury County.
Would you have any reason to disagree that your phone calls, the records show, that your calls with business calls in that 9:30 time frame were less than 5 minutes?
Less than 5 minutes, I don't know how long they were. There was probably 3 or 4 phone calls.
Less than 10?
Probably less than 10. Because I had to make 3 or 4 different phone calls and confirm. I had to get a hold of JCO, I had to get a hold of the police officer twice, and I had to get a rapid. Or not, or the the Fort Dodge shelter. So there was at least 3 or 4 conversations. And Jason called me, and I did not answer it while I was on the phone with law enforcement.
So it's your testimony that after you got in the car and drove away and Jason's doing whatever he's doing, that Jason's the first one that called you?
Jason called me, but I did not answer it because I was on the phone with law enforcement. Yes, that's the absolute truth.
He called you first?
He called me while I was on the phone with law enforcement. That was the first communication I had. And if you look at my text messages, I wrote a text back, said, laugh out loud, I'm on the phone with work.
This is funny. This is laugh out loud. What's laugh out loud mean?
Laugh out loud.
Okay, and so at this point in time, you write a text message to Jason while you're waiting there, while, you know, all hell's about to break loose, and you're laughing out loud.
I laughed out loud because I didn't even know if Randy had showed up. I thought maybe he's calling saying nobody. I had no idea. I didn't talk to Randy. I didn't know he was going to be there. I didn't know law enforcement was there. I didn't even think this damn thing was going to go down. I said, laugh out loud, I'm on work. I'm not there to come rescue you on something. I'm there to do my job. I'm doing my job. I didn't take him seriously. All this stuff was going on.
So after, at some point in time, Jason contacts you and says, you know, everything went bad.
There's cops.
There's cops. How does he find his way to where you are?
He asked me where I was at. I said,
And then what?
he asked me where I was at. I said I was sitting on the east side of McDonald's in the rail facing north.
And when you got there, you had switched seats?
I was in the passenger seat, sitting there.
So at some point in time, after you make your calls to the Fort Dodge Police Department, after you talk to police officers, and those calls are finished, you get out of the car, shut it off, or maybe not, and walk around to the passenger side and get in and wait. That's your testimony.
Yes, after I had made the phone calls from the PD, I was still in the driver's side. At that point, I felt like I was still close to the situation in proximity because I hadn't driven that far. And I wanted to get the hell away, so the furthest thing I can get to the road. So I got, McDonald's is on a frontage road, and I parked on the road, I don't know what road that is, facing north, got in the passenger seat and sat there. I said, that's it. I said, this is where I'm sitting.
You had no way out, right? You had no vehicle, right?
I had no vehicle.
Where was Rachel at when this was going down, your ex-wife?
Probably on my own.
About how far away from you do you think she was?
I have no idea.
Well, if she...
I don't know if she went somewhere afterwards as a target. I have no idea. I didn't call her.
Did she tell you where she was going?
Said she was going home as far as I know. When we left, I gave the kids a hug and kiss and she was going home.
Did you try and call her and say, come get me?
No. I didn't feel like I was doing anything wrong. I mean, yeah, I should have got out of the situation, but I felt like when I was out at my McDonald's, I wasn't in the situation. I didn't know what was going on. I never had any knowledge of Randy, if this was going to happen, anything like that. I just got the hell out, sent him off to the side, and I said, this is where I'm at.
So we can agree that if Rachel had decided to go home as she had intended and told you, that she wouldn't have been terribly far away from Boone when all this stuff was going on. When you first heard about this, she wasn't terribly far away from Boone.
If we left the restaurant at 8:30, Boone, 62 miles to Carroll. All the stuff was going down at 9:30, so she probably would have been 45 minutes. She would have been 10 to 15 minutes from home with the kids. She would have been probably at the Glidden area, 8 to 10 miles from home. She stayed.
Do you know a deputy wrecked his car in pursuit of the money?
I did.
Totaled it.
I did. That's when Mr. McClure told me that during the interview.
You could have prevented that.
If I knew it was.
Ron, this is getting argumentative at this point. I don't see what.
I'll sustain that objection.
Okay, that's fine. Between 9 and 9:30, April 13, 2013, did you also text a phone number 330-575-1574?
No idea, well, it says I did, but I have no idea who it is, because it's an out-of-state number.
Okay, what if I read it to you, you think you can recognize it?
Good, okay.
People that aren't responsible with the budget, lazy, people too, oh my, OMG, good thing I didn't have this pager off, been bumping tonight.
Been bumping tonight as far as busy.
Well, who is it?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I'd have to plug it in my phone. I don't know that number. Something about budget, I'm assuming that's something we work, or something a friend of mine, something similar to that.
What if I read that same phone number at 8 p.m. That text message to you, what's your top 3 biggest pet peeves?
I would have probably, I don't know. I have no idea. It could have been somebody that I was talking, I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know. Pet peeves is a question of, I don't know. Fred, I don't know. I have no idea what it was about. I don't recognize the number.
Was it sent to him or did he send it?
No, it was sent to him.
I don't know what it has to do with the case, but whatever. I mean,
Well, I guess where I'm going with this is this phone number, I believe it to be a girl you're texting, and it doesn't matter, okay?
maybe.
But where I'm going with this, Andy, is that you testified that you're freaked out. You told the sheriff you're freaked out, you didn't know what to do, your heart's racing 1,000 miles an hour, but you're texting somebody I believe to be a girl about your pet peeves.
Pet peeves in my budget, I guess. Conversation.
I mean, that's my point, is why, explain to me, Andy, how you can be racing at 1,000 miles an hour in your head and be sitting, chilling in a car, flirting.
Chilling in a car, flirting. Ask me what my pet peeves are, if you consider flirting.
I can go back and read the messages from earlier in the day or the day before if you want me to.
I mean, if that's the situation you want to read about, feel free. If I was talking to somebody on friendship on a level, that I was talking to somebody, I was talking to somebody, I was not having a conversation with somebody. I'm not going to lead on to somebody that, hey, guess what, my buddy's out doing something crazy right now. It doesn't, I don't know what that has anything to do with anything.
Do you recall a text message from Jason at 9:18 saying, "What doing?"
Probably. I would assume, I can't remember.
Well,
If it's on my phone, then obviously yes. Obviously yes, if it's on my text message, yes. That would be Jason saying, what are you doing at 22:18? And at 22:19, I respond, I'm on the call with work.
and 22:19 would be what time? Military? 10:19, maybe?
Yeah, I don't,
Okay.
yeah.
And
No, not 10:19.
Well-
No, it would be 10:19, I guess.
the records are here at the top.
So it'd be 9.
Okay, so they say Eastern time
Eastern,
zone.
so it'd be 9:19.
So at 9:19, your testimony is Jason Heffelmeier sent you a text message saying, "What doing?" Question mark.
Correct.
And your response?
I'm on call with work, go figure. Because I was talking on the phone with work. And his response was laugh out loud, okay.
So it's Jason laughing out loud.
So like I said, I didn't feel like there was anything that happened. I didn't feel like there was anything, he's responding, if he's committing a crime and just saying laugh out loud, to me, it doesn't seem too nervous either.
So Jason's waiting in the bushes.
I don't know what Jason's doing.
For all that partial question. Here's one thing I want to show you. Your testimony is that Jason called you first,
And I didn't answer.
and you didn't answer.
It was either Jason called me first or was that text. He communicated with me first when I was on the phone with him. He either called me or texted me. It may have been that text right there. What doing? Very well could have been. I could be confused if it was a call or a text.
But in no uncertain terms, were you the first person to place a phone call, a voice phone call to him?
That'd have to be determined by the phone records.
Well, let's look. These are not Eastern Standard Time. If you look here, military time, that would be 6:56. I'm referring to cell 1823. Okay, and then the next transaction on this is,
21, 9 o'clock.
okay, which is to where? Column F is the originating number, so the handset that dialed it.
That was to the Fort Dodge PD.
Okay, and how long did that last? Duration is right there in seconds.
66 seconds.
66 seconds, okay. The next one.
I tried to call another number and I didn't pick up.
Okay, do you know what number that is?
515, that's probably the Fort Dodge Law Enforcement Center or another officer.
Okay, the number immediately following that one. At what time?
Riding the plane about a minute later. For a minute and 60 seconds, I was talking to either an officer or a juvenile court officer.
Okay, and then the next one.
3.5 minutes later, I was talking to another officer.
Okay, and then the next phone call that gets placed is at what time?
22 minutes later,
Okay.
27, for 3 seconds.
And what's the nature of the transaction, the call?
I don't know much can be said about it in 3 seconds.
I'm asking, is this your handset that dialed Jason Heffelmeier's number?
Yes.
So you were the first one to call?
Why is it different from here?
That's the tower. This
It
is
says call number.
This is the call originating number. This is the dial digits.
Why does it say call number? Up top here it says call number.
This is the one I'm talking about right here.
Well, I'm confused. The
Call number is the tower. The dial digits are the ones you actually dial in.
The call number wouldn't be my cell phone number.
The originating number is your cell phone number. The originating number is the handset, right?
Correct.
Okay, that's your phone. The dial digits being the numbers that were actually punched into the phone.
Yeah.
So tell me, on 9/27,
Which number are you looking at?
I'm looking at this one. I'm referring to cell 1828.
1828 at 9:27, 18 seconds. There was a 3-second phone call to Jason's number.
A second phone call from what?
What's that?
From what phone?
From my phone.
And is there any phone calls before preceding that are from Jason?
No, it was probably that text, what you doing. But we never obviously made contact on that.
But you responded to that text, what doing?
I said, yeah, I'm on phone with work.
But you still tried to call him.
I never went through. He asked me what I was doing. Maybe the thing that I didn't know what was going on. I just.
After Jason gets in the car and you guys head back to Ames,
Yep.
what's the discussion like? What do you guys talk about?
He's freaking out. And he said, I didn't want to let you know this, but he goes, I left my I opened the bag, and he started asking me questions about fingerprints. And I said, I have no idea about fingerprints, I'm not a lab expert. He goes, I couldn't get the bag open, I took my gloves off, and I had to evacuate it. And I said, feel free. And I left and went home, and he went back to Boone, according to his testimony, according to depositions, everything else. He went back to find that bag. I was already on the road home, based on the time, based on all that stuff. I wanted nothing.
Let's talk about your road home. What route?
I'm cautioning, I have an obligation to the jury to let them have a break
Sure.
for lunch. Quarter after we'll break, and then we'll bring you back after lunch. Sure. Okay.
What route did you take home?
I got dropped off at Waldy's, probably went down Lincoln Way. I don't know if I went back on 30, but I went east towards I-35, went down I-35 to 210, and then ended up on 141 home. Came up south through Coon Rapids, literally.
So you went all the way to I-35, which is on the east side of Ames.
Correct.
And you took interstate down to,
210, the Highway 210, Madrid exit or whatever it is.
okay. And why, I guess you testified earlier as to why you did that. I'm curious as to what point in time you decided to do that.
When I got in the car.
When you got in the car, that's when you decided, I gotta take a different route.
Why would I go back through Boone when I think that I'm gonna be the first person figured in all this because of what Jason told me in the car? Why am I gonna go back through that?
You take the Madrid exit, excuse me, it's Madrid, I refer to Madrid, I know everybody.
210, Highway 210 or whatever it is.
Okay, and you take that from Madrid, and then where do you go from there?
Goes through Madrid, and then it hits one of the roads that goes down to Woodward, and then Woodward connects to 141. I take 141 home to Coon Rapids. Coon Rapids, get the living, and hit 141. I believe that's what I took.
Significantly out of your way, right?
Absolutely.
Did you have conversations with the defendant?
He called me when he went back to get that stuff. When he went back to get the bag, and he said it wasn't there.
How many phone calls did you have with the defendant from the time?
The defendant, you mean?
Excuse me. How many phone calls did you have with Jason between the time you got back to Ames and you got home that night taking I-35 and 141 home?
You have to tell me on the phone records. I have no idea.
No, I can show them to you.
You can show them. I don't know.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. How long do you think it was?
How long did my conversation was?
Yeah, how many calls and how long did you think you talked to Jason?
I would say probably 20 to 30 minutes, maybe. Maybe. I mean, I think I called my wife, my ex-wife on the way home too. Told her I was on my way home.
Did you tell your ex-wife about what happened?
Absolutely not.
I brought this to do math on because, but again, I'm showing you what has been offered and entered in State Exhibit 1, your cell phone records, pointing your attention to 9. Well, let's just start at 9. The time, the call that we previously identified. You can go through there, and you can use my pen to count, because these are small little tiny cells.
What number do you want to say?
Why don't we break now? You can go through and identify those. That might take a while, and
Okay.
that's just a bookkeeping thing here. So, folks, we'll break till about 10 after 1. We'll come back and try and continue on with this. See Councilman Chambers just for a minute.
Please stand.
Continue ready. See us what? think you're still on the stand if you want to go back up there and try and ask questions too. Mr. Menken?
I think we left off, I was asking you questions about State Exhibit 1, and specifically the number of phone calls. Please.
I'm sorry, I can't.
I'm sorry, after I'm talking for you, so.
After you left Ames, headed to Interstate 35, okay. I'm showing you page 54 of State's Exhibit 1. I believe we started somewhere, well, actually, if you could just start from 9 p.m. forward. So the calls that were dialed, and calls that received, just from Jason. So your conversations coming from Jason, yeah?
4:13, well, some Saturday, 4:13, at 9:27:18 was the phone number dialed to Jason for 3 seconds.
Okay.
There was a phone call the same evening at 11:52 for 90 seconds. There was a phone call at 11:53 for 2 minutes and 38 seconds. There was a phone call at 11:58 for 5 seconds. And there was a phone call at 11:58, 44, so 54 for, looks like 22 minutes. And I remember,
Seconds.
or seconds. I remember that I was losing contact. That's why they were short, because they were
Okay.
contacting.
And is that actually, isn't that 2,249 seconds?
Are these seconds? Oh, seconds, 2,249 seconds, so whatever that comes out minute-wise.
Yeah. Did not. Sure. I think you forgot a call though. You mentioned the one that 9:27. Right?
I mentioned that one for 3 seconds.
Okay. And then there's one from him.
Oh, you asked me once a week, but I couldn't.
Yeah.
After that, he had called me at 30 seconds after that call for 3 seconds for 2 minutes, and, well, 213 seconds.
213 seconds, yeah.
And the exact same number.
Actually, it's a tower. It's the same. It's just a
Oh.
tower. Yeah, it's the same call.
He had called me, there was all these disconnections, and then there was the stat for 60 seconds.
Okay.
60 seconds, 60 seconds.
Okay. I can't read my handwriting, so I want to ask, what time was that Kilson phone call that night? Do you recall?
I know it was before he left the vehicle. It was about the time we got into Boone.
Okay.
You can see on the, I mean, you can see when it came out, Jason's phone with the Jason's record, it would show what it was. It was shortly after he told me what was going on, and then that phone call came through, and that lasted, I would assume, between 15 minutes, 20 minutes or so.
At what point in time did Jason get out in the car? Your best guess, because you made a call at 9, right, for work.
But yeah, whatever time it was, yeah.
Okay, and then your best guess as to what time Jason left the vehicle before that? How many
Before Before I made the phone call, or before I was paged?
No, before you dropped that 9 PM phone call to whomever.
Five minutes, 7 minutes, maybe. Not long,
Not long.
no.
Okay.
Because I didn't get too far from where Jason had parked the vehicle to when I got the phone call.
That brings up a point. You could have, obviously, you could have taken the vehicle, gotten out of there, right?
Could have been charged with theft too. I didn't have permission to drive the car.
Fair. Oh, yeah, fucking hell. I just have one more text message I want to show you. Okay? Can you identify this text communication that's running in right here and tell me if that's one that you received from Jason Heffelmeier?
That's his number, yes.
Okay. And that's your number.
Correct.
You remember receiving this text?
I don't remember it, but if it's there, it happened.
Say that one more time, I didn't hear you.
I don't remember receiving it, but if it's there, it happened. I'm not putting this evidence. So.
Okay, and this is Eastern time, using our formula for military time, would place us at
9:27.
9:27. And the substantive content of that text is,
Can I call you?
can he call you? And he's asking whether he can call you or not.
Yes.
Okay. Anyways, I'll make it quick. Make it quick. You testified, Andy, that your first instinct when you interview with the sheriff was to protect your friend. And you were sitting here when I played the video of the interview, right?
Correct.
And the phone call between you and Jason.
Correct.
Would you agree with me that the second the phone records, the sheriff demonstrated the phone records, put you in Boone at 9 o'clock to 9:30, you gave Jason up?
I don't know if it was that or if he told me when he had an arrest warrant for me. I can't, we have to watch a video again, but I can't recall if it was that or if he already said that I had an arrest warrant for you. I'm not going to arrest you now until Jason comes in.
What did you guys discuss? Let me rephrase that. I'm starting to remember where I was when I left off.
Okay, that's fine.
Is after you hit the interstate
Yes,
and you're taking the back roads are 141, right?
yes, correct,
Going the long way home.
correct.
You have approximately, and the phone records show about an hour's worth of phone call between you and Jason.
Correct.
Okay. What do you guys discuss for an hour?
He is extremely paranoid about the fingerprints on the bag. And he said that he couldn't get the bag open with his gloves, so he took his gloves off. He was describing to me for most of that conversation, because there was a lull where I didn't hear from him, because he had gone back to Boone to try to retrieve evidence to get that bag, whether it was the money, whether it was ever, but he told me that he had opened the bag up without his gloves on, and that's the reason why he went back, and that he had looked into staying at a night at a hotel there. He looked to see what the rates were or something to stay at a night in Boone, because he was nervous and scared and whatnot. And,
I guess my question, and I'll be a little more pointed, if you want nothing to do with this, after Jason drops the bomb, you want nothing to do with this, and all the evidence implicates you, according to you, to Jason, why are you spending an hour on the phone with him on the drive home?
I'm listening to him. I'm listening to him talk about how he screwed up and how he doesn't know what's going to happen. He was asking me things about the law, like what would happen if the lab, and I said I couldn't answer that question. I don't have any experience with the lab as far as fingerprints or anything like that. And if he were to get arrested, just common stuff like court-appointed attorney, different things like that. He was asking questions that I think he felt like he was screwed.
So you were a sounding board?
I was listening to him.
Did you ever call him and in that time frame?
I think I called him back, so we kept losing the connection. There's multiple phone calls on there for 60 seconds or 2 minutes or whatever, because in between, I believe, Madrid or Madrid, we're going to call it, and Woodward, the towers are. I've lost calls there before, so that's why there was multiple calls, because the towers kept cutting us off.
I just have one last question. Was the reason you traveled the Interstate I-35 and down 141 because you thought that the cops were going to get you?
I figured under the presumption, after what Jason had told me, the car moved, that the only car they would be looking for would be mine. And if I drove through Boone on the way back from Ames, that would be pull over and talk to about what happened, and I didn't want anything to do with it. I didn't want to be a part of having my friend be that person.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Schulte,
No redirect, Your Honor.
step down. Call another witness.
The advance arrests.
Rebuttal.
No rebuttal, Your Honor.
All right, that concludes the evidence. The next process that takes place is any post-trial motions would be heard, and then we have instructions that would relate to the laws that would apply to the facts that you just heard. And I need to take these up with the lawyers for the next 15, 20 minutes. So if you go into your jury room, I'll come back and give you some ideas to what expectations we'll have for a time frame.
Stand.
seated, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard all the facts and testimony that you're going to hear. The decision will be based upon that information, your recollection, and the instructions that will be presented to you that I'm about to read. I normally read them before closing arguments because sometimes it helps you connect the dots. You may apply, and sometimes the lawyers argue from the instructions. They'll say, I direct your attention to something in the instruction that's important, and you're going to have a copy. Donna's going to spread them. You have to share them. You're going to take them over to them, and then I'm going to read them aloud, and then I'm going to, you'll have a chance to read along with me, and then counsel will make their closing arguments. Are you ready to go? Yes, Your Honor. Schulte.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. These are the instructions for a case captioned "The State of Iowa versus Andrew Christian Menken." These are the jury instructions. Instruction number 1. The trial information charges the defendant, Andrew Christian Menken, with the crimes of conspiracy to commit extortion, and aiding and abetting theft in the second degree. The court has dismissed the crimes of conspiracy to commit extortion and extortion. No inference shall be drawn from this court's dismissal. The remaining court count charges the defendant with the crime of aiding and abetting theft in the second degree. To these charges, the defendant has pled not guilty. Trial information is the document that formally charges the defendant with the crime. It is merely the method by which the defendant is brought into court for trial. It is not evidence. Instruction number 3, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. The plea of not guilty is a complete denial of the charges and places the burden on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Whenever I instruct you the state must prove something, it must be by the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state does not prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, the verdict must be not guilty. The defendant is presumed innocent and not guilty. Presumption of innocence requires you to put aside all suspicions which might arise from the arrest, charge, or the present situation of the defendant. The presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial unless the evidence establishes guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 5, you must determine the defendant's guilt or innocence from the evidence and the law in these instructions. You must consider all of the instructions together. No one instruction includes all of the applicable law. 6, the duty of the jury is to determine if the defendant is guilty or not guilty. In the event of a guilty verdict, you have nothing to do with punishment. 7, nothing I have said or done during the trial was intended to give any opinion as to the facts, proof, or which a verdict should be. 8, the burden is on the state to prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is one that fairly and naturally arises from the evidence or lack of evidence produced by the state. If, after a full and fair consideration of all evidence, you are firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt, then you have no reasonable doubt and you should find the defendant guilty. But if, after a full and fair consideration of all the evidence or lack of evidence produced by the state, you are not firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt, then you have a reasonable doubt and you should find the defendant not guilty. Number 9, you must base your verdict upon the evidence of these instructions. Evidence is testimony, exhibits received by the court. You may examine the exhibits closely, but be careful not to alter or destroy them. The following are not evidence: statements, arguments, questions, and comments by the lawyers, objections and rulings on the objections, testimony I told you to disregard, anything you saw or heard about this case outside the courtroom. 10, in deciding the facts, consider the evidence using your observations, common sense, and experience. You must try to reconcile any conflicts in the evidence, but if you cannot, you will accept the evidence you find more believable. In determining the facts, you may have to decide what testimony you believe. You may believe all or part of any witness's testimony. There are many factors which you may consider in deciding the testimony to believe. For example, whether the testimony is reasonable and consistent with other evidence you believe. 2, whether a witness has made inconsistent statements. 3, the witness's appearance, conduct, age, intelligence, memory, and knowledge of facts. And 4, the witness's interest in the trial, their motive, candor, bias, and prejudice. In considering evidence, make deductions and reach conclusions according to reason and common sense. Facts may be proved by direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or both. Direct evidence is evidence from a witness who claims actual knowledge of a fact, such as an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is evidence about a chain of facts which show a defendant is guilty or not guilty. The law makes no distinction between direct and circumstantial evidence. Give all the evidence the weight and value you think it is entitled to receive. 11. To commit a crime, a person must intend to do an act which is against the law. While it is not necessary that a person knows the act is against the law, it is necessary that the person is aware he was doing the act and he did it voluntarily, not by mistake or accident. You may, but are not required to, conclude a person intends the natural results of his acts. 12. I have not by these instructions or any rulings made or by any act done or by anything said during the trial intended or attempted to give any opinion as to what the facts are, what the proof is, nor what your verdict should be. 13. You have heard evidence claiming witnesses made statements before this trial while not under oath, which were inconsistent with what the witness said in this trial. Because the witness did not make the earlier statements under oath, you may use them only to help you decide if you believe the witness. Decide if the earlier statements were made or whether they were inconsistent with testimony given at trial. You may disregard all or any part of the testimony if you find the statements were made and they were inconsistent with the testimony given at trial, but you are not required to do so. Do not disregard the testimony if other evidence you believe supports it or if you believe it for any other reason. 14. The state must prove all of the following elements of theft. On or about the 13th day of April 2013, the defendant aided or abetted another in taking possession or control of property. 2, the defendant did so with the intent to deprive Randy Asher of the property. 3, the property at the time of taking belonged to Randy Aschinger. If the state has proved all of the elements, the defendant is guilty of theft or aiding and abetting in the theft. You must then determine the degree of theft as explained in instruction number 19. If the state has failed to prove any of these elements, the defendant is not guilty of theft. Aid and abet means to knowingly approve and agree to the commission of a crime, either by active participation in it or by knowingly advising or encouraging the act in some way or when it is committed. Conduct following the crime may be considered only as it may tend to prove the defendant's earlier participation. Mere nearness to or presence at the scene of the crime without more evidence is not aiding and abetting. Likewise, mere knowledge of the crime is not enough to prove aiding and abetting. The guilt of a person who knowingly aids and abets the commission of a crime must be determined only on the facts which show the party has in it and does not depend upon the degree of another person's guilt. If you find the state has proved the defendant directly committed the crime or knowingly aided and abetted in the commission of the crime, then the defendant is guilty of the crime charged. Possession or control is used in element 1 of instruction number 16. Means to secure dominion or exert control over an object or to use an object in a manner beyond the person's authority to do so. In considering whether or not the property was previously stolen, the state does not need to prove that the person who stole the property has been convicted of the crime. Property is anything of value, whether publicly or privately owned. The term includes tangible and intangible property, labor, or services. The term includes real property and personal property. 19. If you find the defendant guilty of the theft, you should then determine the degree of theft. I have attached a question which must be answered, and in doing so, you determine the degree of theft. In answering the question, the state must prove the value of the property taken. You will then check the blank next to the appropriate value. The following are the different degrees of theft. Theft in the first degree, exceeding $10,000, theft in the second degree, exceeding $1,000, but less than $10,000, and theft in the third degree, exceeding $500 but less than $1,000. 20, where two or more alternative theories are presented, or where two or more facts would produce the same result, the law does not require each juror to agree as to which theory or fact leads to his or her verdict. It is the verdict itself which must be unanimous, not the theory or facts based upon which it is based. 21, during the trial you have been allowed to take notes. You may take these notes with you to the jury room to use in your deliberations. Remember, these notes are not evidence. Generally, they reflect the recollection and impressions of the evidence as viewed by the person taking them, and may be inaccurate or incomplete. Upon reaching a verdict, leave the notes in the jury room and they will be destroyed. 22, exhibits have been admitted into evidence and are to be considered along with all other evidence to assist you in reaching your verdict. You are not to tamper with the exhibits or their contents, and each exhibit should be returned along with your verdict in the same condition as it was when received by you. Further, these instructions will be sent to the jury room for your consideration during the course of the deliberations. You are not to tamper with, underline, or in any manner mark them, as they must be returned at the time of your verdict in the same condition as they are now being given to you. However, the court is distinguishing between the instructions and verdict forms. Your verdict must be written upon the verdict form. Occasionally, after a jury retires to the jury room, the members may have questions about the instructions. Usually these can be answered by carefully rereading them. If, however, you feel it is necessary to ask a question, you must do so in writing. I cannot communicate with you without first discussing your question and potential answer with the parties and their attorneys. That this naturally takes time and deliberation before I can reply. The court attendant who has been working with me on this case will be under an oath not to communicate with you except to ask if you have agreed upon your verdict. Please do not ask the court attendant any questions about the instructions. Jurors sometimes wonder how long they will be working each day. I usually leave that up to you. I would like you to notify me in writing how long you would like to work and how early you would prefer to reconvene if necessary. Finally, if you need to notify anyone about the time you will be deliberating, notify the court attendant in writing or before you begin deliberations, and a phone will be made available for that purpose. When you begin your deliberations, you should select a foreperson, or foreman or forewoman. He or she shall see that your deliberations are carried on in an orderly manner, that the issues are fully and freely discussed, that each juror is given an opportunity to express their views. In order to return a verdict, each juror must agree to it. Your verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and reach an agreement if you can. Do so without compromising your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after impartial consideration of the evidence with the other jurors. During the deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your view and change your opinion if convinced it is wrong. But do not change your opinion as to the weight or effect of the evidence just because it is the opinion of the other jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. Remember, you are the judges of the fact. Your sole duty is to find the truth and do justice. I herewith submit 2 forms of verdict. You will sign only one verdict form on each count. When you have reached a verdict, the foreperson shall sign on the appropriate signature line, and you shall notify the court attendant. Counsel, are you ready to proceed? Yes, sir. Very well. Ladies and gentlemen, the state will present the closing argument first, followed by Mr. Schulte. The state will have the final opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Your Honor. Counsel? Simple. Instruction 14. 3 things. On or about the 13th day of April, did the defendant aid or abet Jason Heffelmeier in taking the bag by that sign with the intent to permanently deprive the owner of the money that was contained in the bag permanently? since opening statement. I appreciate your guys' attention. A lot thrown at you, a lot of phone records, a lot of times, a lot of dates. It can be overwhelming. Quite frankly, it was at times overwhelming. But this has been simplified. First two charges are gone. Third charge, theft. Theft in second degree. The instructions are here to help guide you. As the judge explained, without these, the court system would be a mess, literally. I have to tell you, the first set of instructions I saw, this is just not something that they teach you in law school. I have no idea how people go back and deliberate the evidence they have. The instructions contained in here are the key. And ultimately, it's up to you guys. After this, my job's done. I put forth the evidence, I made an argument, and I'm asking you to go back and consider the following. April 13, 2013, Saturday, 8:15, defendant and Jason Heffelmeier leave the parking lot of Wallabies, and depending upon what version you heard on what time, they either drove around Ames, drove to Boone, were on their way to Glidden at one point, 10 minutes from where defendant lived, this car back in Ames. To me, it's simple. It just is. But again, you guys are the ones deciding it. And I ask you to consider this, like I started to do before I lost my train of thought, admittedly. Instruction number 15 states, aiding and abetting means to knowingly approve and agree to the commission of a crime, either by actively participating in it or by knowingly advising or encouraging the act in some way, or when it's committed. $8:45, around there, it's debatable. Defendant's own admission, his best friend. His best friend that he saw fit to drive all around Iowa with, unloads on him this story. His defendant's own words. He had full knowledge of Jason Heffelmeier's plans to get money from Randy Aschinger. Defendant knew that there was going to be money dropped. Defendant knew that Jason was going to get the money. He knew all those things. But what did he do? That's for you guys to decide. The state, I'm arguing, defendant was the getaway driver. Defendant knew. At 8:45, defendant had a choice. Defendant could either get out of his car, make a phone call, walk away. By his own admission, defendant gets in the driver's seat of Jason Heffelmeier's car, drives away from where he knows the money's to be dropped, or the general vicinity, and parks his car and waits. And you have to ask yourself, what's reasonable in that situation? What's reasonable? That's all we're asking. Ask you also to consider aiding and abetting. what else can I show? What else did I put into evidence to show that defendant knowingly agreed to help Jason complete this? I offer up the communications between the two. Following. 9 o'clock, the money gets dropped. We know that because the sheriff came and testified as a GPS tracker. Randy testified. He put the money by the sign at 9. The sheriff testified shortly after that. The money, which was in the bag, as the sheriff testified, and by Randy's testimony, was placed in the bag, ultimately given back to him. Why? Because it's his. Third element is the money starts moving. The second Jason Heffelmeier picked that money up, the second he did, per the instructions, he had control, maintained control, and per the instruction, Instruction 16, to secure dominion or exert control over an object, or to use an object in a manner beyond the person's authority to do so. He picked it up. He was walking with it. And when I say he, I'm saying Jason. The theory here is aiding and abetting. Voir dire, jury selection. Jack, Jim, and Jeff. You guys remember Jack, Jim, and Jeff? Well, it's simple now. It's Jason and Andy. The law is instructing you. The law is telling you that knowingly approving and agreeing to a commission of a crime makes you just as culpable. The same example I used with Jack, Jim, and Jeff in the bank robbery is no different in this instance, if you believe the state. If you believe that defendant left his car in Ames, got in with Jason Heffelmeier, aimlessly drove around for an hour before his best friend unloads on him a plan to steal money from Randy Aschinger at a sign, and that defendant said, "I'm out." If you believe that, quit it. But if you believe that getting in the car, following the money drop, getting in the driver's seat, driving to a different location, communicating with the person you know is waiting for money to be taken, and then giving that person directions as to where you're at, I don't know how you can save for being there with him at that time. I do not know how anybody can more aid and abet a crime than that, or encourage it for that matter. Do you think Jason Heffelmeier would have gone through that, his best friend? Andy tells his best friend, "Jason, man, what are you doing? You got me jammed up, man." In a matter of 20 minutes, Jason explains to the defendant the entire story of what's going on. And Andy says, "No, you're going to get me in trouble." You have to believe that, to believe defendant, you have to believe that despite Jason Heffelmeier knowing that it was going to get him jammed up and it was going to get him in trouble, that Jason says, "Screw you, Andy. I'm going to go to the park and get money. You sit in this car and do whatever you want. I'm asking you what is reasonable. Use your common sense." The instructions say use common sense. But if you find the defendant was in the wrong place at the wrong time, as he maintains, then you have to fine for him. And it's as simple as that. You guys are the finder of fact. You guys heard the evidence. You guys sat here and ask yourself, what would I do in that position? And I think you'll have your answer. Instruction number 14, number 2. Defendant did so with the intent to deprive Randy Aschinger. Did so, meaning aiding and abetting Jason Heffelmeier with the intent to permanently deprive. And do you think they're taking money for a job? I mean, we're past the point of joking around. Quite frankly, they thought $50,000 were going to be in there. Picks up the money, picks up the bag, opens it up. He either finds it or he doesn't. The money was in there. That money belonged to Randy Aschinger. It was given back to Randy Aschinger. And lastly, recall evidence, the money that was put in there amounted to $2,900, which by instruction number 19 would be theft in the second degree, money exceeding money exceeding $1,000. It's not about winning or losing. It's not about winning or losing for me. I lose all the time. You guys probably don't read about it because they're usually speeding tickets, and they're usually other matters that aren't as sensational as this. It's about the truth. And at the end of the day, you guys get to make that call. Not me. That's not my job. That's why we have this system. It's for reasonable people in a cross-section of the community to put their collective minds together and decide whether driving around aimlessly, lying to the sheriff a number of times, giving inconsistent statements on a stand, is that something that somebody in the wrong place at the wrong time does? That's for you guys. I know what I think, but it doesn't really matter what I think. So, with that, I appreciate you guys' time. I know that room back there is not very comfortable, so I especially feel your pain. So, thank you very much.
Schulte.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Smith, counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are at the part of the trial where I get to make my final closing argument to you. As I said when this thing started, the state gets 2 shots at you, and I only get 1, sandwiched right in the middle. And we discussed the reason for that, because the state has such a heavy burden, and because the proof must be beyond a reasonable doubt. And we talked about that during my questioning of you before you were selected as a juror on this case. I had a lot of things I wanted to discuss with you about the cases about extortion and conspiracy and stuff. A lot of really brilliant, insightful stuff, but we're now down to theft, and so I'm going to have to just talk about aiding and abetting theft. And I'm sorry, but that's going to make my remarks very short, and then we will go on from there. Mr. Smith rightly points to your instruction 14. And instruction 14 is what this case is about at this point. The instruction 14 is about aiding and abetting. Well, actually, no, the instruction 14 is about, what are the elements of theft. Okay, we all pretty much know what theft is. Theft is you take something that doesn't belong to, doesn't belong to you, and you're going to keep it. You're going to deprive the rightful owner. What was taken? Was anything taken? If anything was taken, I suppose we're talking about the bag with $2,900 in the envelope. First of all, was it taken? I don't know whether it was taken. It was picked up. It was moved, I guess, is what the evidence maybe is. But the evidence also is that, except for the time it was in the sheriff's department, Mr. Aschinger really was not without his $2,900. And eventually he got it back. So was property taken? That's one thing you need to ask yourself. But if you decide that, property was taken, did the defendant do so with the intent to deprive Randy Aschinger of the property? Nothing in the evidence indicates that Mr. Menken had any design, any desire to get at Randy Aschinger for the purpose of taking his property from him. He may have had questionable thoughts, to be charitable, about Mr. Aschinger, but nothing suggests that he ever had any intention to take anything from him, just because he was perhaps very upset about the conduct that was going on. And then the property at the time belonged to Randy Aschinger. We concede that. The money in the bag belonged to Randy Aschinger. He said he gave it to the sheriff to put in there. I have no reason to dispute that. Instruction 15 is perhaps the most important instruction that you've got, because it's going to explain to you what aiding and abetting is. We know from the evidence, or the lack of the evidence in this case, that Andy Menken didn't steal anything. We know from the evidence in this case that Jason Heffelmeier was the one who got out of the car, went into the woods, or picked up the bag, or moved it here, and then dropped it and went someplace else. We don't really know what happened at that point, but we know that Mr. Menken at no time had any control or possession over the bag that had the envelope that had the money. So, to be an aider and abetter, he had to knowingly approve and agree to the commission of the crime. His testimony is that he knew nothing about this until shortly before this all went down in the park or in the wooded area in Boone. I think at this point in the trial, that is undisputed. He had no knowledge of it, wasn't part of it, didn't intend to be part of it, didn't find out about it until a few minutes before Mr. Heffelmeier intends to go see if Mr. Aschinger left some money for him to pick up. So he didn't knowingly approve of and agree to it. By active participation, no, he wasn't there. He really wasn't physically even there when Mr. Heffelmeier picked up the bag. So no, not active participation. By knowingly advising or encouraging the act, he said, "You're crazy. You're going to get caught. They got a GPS in the bag. You can't do this. This is stupid." No, that's not encouraging him to commit the act in some way before it is committed. There's no evidence. There's no evidence that he encouraged it. Conduct following the crime, his driving the long route back to Carroll, I suppose, is his conduct after the crime, may be considered only as it may tend to prove the defendant's earlier participation. Mere nearness or his presence at the scene of the crime without more evidence is not aiding and abetting. His knowledge of the crime is not enough to prove aiding and abetting. You have to ask yourself, what did he do to help Jason Heffelmeier get into the woods, pick up the bag, and I don't think any of us know then what happens. He drops the bag, I guess. But he didn't do anything to aid and abet that. First of all, did he know there was a bag there? As they were driving around in Boone, Jason said there was supposed to be a money drop, whatever that means. Did he know where it was? He had no idea where it was until Jason stops the car. He's driving. Jason's driving, not Andy. He stops the car and gets out. Andy said within a minute, he walked around the car, got in the driver's seat, and drove away because he didn't want any part of this whole situation. He didn't tell him how to do it. He didn't advise him. He didn't work with him on setting the whole thing up. He got in the car and drove away by himself. Gets a phone call, does some work, placing a kid or something. and doesn't go looking for Jason, but he's got his car. And Andy's car's back in Ames, sitting in the Wallaby parking lot. What's he supposed to do? I mean, what is he supposed to do? Someone suggested, I believe, that maybe he just drive off, drive off in Jason's car. Well, as he said, I might be guilty of car theft then. I mean, he needs to get back to his car so he can get home. Not to help Jason get away with anything, but so that he can get home. It's the only way he can get home. Remember, when Jason stops the car and goes out to look for the money, it's not Andy dropping him off. He doesn't have any idea where they're going. When Jason stops the car and Jason gets out and goes off, he hasn't even told him where he was going. He's told him he's going to go look for this drop that Andy had advised him not to do, goes running off, and he gets in the car and drives back eventually to the McDonald's parking lot. Yes, when Jason gets a hold of him and says, "Where are you?" he says, "I'm at the McDonald's parking lot." He admitted that. But remember, he needs to get back to Wallabies and Ames to pick up his car so he can go home. And he's already explained to you how now he's just panicked, because he thinks this friend of his has got him all involved in something that's going to be very, very, very bad for him. And he obviously wants to get away from there. From there on, he does what he does. The important thing here is to remember that on all of these elements of aiding and abetting, all of these things, did he actively participate? No. Did he encourage? Did he direct? Did he help him pick up the bag with the $2,900 in it? Has it been proven to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt? Remember that if it's been proven to the point where you think, yeah, he probably did, then that's not beyond a reasonable doubt, and your verdict should be not guilty. If it's proven to the point that maybe he did, well, certainly not. Certainly, your verdict should be not guilty. Only if, yep, I'm absolutely sure that he worked to help Jason Heffelmeier commit this act of theft, if there was an act of theft. Only if you decide that can your verdict be guilty. I guess that's about all I'm going to say. Remember that nothing Mr. Smith said to you and nothing I've said to you is evidence. It's just sort of our take on things as we've sat and participated in this trial. The evidence is what you heard. Basically, we got a little bit going here of he said. So now which he are you going to believe? Look at their backgrounds. Look at their past. Look at their motives. They both have some motive not to be truthful. And he doesn't want to get convicted. That's a real good motive. But he's come here and he's admitted to you everything, all the mistakes he made, everything he did. He wasn't a getaway driver. First of all, when they left the scene in Boone, he wasn't the one that was driving. It was Jason. Jason's car. He didn't aid and abet either before or after the fact. So I guess I will leave it at that. I'll leave it in your capable hands. I thank you for your attention, and I ask you to return Andy Menken to his life, to the good things that he was doing, and render a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Smith.
Mr. Schulte talked about, Attorney Schulte, talked about motive. He watched the videotape. Defendant said he wanted to beat Randy Aschinger up. Randy Aschinger he couldn't identify for whatever reason. That's motive. Most important part in this set of instructions, you are not going to find an element that requires you prove motive. It's not required. We have 3 simple instructions. Attorney Schulte offered up his idea or understanding or interpretation of beyond a reasonable doubt. And he offered up absolutely sure. I believe, and I don't want to mistake, the judge instructed you, and the instructions aren't here, if you're firmly convinced. Absolutely sure and firmly convinced. Am I dreaming right now? I'm not absolutely sure that I'm not. Firmly convinced? Yeah, I'm not dreaming, I'm here. Defendant, through his attorney, stated, question as to whether there was even a theft. Defendant's own testimony was that he got a full debriefing of what went down in the park afterwards. His friend told him what happened. Of course there was a theft. Attorney Schulte stated, the defendant didn't do anything. He didn't do anything. Didn't do anything that would encourage or aid defendant in his efforts to steal from Randy Aschinger, to take that bag. I want to ask you to go back there and just answer this one question for me. Why does he move the car? Why does he move the car at all? He knows what's going down. His friend told him what's going down. You have to ask yourself, why does he get in that car? Why does he go to the driver's seat and move and drive away from the scene of the crime? Does that make any sense? Ask yourself that when you go back and deliberate. It's another thing to consider. Defendant, through his attorney, in his chance closing, stated, defendant didn't know where the money was. Didn't know where it was going to be. I'd offer up this, defendant's own testimony. The call defendant received at 9 o'clock, or a call he placed at 9 o'clock, a work call, called a law enforcement official at 9 o'clock. Defendant testified it wasn't 5 minutes before that he was with Jason. It wasn't 5 minutes, it was quick. If that's the case, then I question why Bob Waller's Jason Heffelmeier made a phone call to Randy Aschinger using the prepaid track phone at 8:48, telling him explicitly where to drop the money. Where was the defendant at this time? Something else to consider. And lastly, I would ask that you consider the nature of the communications between defendant and Jason Heffelmeier in that 20, 25, half an hour window. And you ask yourself, is that somebody that's concerned that a crime's about to be committed? Is that somebody that honestly believes his buddy's going to go through with it? What is the purpose of those communications in that time frame? And I'll read them to you. 9/18, this is in evidence. 9/18, Jason Heffelmeier sends a text message to Andy, "What doing?" I interpret it as, "What are you doing?" question mark. Andy responds, "On call, with work, go figure." At 9/19, Jason Heffelmeier says, "LOL, okay." (9:27), Jason Heffelmeier sends another text to defendant. "Can you call?" "Why? Call for what reason?" "Is Nora's ride went?" And then, probably what I believe to be the most incriminating aspect of these communications is that defendant calls Jason Heffelmeier first. If he's sitting here waiting for the fallout of whatever his buddy's gone off and done, despite his strong admonition that this is going to get me in trouble, best friend, I'm going to be in serious jeopardy, best friend, this is going to put me in the middle because I'm the only one that knows about this, best friend, goes off and does it anyway. And then, using your common sense, defendant's drive home, his detour from Interstate 35 at 141, and the hour's worth of calls that he had, which are in the phone records, with defendant on the way home. They're getting their story straight. I'm going to tell you what, this absolutely sucks. Because Andy was a co-worker. And the amount of pain and embarrassment that it has caused everybody is something I hope I never have to experience again. But it is what it is. At the end of the day, those three elements, simply. It's not what he used to do. It's not what he wished he could go back in time and do. It's what happened. It's what he did. I can't take that back. He can't take it back. As much as Randy Aschinger wants to take everything back. It can't happen. Go back. Apply to common sense. You guys are the fact finders. This is in your hands now. I'm done. I'm going to go sit down. Again, I appreciate you guys' time here. And seriously, we don't just say this because it's something that we're supposed to say. This, honestly, I don't know if I can do what you are doing. I would like to someday, but that's never going to happen. You have been attentive throughout, even through the mind-numbing phone records and minutia of everything else. And I cannot tell you how refreshed I am at that fact. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear that you will take and keep this jury together in their jury room, not to allow any person to speak or communicate with them, nor to speak or communicate with them except to ask whether or not they have agreed upon their verdict, not to communicate with them the state of their deliberations or the verdict agreed upon until such verdict has been returned and declared in open court, and that the exhibits taken by you and delivered to the jury shall not be left unattended or tampered with until returned to the open court. If so, say I will.
I will.
Very well. Another of those instructions, there's two things, they're just cosmetic number things. I'm going to check Nancy change and then I'll deliver them. The court is now reconvened. The jury is indicated that they've reached a verdict. They worked hard at it, actually. We almost had 4 hours with it, so I'm impressed with the stick-to-itiveness of them. Have you picked a foreman to your jury? Would you please stand? Have you reached a verdict?
Yes, we have.
Could you bring that verdict to me? I'm going to read the verdict form at this time. State of Iowa versus Andrew Menken. We, the jury, find the defendant, Andrew Menken, not guilty. This is signed by the fourth person. Does this represent the unanimous decision of the members of your jury panel?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you as a group to acknowledge that this is indeed your verdict as well by raising your right hand. Let the record reflect that the entire jury panel has raised their right hand, indicating that they too agree that the verdict is not guilty. Mr. Smith, would you like to poll them individually?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Schulte?
I have nothing to say, Your Honor, except
Okay.
I appreciate your efforts.
Sure. Well, I simply would once again say that I'm very grateful for the effort you put in, the time you put in, the thought you put in, and I once again am not disappointed by your efforts. If you'd step back in there, I'd like to step back and say hi and thank you personally to you.